Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, Nature of the Beast. Grimjoe sized them up. His pulse had quickened, but although he knew he was completely outmatched if it came to a fight, he wasn't afraid. Odds were just a number, and he'd gotten out of worse scraps. Sure, 3 captains would be nearly impossible even when he had been at his best, but even now, even maimed and weakened, part of him wanted to charge, to rip and tear, to sink his teeth into their flesh and rend flesh from limb. But he had come too far to throw it all away, and he was certainly not about to die stupidly. With a practiced expression of indifference, as if he couldn't care less that 3 captains with their blades out had surrounded him, he stared into the eyes of the redhead he assumed was their leader, the one he'd given a thrashing not long ago. "Espada," she said, "state your intent." "His intent is irrelevant," said a haughty captain, whose very voice made Grimjoe's spine crawl with disgust. He knew a stick up the ass when he saw it, and he could tell this bastard had one to rival Eisen's. "Let us kill the intruder and be done with it." "On my mark, and only then," said the redhead sharply. "Agreed," said another, a short woman, and although sounding quite stiff, Grimjoe sensed a killing intent from her far more impressive than either of the others. No hasty moves. Grimjoe had simply stood still after the Garganta had closed, letting his energy be known. The scenery was green and sunny, he had wound up in the middle of a park. The Shinigami, true to form, had come running. Within 10 minutes, these 3 captains had surrounded him, their lower-ranking servants standing behind in support. He stood there, his one hand in his pocket, a look of indifferent contempt on his face. "Took you long enough," he said at last. "What is your game, Espada?" the redhead demanded. "To wreak havoc, no doubt," said the stick, haughty as ever. "This is different from any of the other times, though," said the small one. "He simply waited for us to come to him." She was perceptive, too. Grimjoe made a mental note that she was probably the wheeliest of the bunch, and therefore the most dangerous. Slowly, he reached for his blade, pulling it from his sheath. The captains tensed, and the stick raised his blade. "Hold!" demanded the redhead. Grimjoe lazily raised the blade, and then, with a single flick of the hand, he tossed it onto the ground. "What?" said the redhead, sounding genuinely surprised. "What is the meaning of this?" "Can't you tell, idiot?" said Grimjoe, raising his hand and his stump, too, for good measure up into the air. "I'm surrenderin'." The words were like bile in his mouth. The Shinigami were the antithesis of what a hollow was, dependent on others, weak and complacent, yet still daring to stand in opposition to the raw power of a hollow. They offended him not just by being strong, but by being strong and weak at the same time. Surrendering to them was to surrender a part of himself, to give away a part of what made Grimjoe into Grimjoe. He reminded himself of Eisen, of the idea of paying that smug bastard back the only way he could, and swallowed down the bitter taste of having to yield. "It is a lie," said the stick, and Grimjoe sensed irritation under the calm surface. "He will lash out at you the moment you attempt to restrain him." "See," said Grimjoe, "unlike us, you assholes got rules. I surrender." "That means according to your rules, you can't touch me." "Explain yourself," the redhead demanded angrily. "Not long ago, you came close to killing me. See this?" Grimjoe said, pointing to his stump, still red and sore. "That's what I got for failing. I ain't even half as strong as I used to be. Even one of you could beat me down easily right now, even if I hate saying it. Eisen's a son of a bitch. But then again, you all know that, don't ya?" Something in the redhead's face changed, and Grimjoe recalled that he'd heard some stories that once, a Shinigami had served Eisen, defected and paid the price. "So, here I am," he said with a shrug. "Eisen's a bastard. I surrender, and what's more, I come to bargain. You get me on your side, and I'll tell you everything." "I doubt if you're all that useful," said the short one, sounding skeptical. "You're a brute. You're the Septimo, and I doubt you're more than fodder to the likes of Eisen Saushik." "That's former Septimo," Grimjoe spat. He turned around, gesturing to where his old tattoo had been. It had been scratched out, another humiliation to follow the loss of his arm. I lost my arm, my rank, my power, my everything, and all I want is to see Eisen lose the same. As for Bane useful, well, he said, turning around again, and pulling the folder out from inside his vest, I brought you a gift. Unceremoniously, he tossed the folder onto the ground, where it landed not far from his blade. The short one gave the redhead a look, and the redhead nodded. Secure it, but don't take your eyes off him. You, she said to Grimjoe, if you move at all, we'll kill you. Fine by me, Grimjoe said casually. The short one rifled through the file, after first carefully checking for any traps. Grimjoe waited impatiently, constantly reminding himself of the end goal. Well, said the redhead. I can't be sure of this, muttered the short one. It's some sort of scientific composition. But, it bears Eisen's personal signature. Nicked it off his chief scientist, said Grimjoe gleefully. Figured I'd need to grease the wheels a bit if I was to get you lot talking to me. The three captains exchanged glances. Thoughts? Said the redhead after a while. Unchanged, said the stick. A hollow is a hollow. They cannot be trusted to do anything but destroy. Assuming he isn't lying, said the short one carefully, this could be an unparalleled opportunity. The redhead looked Grimjoe in the eye. You surrender to us, to become our prisoner and live at our mercy. I said the words once already, Shinigami, Grimjoe spat. You got ears, don't you? I won't say it twice. She nodded. Get down on your knees and put your hand on your head. Now. Grimjoe snarled with frustration. Look, I told you I'll work with you dash. Now. Or I won't hesitate to see you killed. Sensing the eagerness of the stick, who was staring at him intently, Grimjoe knew he was out of options. He couldn't back out of this situation, much less go back to Hueco Mundo. This was a one-way trip, and this was the fate he had chosen for himself. Gritting his teeth, he obeyed, albeit slowly. Momo, said the redhead, raising her voice in an order to one of her subordinates, restrain him. The strongest Bakudu you have that'll let him move. Yes, Captain. Said another short woman, and Grimjoe shot her a glare as she began her chant. Uninterrupted, she quickly formed a large set of golden chains, wrapping around Grimjoe's torso, binding his arms. We're taking you back to base. No tricks, any sign of deceit, and I will have Captain Cookaki here cut off your head. It would be my pleasure, said the captain dispassionately. Grimjoe sighed, as he was pulled to his feet and marched through the town, the Shinigami buzzing around him like insects. These bastards, they had better be worth the risk. I told you everything already. 3 times, woman. Snarled Grimjoe. It had been 3 hours of intense interrogation. He had been taken to an unassuming building of sorts, which had turned out to hide a much more complex set of rooms inside, Shinigami magic, undoubtedly. He had been chained down quite firmly, strapped to a chair with the accursed magic of the Shinigami. The short, perceptive woman from before, whom he had learned was called So iPhone, had begun interrogating him, lining out question after question. She would suddenly go back to old questions, over and over, and it frustrated him to no end. Whenever he said something the least bit inconsistent, she would come down on him like a hawk. Grimjoe had begun to hate her. He wanted to kill, to wreak violence on something, and being stuck to a chair answering questions was the opposite of how he had wanted this to go. From the top, So iPhone demanded, and make sure you get everything right this time. Tell us about Eisen. For fuck's sake. Tell us, or we'll just kill you. Your life is not worth anything to us. Bitch. Erza stood in the room next door. A quick Keto spell had rendered the wall transparent, making the room a makeshift interrogation observation room. To her left stood Byakuya, staring at the captured Espada, and to her right stood Yoryuki, brought in as a special consultant, given her past in the stealth force. For 3 hours, she had watched So iPhone do what she did best, interrogating the former Espada with ruthless meticulousness. Why is she making him repeat himself? Erza muttered. Standard procedure, Yoryuki explained. It's to make sure we have a consistent account of events. If he's being inconsistent, it means he's not sure of what he knows. It also serves to break down the prisoner's spirit. Makes them easier to work with. Erza shuddered. The techniques of the stealth force she knew to be ruthless, and she suspected this was only scratching the surface. I must protest, said Byakuya. He obviously knows nothing of value. For all we know, he is sent here as a decoy while Aizen makes a move elsewhere. He could be lying through his teeth. We're being distracted with petty, useless things. He ought to be executed, and we ought to move on. He is a prisoner of war, Erza said, a hint of steel in her voice. The Arrancar might think nothing of killing out of convenience, but we do. We should, at the very least. If he becomes a threat, we kill. If not, he remains a prisoner. Alive, if not comfortable. Commander Byakuya began, but Erza cut him off. Go report the facts of the matter to the Captain Commander, she said brusquely. It is well past time he learned what has transpired here. Yes, Commander, Byakuya said neutrally. As he exited, Erza gave him a scrutinizing glare. He had been unusually bloodthirsty for a man so well known for his restraint, and the recklessness he had shown last night was troubling. Given his antipathy toward the Arrancar, she wondered if it was wise to have him deliver the news, but then again, she had given a direct order, and the nobleman took such things seriously. Yoryuki, she said, turning her eye back to the irritable ex-espada, what do you make of our prisoner? A clear case of psychopathy, Yoryuki said with a shrug, but then again, that's typical to almost all hollows. He's quite a narcissist. See how frustrated he is that we aren't just agreeing with him, taking his word for granted and striking a bargain right away? He had enough ego to expect, on some level, that this is how we'd react. Makes sense from a hollow perspective, Erza muttered. Two forces united against a greater power, that's a common enough occurrence in Hueco Mundo. I guess he didn't consider that we're not the same. She focused on the espada, as he tried to reason yet again. Listen, Grimjo said, in what he probably thought was a convincing, smooth tone, we're all on the same side here. We both hate Aizen's guts. Now, I got everything you need. I'm cooperating. So, stop jerking me around and let me get to the point, woman. You are not in charge here, so iPhone said neutrally. Let's talk more about Aizen's forces. How many? I told you a million times already. Grimjo snarled. His temper having flared, he quickly brought himself under control, albeit with great effort, and when he spoke again, the pretense of calm was paper thin. Look, he said, I got everything you need. I already gave you good info, and that's just the start. So, here's what I think, you bastards work your magic, get me back to strength, and I promise you I'll be right with you when the time comes to fight Aizen. I'll rip his weakling bastards to shreds alongside you, and that's after I've given you everything I know. Get me an arm, get me my strength, and I'll be loyal. You're not in a position to make demands, so iPhone said coolly, and if you want to get anything at all, you'll comply with everything I ask of you. Do not make the mistake of thinking you are invaluable to us just because you've turned coats. Damn it, woman. Grimjo snarled, straining against the chains. I'm gonna give you Aizen's head on a platter, can't ya see that? Stop being so fucking difficult. Erza sighed, and shook her head behind the wall. Not very cooperative for somebody claiming to be, is he? He tries, Yoryuki said sardonically, but actually, he could give you some useful information. I know Kisuk would be delighted to learn how the Garganta works, for one. Well, he's out for the day, Erza said, wondering where the rogue scientist had gone, so for now, we handed the folder to Nozomi. Judging by what she had to tell us, he gave us something big, probably the biggest he could give us, and he doesn't even know it. He's not very bright outside of combat. Still, said Yoryuki curiously, this is interesting. Is he being honest? Erza said. I'm sorry to ask you to help with this interrogation and all, I know that you never liked the profession, but I could really use an opinion on this. Oh, please, Yoryuki said dismissively. He's an asshole, and we're not torturing him or anything. I'm happy to help. Now, is he being honest, or is he some kind of clever double agent? That's what you're wondering, right? Erza nodded. Well, Yuryuki said, furrowing her brows in thought. If he's lying, he's one of the most skilled liars I've ever met. How many Arankar do you think would be ready to die for Aizen? Some, Erza said, and thought briefly of Nilil and Halabel. And how many do you think would be ready to have a limb severed, their power lost, and sent out to pretend they were a defector, and consistently put on a completely believable act? When you put it like that, it'd be subtlety of a kind I've never seen in a hollow, Yuryuki said, shaking her head, but then again, you'd know them better than I. No, I agree. I can't think of any hollow who could pull that off. So, we think he's telling the truth. Hollows aren't exactly reliable, but I think his hate for Aizen is genuine. But I doubt if he'll have any interest in keeping his word to us. He despises us, I can tell, and even that aside, hollows rarely do anything that doesn't further their own interests. What would you have me do for now? Keep him under lock and key and find out what you can, Yuryuki said with a shrug. And if I can't get him to work with me? What if I have to? There's no need to sully your hands, Erza, Yuryuki said with a smirk. Just letting him go would be enough. Aizen is sure to want him dead or worse. He would have to hide far out in the Hueco Mundo wastes for the rest of his life. I see, Erza said. That hadn't even occurred to her. Right now, as though he was, this man's life, this hollow's life was in her hands, and anything but keeping him under her thumb as a prisoner would be worse for him. He had surely done enough to deserve death 1,000 times over, but the idea of executing a prisoner, helpless to resist, even an evil one, because it was convenient. No, that was the sort of thing Aizen would do. She sighed. This was a kind of problem she had never even expected. She looked at the Arankar. She hadn't gotten a very good look at him the last time, on account of his constant attempts to end her life, but here and now, in the light of the interrogation room, he was something else altogether. Bound, helpless, infuriated and with nowhere to go, Erza couldn't help but think he looked pitiful. Did he even deserve that much from her? It was with a considerable measure of impatience that Uriah showed up to the Wandenritter's usual meeting spot that day. He was tense, and although Meninas, who had been accompanying him most of the time when he wasn't in school, at a smaller or greater distance was a pleasant enough person, charisma could not undo the concerns running through the young Quincy's mind. "Young Uriah," said Hashwalth as Uriah approached the Grand Master, "you seem strained today." He was seated on a large piece of concrete, looking flawlessly at home despite the stark contrast of the ruins compared to his white, pristine suit. "I beg your pardon, Hashwalth," said Uriah politely, "but just a night ago, there was yet another incursion. Nobody was hurt, but it's clear Aizen Saushik is not going to relent. The war looms, and we have no idea how soon it may come. This is my city, Sir Knight, my home. I cannot defend it as I am now." "So very formal," said Jugram with the hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "More like he's kissing ass 'cause he wants something," said Bambietto with a snort. "Then again, that's basically every time anyone's being polite." "Come, now," Jugram said, "let him speak. What is on your mind, Uriah?" "I cannot defend this city as I am," Uriah repeated himself, "and while these history lessons have been fascinating, I need more than that. I need strength. Hashwalth, I beseech you, teach me the strength of the Quincy's." Hashwalth, for a few moments, said nothing, only giving Uriah a scrutinizing look. "You know," said Meninas gently, "this city is well defended. You're still young, and you've got much growing left to do. It's all right not to help in a situation like that." "Defended by Shinigami," Uriah said haughtily, "an affront in itself." "Is that all you think of defense of your home, young Uriah?" said Jugram. "As something to do to protect your pride, your ego?" "No, sir," Uriah said, sounding a little embarrassed, realizing how it had sounded. "I'll not deny it offends me, but the reason I seek to defend it is, I cannot stand idly by and do nothing. Not when I know I can do something. When the war comes, people will die. Humans may be caught in the crossfire. If my intervention can save lives, then that's reason enough. The thought of knowing this comes to my city, my home. If I one day look back at this and say, I did nothing, then I will forever feel ashamed." Jugram sat quiet for some time, his face quite inscrutable. If we offer you this strength, Uriu, then you must pledge to use it honorably. We do not ask you to join our ranks, but we will not give such power without an assurance that it will be used responsibly. The Quincy method is your birthright, but it must never be used selfishly or cruelly. I swear it, Uriu said firmly. Good enough, said Jugram, his tone surprisingly upbeat. Just like that. Uriu said, blinking confusedly. He's really sure he's a good judge of character, Bambietta said, rolling her eyes, so yeah, you're good in his eyes. Course, if he was such a good judge of character, he wouldn't have let that charlatan pick his pocket the other day. Really, Bambietta, said Jugram, mildly irritated, that could happen to anyone. He really sounded quite convincing. At any rate, it is entirely irrelevant to my ability to judge Quincy potentials. Sounds like something somebody who stupidly lost his wallet would say, Bambietta said with a grin. Be nice, Menina's cut in. It's not very noble to gloat at the misfortune of others, Bambi. No, but it's fun, Bambi said with a chuckle. Do you see the things I must put up with? Jugram said exasperatedly, although there was a smile on his face as he gave a despondent shrug. Pray that you are never burdened with leadership, for you may be saddled with obnoxious, classless, and distasteful subordinates. Hey, I take offense to that. Bambietta said loudly. I may be completely obnoxious and have about as much class as a Marxist utopia, but I have excellent taste. Sounds like something somebody who insists their Grand Master buy them a bright pink mini-skirt would say, Jugram said sardonically. It was cute. It barely covered anything, Menina said. See, Uriu. Bambietta said, letting out a shrug and a sigh of such complete exasperation that nobody could possibly take it seriously. These are the complete and total squares who took an interest in you. Run while you can. I'm over 800 and even I know nobody has used the word square unironically since the 1970s, Jugram commented. Uriu mumbled, in between embarrassed and fascinated at Bambietta's complete lack of respect, power? And such. Right, Hashwalth said, quickly wiping the smile off his face. I do apologize. I swear we are usually more professional than this. Bambietta snorted, and only Menina's clamping a hand over her mouth stopped her from letting out what would undoubtedly have been a rude remark. As you are already familiar with Menina's, said Jugram, his tone becoming more formal, I think it would be best if you begin to practice with her. Set time aside each day, and she will grow your strength like water and sun grows a budding plant. I see, Uriu said, unable to hide a small hint of disappointment in his voice. I would do it myself, Jugram added, but Menina's is by far a better teacher. She has raised many a knight to chevalier, and chevalier to paladin. Learn first from somebody closer to your level. Kinda like saying a rhino is closer to an ant than an elephant, Bambietta snorted, having freed herself from Menina's grasp. Closer to your level, and who knows? In the future, you may well learn from me directly. Come on, Uriu, said Menina's gently. Why don't we start right away? Right away? I mean, yes. Right away. No better time to start, Uriu said, feeling excitement well up into his chest. Right this way, said Menina's. I know a secluded spot in the park that will do just fine. As she dashed away, Uriu followed, feeling a strange elation. He was about to reclaim what his father had always kept away from him, the heritage of power that belonged to the Quincy's. It was a thrilling thought. Sale slowly regained consciousness, and the first thing he became aware of was pain. A murderous headache, to be specific, each heartbeat highlighting a new pulse of agony. Grunting, barely aware of himself, Sale clumsily moved an arm about, trying to prop himself up. After flailing and failing to get himself upright, he eventually managed to grab the edge of a table, pulling himself up into a sitting position. The world around him was blurry, spinning, and he sat still, frantically holding on to the table edge. In his mind, a singular image, although not very concise or specific, began to form. That sneering, arrogant cripple. Grimjo. That bastard. Oh, he would pay for this. Sale should have known better than to toy with a rabid dog, too mad and stupid to understand what utter insanity it was to attack Eisen's favored servant. But, he knew more than a few ways of making the mad dog suffer, of making him wish he were dead. Sale imagined the son of a bitch strapped down to a table, helplessly watching Sale approach with a scalpel in hand. Yes, that would do. As a start. Focusing on his hate, on the gleeful thought of revenge, Sale slowly pulled himself to his feet, taking a few deep breaths as he kept himself stable with both hands. Slowly, his vision stabilized. There was blood on the floor where he had lain, dry, thick and fragmented, and Sale realized he had to have been knocked out for at least 6 hours, maybe more. His servants were under strict orders not to disturb him in his quarters unless summoned, and as such he had been left there alone. Grimacing, he brought up a hand to touch the back of his head. He grit his teeth as his fingers explored the blood at the back of his skull, ignoring the pain it brought. Broken skin, but thankfully, his skull appeared intact. Judging by the intense headache, though, he probably had a mild concussion. That bastard. What did he even think would happen? Why had he been sloppy enough to leave Sale alive to begin with? A beast like Grimjo enjoyed killing, delighted in it, so why? As his vision stabilized more, Sale's eyes wandered across the room. Yes, why? Then, he saw it. The vault. Wide open. Suddenly, a panic began to creep up into Sale's chest, genuine fear replacing his petty hatred. How? How had he? Yes, of course he'd asked how to open it. After knocking Sale out, he'd used his fingerprints to open it and then thrown him aside. With the clarity afforded by fear for his own existence, Sale pounced on the vault, quickly tearing through its contents. It was half empty, folders of scientific plans spread across the near vicinity. Sale went after them one by one, ignoring a wave of nausea as he bent down to collect paper after paper strewn across the floor. As he collected the data, feverishly putting together what had been taken, he slowly began to regain a bit of calm. Nothing appeared to be missing. Had the stupid bastard rifled through all of this and failed to see its importance? With eager meticulousness, Sale gathered everything up, paper by paper, folder by folder, running an inventory. Everything was where it should be. Except, Sale realized as he put together the last file, horror returning to plague him, for one thing. Quickly he weighed his options. What was he to do? He could run away, of course, but that would mean giving up everything here in Hueco Mundo for an uncertain, quite possibly fatal future. He could report to Eisen and explain what had happened. Eisen Sauschik, benevolent front aside, had shown little tolerance for failure. But then again, this wasn't Sale's fault. But no, he couldn't expect a man that cold to reason with such weakness. So, how could he reason? Well, Eisen was, all things considered, quite practical. Sale was, unlike most of his lord's underlings, not easily replaceable. He would need help. And even if he ran, well, the thought of Ulquiera or Halibel barreling down on him was terrifying, and if he ran, then he'd really put himself in as bad a position as he possibly could. No, better to report. He could try to hide it, of course, but no, this project was quite familiar to Eisen, and he would find out. Trembling inside, struggling with nausea, Sale hastily made his way toward Eisen's throne room. Eisen was holding court, having just created yet another errand car, when the pink-haired scientist barreled into the throne room. Eisen was in a good mood, and as such paid him no mind. He was the center of attention, dozens of errand car watching their new brother remade, powerful and splendid. My lord. Sale demanded urgently. Sale, said Eisen, mildly annoyed at the scientist's tone. To be disturbed at a time like this was a nuisance, and most of anyone else wouldn't have dared. Lord, there is something I must discuss with you. It's urgent. Surely it can wait, Sale, said Eisen dismissively. I was just about to introduce to your brothers and sisters their new sibling. It can't, Sale said bluntly. Lord, I must speak with you, now. Few people would have dared to take such an audacious tone to their lord and master, and several Arrancar glared at Sale. However, there was something in his voice that gave Eisen pause. Very well. If you are this keen, then surely you must have good reason. You need to send them all out, Lord, said Sale, gesturing to the Arrancar gathered. All of them, now. This is for your ears only. It's sensitive. Aizen furrowed his brows slightly. Very well. Leave us, he said, giving the surrounding Arrancar a wave, and take your new brother with you. Hastily the Arrancar obeyed, and as they scrambled away, Aizen retrieved the Hujiaka from the air, where it had floated during the conversion process. Sail waited until they were fully alone, looking more than twice at the exiting group of Arrancar. Very well, then, said Aizen stiffly. What is the matter? He looked more closely at Sail. The scientist was unusually disorderly in his appearance, his hair was hanging in stripes, parts of his hollow mask had been chipped, and small droplets of blood stained both his hair and clothes. Sail, you are a mess, Aizen said curiously. What happened? Lord, Sail said, pausing. It was Grimjo, Lord. He attacked you? Sail, I hope you did not interrupt me so dramatically simply to file a complaint, said Aizen strictly. That's not it, Sail said, shaking his head, a nauseated look passing his face as he did so. Grimjo broke into my personal laboratory, attacked me, knocked me out and... Sail said, hoping the half-truth would make him look like less of a failure. Speak up, Aizen said firmly. Lord, the vault. He broke into the vault. Suddenly, Aizen tensed a little. Now it all made more sense. The vault? But how could a simpleton like he have known? I am not sure, Lord, Sail said honestly. It must have been dumb luck or random chance. What did he take? Aizen demanded. Sail paused, a look of dread passing his face, and Aizen felt a pang of concern. I said, what did he take? Our plans, Lord. For the project you contributed to. Karakara. Aizen was not the kind of person to express his emotions openly. He had always been of the opinion that emotional outbursts were a sign of lacking self-control. One certainly could not control how one felt, but one could control how one acted, and that was everything. That was why Aizen would not, upon a startling and infuriating revelation, do something as base and stupid as gaping, or screaming out loud. That was the mark of a weak mind. But in his mind, Aizen roared. I see, he said, his voice quite controlled, but even Sail could hear his lord's tone shift, tenser and more controlled, his teeth gritting. All of it. All of it, Lord, Sail said, sounding miserable. The whole file is missing, I checked it all. Where has he gone? I know not, Lord. I was unconscious. Aizen knew the answer already. To the Shinigami. Where else would the disgraced cripple have gone after daring to defy him? It was revenge, petty revenge, and worst of all, he had unwittingly picked something important. In his mind's eye, Aizen saw himself sever Sail's head for his failure, immolating his body with a perfectly executed Kida spell. But that was not what a self-controlled leader would do. Sail, he said, his voice strained, go back to the lab and begin reconstructing the plans at once. But, Lord, Sail stuttered, from memory? You authored more than half of this yourself. Do it. Aizen snapped, realizing too late that he had raised his voice. That is to say, only you can help right now, Sail. I am, depending on you. I know you will not let me down. I will not, Lord. I will contribute in time, Aizen said, his knuckles tightening around the scabbard of his blade, but I must confer with my council for the time being. Go, and do what you can. Yes, Lord. Right away, Lord. Sail all but squeaked, hurrying out of the throne room. Aizen took a deep breath. He wasn't angry. He didn't get angry. He was in control, as he always was. It was just that some people were obnoxious. Grimjo had just earned himself a very cruel, very unusual death. Ichigo's first indication that something was out of the ordinary was the fact that when he stopped by the Vizard's hideout after school, Urahara Kisuke was there ahead of him, engaged in discussion with all 8 of them. I told ya, we're good, Hirako said firmly. This ain't something you'd understand, and you don't need to. I know you're a scientist, but go stick your nose into something else this time around. Something that don't care about privacy. Shinji, please, Urahara said cordially, you know I know this issue as well as anyone could. I'm not here out of self-interest. Well, not entirely. I want to make sure the kid makes it. Guys, said Ichigo, marching up toward the group, hastening his step. What's going on? You're here already, said Shinji, turning to look at him. Look. Is something wrong? Ichigo demanded. Everything's fine, Shinji insisted. So, what are you all talking about? Well, tell him, Lisa said. You're about to die, that's what, Hiyori said gleefully. You pipe down, Shinji said. He sighed. You know how you've been practicing? Improving. Yes, Ichigo said with a nod, feeling a knot of worry beginning to form in his gut. I'll lay it out frank, said Shinji, and don't start quaking in your boots. Everything's going the way it should. When you came to us, you were in a bad way. That hollow was well on its way to consuming you from the inside. Give it another month or two, and you would have been gone. But I'm handling it. Right. Sorta, Shinji said with a shrug. You're definitely better off now than you were before. See, when you first got here it was just a matter of time. Thing is, it still is. We pushed it back a good chunk now, put the fear into the beast in your head and got you controlling your body properly. But we got ourselves a kind of, good news, bad news situation. Then, tell me, Ichigo said. His voice was even, firm, but on the inside he felt the knot growing. Bad news, the hollow ain't gone and it hasn't stopped eating at you. Good news, we're about to fix that. But I thought I was already training to do that. It was enough to set up a basic amount of control, Shinji explained, but you haven't done as we have. Each one of us had to face our hollow, beat it into submission by force of will. You've shielded yourself from it, but that's not enough. If it stays this way, it'll eventually eat you all the same. Frankly, all the practice you did so far was just to get you to a strong enough place to do this. You've trained and you've done well, and you can't wait much longer. Today, you learn to control it. Or else you die. The truth was there, unspoken but plain as day. I see, Ichigo said, feeling as if he was about to drop off a cliff. I guess we're doing this, then. Mr. Kurosaki, Urahara cut in politely, with your permission, I'd like to fill them in on your background. In full. Do it, Ichigo said quickly. Urahara nodded. He is like you, but also not, he said solemnly, turning to the visored. You were souls, Shinigami, turned against your will. Mr. Kurosaki here likewise had no choice, but unlike you, there was never a point when he wasn't part hollow. His conception is unique. His father is a former captain and his mother a Quincy, you see. Explains why he's crazy strong, Kensei muttered. Only in part. Much like you, his condition is to blame on Aizen. Only in this case, a hollow, parasitically inhabiting his father's body, merged with him in the womb. It accelerated his growth, lying dormant until recently. It is completely and utterly a part of him. A man like Aizen would view it as the next step in scientific progress. I'm sure he would, the bastard, Shinji said, his tone severe. The point is that he's not the same as you, not quite, Urahara said, and as it happens, what worked for you may work differently for him. For his own good, I'd like to be present when this starts. I've prepared. Shinji, I'm asking you. Shinji gave Urahara a long, inscrutable look, before turning to Ichigo. What do you say, kid? I'll leave it up to you. Let him stay, Ichigo said after a pause. He looked out for me before. He probably gets something out of it, but if it helps me stay me, then that's fair enough. Urahara nodded, looking pleased. How do we do this, anyway? Ichigo said. Remember how we did the first time? Said Shinji. Like that, but deeper, and this time there are no safety nets. You'll bring the hollow out, and we'll take turns keeping it busy. You face it and you beat it. Sounds simple, but it ain't. You're probably gonna lose track of time, but keep in mind that if it takes too long, you lose. The moment it gets out, it'll start taking control of your body, transforming your Ryutsu into its own. Ichigo swallowed nervously, his mouth feeling dry. Any tips? He said. Remember who you are, Shinji said simply. That's it, really. Remember who you are and who's in charge, and don't let him win. Right, said Ichigo. You guys, go get ready. I'll be right with you. Sure, Shinji said with a nod. Take a moment if you need it. I get it. The Visored walked off a bit toward the center of the spacious hideout. Urahara was about to follow, when Ichigo quietly called out to him. Hey, Sandal Hat. Mr. Kurosaki. Listen, Ichigo said, taking a few steps closer, I need you to do something for me. Name it. In case I don't make it dash. You will. I have confidence in you, Mr. Kurosaki. In case I don't make it, tell Mom and Dad I love them, okay? He was breathing short, quick breaths, the reality of what was about to happen beginning to sink in. And all the other ones too, you understand. Mr. Kurosaki dash. And promise me, Ichigo said intensely, if I don't make it, you make sure that creature dies. Don't let it come after my family. Swear it. I promise, Urahara said gravely. Good, Ichigo said, nodding. Now, I don't know what's about to happen, and I'm all out of good last words, so, damn it, let's just get this done. Either way it will be over soon, said Urahara. Somehow, Ichigo did not feel reassured. Before the day was over, he would either be dead or alive. And he hadn't even told his mother. Inwardly, he cursed. Well, there was nothing to do about it now. If he made it, he'd come clean, he swore to himself. Nervously, he stepped toward the circle the Visored had formed. Having entered his Shinigami form, Ichigo sat down on the ground cross-legged, placing Zanjutsu in front of him. He felt the Zanpakuta's unease, the spirit worried for him, even if he would not vocalize it. Ichigo took a deep breath, and looked around. The Visored had him surrounded in a wide circle. Right in front of him stood Shinji, and behind him stood Kensei, and Ichigo guessed there had to be some 40 meters between the two fighters. He balled his fists, placing them on his knees, and closed his eyes. Offering a last thought of regret to his mother, he reached inside of him, drawing out the hollow. The beast, stymied and subdued for weeks now, was all too eager to regain control, and within seconds Ichigo felt its nauseating energies seep through his body. Slowly, he lost consciousness, sinking inside his own mind. Urahara watched with fascination. Within a minute, the hollow had taken shape across Ichigo, more than halfway transformed. The mask had overtaken the boy's face entirely, and all what could be seen of his skin was chalk white. Sensing carefully, Urahara tried to assess it. As strong of a transformation as it was, it didn't control more than half of the content of the host body's energies, and Ichigo's presence was still strong. His mind, however, seemed absent. Letting out a malevolent hiss, the half-hollow, half-Shinigami beast stood up, grabbing hold of Zanjutsu, its energies rising, rivaling that of a captain with ease. Hey, Urahara, said Shinji, slowly pulling his blade out. Yes. If you're going to stick around, make yourself useful. I'm going to keep that thing busy until it gets tiring, and then Kensei will relieve me. Then Rose, then Love, and so on. You're here, so you're in. Got it. Understood, Urahara said. As much as Shinji denied being a leader, as much as he had insisted they made decisions as a group, there was no doubting the authority in his voice. Not one of his companions protested, each one fully focused on the task ahead of them. Right, then, you ugly bastard, said Shinji, taking a few bold steps forward, let's see what you go, shall we? The hollow quickly responded to the provocation, letting out a piercing shriek and lifting Zanjutsu, charging the Visored. Shinji calmly made a claw over his face and pulled down, his own mask immediately materializing. Just in time, he raised his blade to parry an overhead strike, powerful but lacking anything like subtlety. Mesmerized, Urahara stared, drinking in the sensation of it. Ichigo was one of a kind, and Urahara was privileged to witness this. He just hoped it wouldn't end with him having to explain to Ichigo's mother why he'd killed her son. For a brief moment, the world had been pure white. Then, it had manifested, Zanjitsu's inner world, tall buildings, and bright blue skies. But, it was in disarray, deeply wrong. The sky was to his left, and he stood sideways on the wall of a skyscraper. The blue sky was tumultuous, although bright blue, its clouds moved rapidly, constantly shifting and changing. Ichigo felt the weight of Zanjitsu in his hand, and looked down across his body. He appeared normal, wearing his shiakushou, the weight of a hollow at the back of his head gone for the first time in over a month. "Why, hello." The voice reverberated, croaking maliciously across the entire world he stood in, echoing through Ichigo's head. Where a second ago there had been nothing, there now stood another Ichigo, its entire figure chalk white, the uniform, the skin, the hair. The only exception was its eyes, the whites black and the irises bright yellow. It had an odd version of Zanjitsu slung lazily across its back. The sword was identical in shape to Ichigo's, but whereas Ichigo's was black metal at the back with a steel gray cutting edge, this one was white at the back with a black edge. "You," Ichigo said, his eyes narrowing. "Me," said the figure, "but who me is, well. I'll figure that out after I eat your family." Ichigo felt his chola rise, and the grip on his blade tightened, but he stopped himself. To rise to a simple provocation would be to play right into its hands. It was no simple thing. Ichigo had dreaded the prospect day in and day out for some time now, and he had meant it when he had told Urahara he'd rather die. But control himself, he did. "Careful, careful," said the white figure with a grin. "Wouldn't do to lose your temper, would it?" Somehow, Ichigo got the notion it could read his thoughts. "Of course I can, dumbass," said the figure with a snort. "I'm in your head, idiot. I know what you think. Very soon, I'll be doing all the thinking for you. You're my hollow." "I am my own hollow," sneered the white figure, "and you are soon to be no more." "I've come here to cage you," Ichigo said determinedly, swallowing down his doubts and fears with some effort. "If there's one thing we agree on, I think it's that we can't both share this body anymore. One of us needs to be on top." "Good, good," croaked the hollow, mockingly clapping his hands. "That's what it's all about. Yes, who's the king and who is the horse? Who is master, and who is servant? Your time has come, Ichigo, and soon I'll be king." "Right," said Ichigo, grasping his sword firmly. "Come on, then." He took a few steps forward and then broke into a run. He held his blade up at the ready, charging in with an overhead cut. The hollow blocked, pushing back against Ichigo's charge with seemingly no effort. "Give it up, kid," he said mockingly. Ichigo didn't answer, headbutting the hollow. It reeled back, skipping back a good 10 yards. The rules seemed different here. The hollow had slid back with ease, and Ichigo barely felt any pain in his forehead. Determined, Ichigo charged again, launching into a series of cuts and slashes, but the hollow caught and parried each one with ease. "I've seen everything, moron," he cackled. "I've seen every bit of training you got, every fight. I know you inside out." Determined, Ichigo continued, refusing to listen, but the hollow hadn't lied. It knew his every move, and Ichigo, for all his efforts, couldn't seem to land a single hit. "I told you," said the hollow with a chortle, "I know you, Ichigo. I know your weakness and I know your style. You thought it was wise to come here? You're just getting desperate, aren't you?" "Talk is cheap," Ichigo said stubbornly, lashing out with a wide sideways slash. The hollow smoothly jumped over it. "I told you, I know," it said smugly. "I even know things you don't." Then, to Ichigo's surprise, Zanjitsu suddenly changed shape in the hollow's hands. Gone was the enormous, knife-like great sword, and in its place were two white blades, slowly twirled around in the hollow's grasp. The left was thick and sturdy and quite short, whereas the right one was sleek, longer, lithe, and hollowed out. Neither was as long or as large as the form Ichigo knew. What is this?" Ichigo said, taken aback. "You think you get to fuck over your Zanpakuto and force him to come out just a couple months after learning its name?" cackled the hollow. "You get what you work for, kid. You put in 3 days of work after forcing him out, and what you get ain't half of what it can do. But me, I knows it inside and out." Ichigo's eyes narrowed. What the hollow said made enough sense, but at the same time, he could not afford to trust anything it had to say. "This changes nothing," he said stubbornly. "I'll still beat you down all the same." Not waiting for it to respond, he charged, swinging his blade in wide, quick arcs. Nimbly, the hollow evaded each one, occasionally parrying or diverting Ichigo's blade. Then, suddenly, through an opening Ichigo hadn't even seen, it thrust the longer blade forward while blocking Ichigo's sword with the shorter blade. The long sword slid halfway into Ichigo's gut with little resistance, and the hollow's grin widened. "Give up, Ichigo," it said mockingly. "I told you, I know you. I'm a better you than you could ever be." Ichigo coughed and staggered back, flinching as the sword was pulled out of his gut. Blood seeped down his chest. Yes, blood, but it didn't seem to hurt as much as he had expected, or bleed as much as it should have. He stared intently at the hollow, determined to end it, to break its back. He let his energy rise, channeling power into his Zanpakuto. He raised the blade, and loudly he cried, "Get Chuga Tenshou." But the hollow had cried the exact same, word for word, syllable for syllable, in exact synchronization with Ichigo, and as the wide arc of the crescent moon flew from Ichigo's blade, so did two smaller ones surge out from the hollow's two blades, the three projectiles slamming into each other midair, exploding with a burst of raw power that sent Ichigo stumbling back. As he regained his balance, he saw the hollow smugly resting the shorter blade over its shoulder, the longer one pointed right at Ichigo. "I told ya," it said, "I know what you know, only better. I've had about enough of you." Ichigo snarled, and stood upright, his legs wide apart as he raised up Zanjutsu. Drawing on the familiar power from within, he let his energy surge, his power crackling around him. "Bankai," he exclaimed loudly, "Tensou Zanjutsu." Heeding his call, the blade transformed, once again taking the compact shape of the sleek, long, black blade with a manji guard, the black coat replacing his normal jacket. Feeling power pulsing through his body, he charged, the world seeming to move in slow motion as he did. He sped around the hollow, aiming to strike it from behind. It seemed as still as a statue, and Ichigo raised his blade to strike. But then the hollow spun around at the last second, before Ichigo could even see it, blocking his strike, while lashing out with a cut aimed at Ichigo's gut. He skipped back, and the hollow looked at him with playful confidence. "Bankai, huh? I told you, I know all your tricks." "Then, you should know that's not half of what I can do." It was true. Ichigo widened his stride, striking a lightning-fast circle around the hollow, going more and more quickly. He pounced, and although the hollow was able to block his strike, the force of Ichigo's attack sent it reeling, his blades knocked aside. Pushing his advantage, Ichigo struck again and again, dashing back and forth like a mirage, before finally ramming his blade into the monster's gut. He grit his teeth with anger as he raised the monster up, skewered on Tensou Zanjutsu. The hollow stared into his eyes, his face still glowing with malicious cheer. His arms hung limp from his sides, only barely holding on to the blades. "This is my body," Ichigo snarled, staring the beast in the face. "This is my home and my sword, monster, and you're just a freeloading parasite stuck here. I claim what's mine, you hear that?" The hollow let out a long, slow laugh, still hanging limp. "It's real cute how you think it's that easy." "It really is," it said after a while, wheezing the words out, seeming unaffected by the blade in its gut. "You think it's enough just to stab me once and say something tough like you mean it." Ichigo threw it to the ground, wrenching the blade free, and took a step forward, aiming to pin it down. But the hollow, limp a moment ago, quickly recovered, got to its feet and raised its blades. I know, I know, I know. It ranted madly. "How many times I gotta tell ya, I know." It raised its blades, and Ichigo stopped his advance as he felt its energies rise, filled with familiar power. Ichigo took a deep breath. It couldn't be. "Bankai," the hollow shrieked, and the words were like an insult, like a defiling of the meaning behind them, "Tensou Zanjutsu." There it stood, holding the same Bankai. No, almost the same, but not entirely. A thin, white chain wrapped around the hollow's wrist, hanging loosely. It extended all the way up to the hollow's shoulder. The blade, Ichigo noticed, was a bit longer than his, too, and had a silvery edge that looked quite sharp. Ichigo stared, at first with surprise, then with anger and disgust. "That is not yours!" he exclaimed, anger welling up. The connection between Zanpakuto and Wielder, between Ichigo and Zanjitsu, that was a sacrosanct thing, a special bond nobody else had any right to, that nobody else could understand. This was an insult to everything Ichigo held dear. "Ain't it?" said the Hollow casually. "Sure looks like it to me. Why don't ya take it from me?" Ichigo scowled, readied his blade, and charged. The Hollow laughed maniacally, as the two of them commenced their duel at the speed of lightning, their movements a blur. Any observer to this mad struggle would have struggled to see anything at all, such was their movement. Yet for all of Ichigo's focus, for his passion, for his effort, for having his back against the wall, it was not enough. It was the same as before. The Hollow knew his every move, parried every strike, and worse yet, it seemed to know just where to pierce Ichigo's defense, and one by one, Ichigo was struck with one cut after another, just at the edges, at his shoulders, his sides, his thighs. He didn't know for how long it went on, it could have been a minute or it could have been a lifetime. Time felt meaningless here. But eventually, after taking one too many cuts, Ichigo fell back, breathing heavily. It was more out of habit, he realized, than out of need. He wasn't physically tired, this realm was not the same indeed. His will seemed to falter, though. He was buckling at the knees, frustration building up. It was like running his head into a wall, over and over, like nothing worked. "It doesn't," said the Hollow, undoubtedly reading his mind again. "Just give up, weakling." "Not while I can stand," Ichigo said stubbornly, although with less conviction than before. "You know what's happening," the Hollow said gleefully. "Right now, I'm almost there. Right now, I'm eating every piece of your Ryotsu. In a few minutes, I'll be complete. In just a little while, you'll be gone, and I'll be free. You're about to be the horse, Ichigo, and I'm going to be king forever." The confidence in its voice was compelling, speaking its piece with absolute certainty. It had to be true, didn't it? What other way was there? "Ichigo." The voice reverberated across the world, not with malice but with concern, with familiar reassurance. Ichigo turned around, and saw the familiar shape of old man Zanjitsu, as unkempt as ever, staring down on him like a stern father onto his child. "Old man," Ichigo murmured, "This has gone on long enough," said the spirit. "Ichigo, why have you not beaten him?" I can't. I don't know, he knows everything I'm about to do before I even do it." "Long I thought of this as simply another trial," muttered Zanjitsu, scowling at the Hollow, "yet it seems unfair, even by my standards. This outsider meddles with what ought to be a trial given by me to you. Know this, Ichigo, this monster has you trapped in his web of lies. You have not lost, not until you believe him." "I am about to lose everything," Ichigo said, a tint of desperation in his voice, "and nothing is working." "Says he," Zanjitsu said dismissively, and something about his voice eased Ichigo's mind. The calm confidence of the spirit's speech reassured him. It was not impressed by this monster, so why should he? "Nothing works, you say?" "No." "Have you tried everything, Ichigo? Or have you simply stuck to the same bag of tricks over and over, the ones your aunt has taught you? These skills still fresh in your mind?" "Think harder, Ichigo," demanded Zanjitsu. "Think beyond what you've learned. You cannot go through life using the same few tricks over and over. You must broaden your skills and widen your gaze, or you will never reach your full potential. This monster knows how you fight, but you forget, Ichigo, he has not watched you long. He has seen you since you became a Shinigami, but do you forget? Do you forget that you were strong even before that? That you fought and fought hard long before you knew the full scope of your heritage?" Ichigo said, realizing the truth of the Zanpakuta's words. He had been a hell of a fighter even before, if only by the standards of a human. If the Hollow didn't know, yes, he knew things that it did not. "Thank you, old man," he said, feeling confidence growing in his chest. "I forgot, didn't I? Good thing I'm not alone in this, huh?" "Go, Ichigo," said the spirit firmly. "Crush this beast." He has no chance against the force of your will. Ichigo took a step forward. Bullshit, the hollow spat. You got shit, Ichigo, and you know it. Ichigo didn't reply, taking another step toward the beast, then another. You don't know anything I don't. This ends the same way, Ichigo. I can see it now, Ichigo said, continuing his advance. You're afraid of me. If you weren't, you wouldn't be standing there talking to me. You'd be right here trying to rip my throat out. Go fuck yourself. The hollow shrieked, and charged, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Ichigo caught its strike just barely, bracing against the force of the impact. He pushed back, their faces mere inches apart. You were really just all talk, weren't you? The hollow sneered. You got a few words in, and now you think you are more than nothing. I'm master here dash. And then Ichigo's knee connected with the hollow's gut, and as it reeled back, Ichigo slammed a punch into its throat. The beast coughed, staggering back, and Ichigo launched himself up, slamming a kick into its face. A second later, he came down on it with his blade held firmly in both hands, aiming to run it through and pin it to the ground. The hollow blocked, just barely, knocked off its feet. A second later it had blurred away, reappearing behind Ichigo, going for a thrust of its own. Ichigo was ready, though, deflecting the blow with ease before running a fist into the hollow's solar plexus. Screw good form, I guess, Ichigo said firmly. The hollow grit its teeth, hatred glowing from its eyes. It charged energy into its blade, its power spiking high before peaking, and Ichigo recognized what it was, a Getchuga, as powerful as they came. He watched, charging his own power to match it. But then suddenly, the hollow simply wasn't there. Ichigo sensed it behind him at the last second and spun around, discharging his own blast immediately. His reflexes saved him from being cut in half, but the force of the blast sent him flying. Finally aching, Ichigo struggled to get to his feet. You thought a few quick punches and kicks would do it, said the hollow, the glee in its voice replaced entirely with malice. Kid, I know this blade in ways you don't. There was a brief flash of darkness, and suddenly the hollow was behind him. Ichigo dodged under a wide slash, and then the hollow was gone again. See, this, said the hollow, reappearing further back, is just a taste, and again it disappeared, into darkness and then out of it, of what you could do, and suddenly it was upon Ichigo, blade raised, Ichigo only barely managing to parry a strike aimed at his shoulder, if you knew how to use your dem sword. What is that? Ichigo grunted, pushing back. Shadow space, the hollow sneered. I can be anywhere I want, anytime I want, faster than any shunpo can take me. This is what mastery looks like, Ichigo. Got it, Ichigo said, and head-butted the hollow, who reeled back before disappearing into blackness again. Thanks for explaining. Huge help. He charged at it again, just where it had appeared, intent on closing the distance, but the hollow was ready. As Ichigo came in close, the chain around the hollow's arm came loose, wrapping around Ichigo's legs like a snake, pulling him off his feet. Getchuga Tenshou! Cried the hollow. Ichigo only barely managed to roll out of the way, sent tumbling by the shockwave, the blast missing him by mere inches. I told ya, the hollow cheered, you got nothing on me. Then, why are you running away? Ichigo exclaimed, and jumped to his feet. The fight was on, and for all its little tricks, Ichigo's mind was hardening into a thing of steel, filled with the single-minded determination to crush his foe, to bind it and make it submit. A weary Rose stepped back, the last of the four strongest visored to have pulled his weight. Already, Lisa and Mashiro were jumping in, neither of them making any illusions of fighting the monster before them alone, not with the intent of keeping it alive. Hachigen was already bolstering them, powerful enchantments shielding them from blows that might have torn them apart. Hell, said Kensei, still breathing heavily, what is that thing? The first of its kind, said Urahara, fascination in his voice, a hybrid of unparalleled power. The next step in hollow evolution, even. Yeah, well, Shinji said, watching intently, while you're getting hard fawning over it, it's only getting stronger, and the kid don't got much time left. Minutes at most, Kensei concurred. That body is nearly completely hollow. The beast had transformed as it fought and grew stronger, and Urahara had a sense that the fighting had only served to let it realize its power more and more. It had grown taller, more muscular, and the skin was entirely white now. Great curved horns adorned its forehead, two rough lines of bright red running down its forehead and over the eye slits of its mask, down past its jaws. It roared, Lisa having barely evaded vivisection for the 17th time already, and it opened its jaw. A zero began to form, red-black and pulsating with energy. Haki! Cried Shinji. Understood. The Vizard cried, already at work constructing a spell to negate the burst. Something that powerful, they all knew, could level an entire city and kill anything caught in its path. He won't make it, Kensei said, clenching his fists. Urahara, if you got anything, now's the time to do it. Shinji snapped. Urahara had already rifled through his pockets and pulled out a small, white device, just about fitting into his palm. It blinked blue, and he threw it at the hollow with expert precision, the little device letting out a burst of energy as it came close to the hollow's head. It fell to the ground lifeless, but the zero had gone. Got more of those? Said Shinji. A few, Urahara said, a hint of worry in his voice, but they're really batteries for a larger device. Tell me about it. Now, Shinji demanded. Well, it's based on the same technology as the hollow bait. I reverse engineered the spiritual molecular structure dash. What it can do, egghead. Oh yes, right. The device can, in theory, completely nullify a strong hollow energy, assuming it isn't well controlled. In theory. Well, I didn't have time to test it. Science isn't magic, you know. These things take time to be made reliable. Shinji made a face. So, what's the catch? Well, assuming it works dash. Now, doesn't that just inspire confidence? Assuming it works, it'd force the hollow back into dormancy. The problem is Ichigo would be back to square one. The hollow would eventually come back, and we'd be right back where we started. Shinji furrowed his brows, as if deep in thought, if only for a few seconds, there was precious little time to spare. It'll have to do, he said at last, turning his eyes on the hollow. Haki, how much time's he got left? 3 minutes at most, said the Kido specialist, short of breath. Right. Kensei, love, on me. The rest of you, surround it. Hold nothing back, beat the bastard to a pulp if you have to. Urahara. Yes. Use it if you have to, but not a moment before. He didn't come this far to get set back. Agreed, Urahara said. All right, Shinji said before he broke into a run, 3 minutes, people. The hollow roared, and an all-out battle ensued within moments. Ichigo fought like he never had before. Nothing existed but the movements of his arms, his legs, his body. His mind was sharper than it ever had been, finding new patterns of attack whenever it needed one. Never had more been asked of him, and never had the stakes been higher, and never would he be sharper than he was in this very moment. The hollow's tricks had at first been frustrating, but Ichigo found that with the speed of his Bankai, its short-range teleportation wasn't difficult to react to. It would disappear, Ichigo would find it, push it back, and so it would repeat. In sword to sword, it still held the edge, but Ichigo had stopped playing fair, stopped fighting with the blade alone. Where the hollow would anticipate an overhead strike, Ichigo would lash out with a foot to catch it in the knee. When they got in close, it would get a knee to the gut for its troubles. If his blade was pinned down to the ground, he would lash out with an elbow and feel a gratifying thud as it slammed into the beast's nose. His tactics were unconventional, a mixture of his karate training and the thuggery of fighting punks, unpredictable and informal. It was working. No matter what the hollow did, no matter where it went, Ichigo matched it, met it, and countered it. He had been cut multiple times, struck and beaten, but somehow it hadn't seemed to matter. His focus was too strong, and the less he thought of it, the less the pain seemed to matter. In this realm, it seemed, will alone mattered. You cheap little punk. The hollow snarled, launching into a quick series of attacks, forcing Ichigo on the defense. I am king here. Your time is coming, do you hear? Soon, all of this will be mine. Ichigo caught its blade and punched it in the throat. You're afraid, he said calmly. I can sense it. I think you always were. That's why you tried to get me with nightmares at first, because you always knew I had the strength. You are ruthless and devious, like any hollow, but it's too late. Sooner or later, I'll pin you down and smash your face in until you give. The hollow's face twisted into a mask of rage. It shrieked and charged, but Ichigo, anticipating the attack, twisted himself forward, slamming the hilt of his blade into the hollow's gut. At the same time, its blade skewered Ichigo's gut, but he paid it no mind. He grabbed its sword arm by the wrist with his offhand, and with his sword hand he slammed the end of the hilt into the hollow's face, over and over. It squirmed and twisted, trying to break free, even letting go of the blade as it did so, but Ichigo refused to relent. Kicking at its knee, he forced it down on one knee while continuing to bash its face. Letting go of his own blade, he grabbed the hollow by the neck with both hands and pushed it down, onto its back, leaping on top of it. The hollow scratched at him, twisting, trying to break free, but Ichigo was having none of it. He pinned it down, straddling its waist, raising one hand to strike its face. His fist came down, once, twice, 3 times, and the hollow let out a gurgling grunt, desperate to break free. "Mine," Ichigo said coldly. "This is mine, monster. You don't have the strength," the hollow snarled in between punches. "I'll show you strength." Ichigo spat. Finally the hollow caught his fist in one hand, just barely holding back. Ichigo's grip tightened around its neck. It was doubtful whether he could really choke anything in a world like this, but it was worth trying. "Heh," said the hollow, a bit of glee returning to his face. "You remember, don't you? What pushed you that far in the first place?" Ichigo did not respond, wrenching his fist free for another strike. But as he raised it, suddenly the world around them changed, the bright white replaced with darkness. Surprised, Ichigo paused. Rapidly, the world around them changed, the dark taking a new and familiar shape. His house. At night. The same hallway he had stalked through in his nightmares, leading to his parents' bedroom. He stood up, realizing the hollow he had pinned down was gone. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward, blade in hand. He saw the same vision. He approached the room, feeling the familiar sense of dread. There was a small trail of blood coming out the doorway to the bedroom, and as he stepped in, he saw the same sight again. His parents, mauled and gored almost beyond recognition. Chunks of flesh ripped from their bodies, their lifeless eyes staring at him in the moonlight. And then he was straddling his mother's dead body, raising bloodied claws from her corpse, holding warm chunks of bloody meat ripped from her guts. Inside, he felt a familiar wave of nausea. A lie. He felt Zanjitsu's voice inside him, firm and underlined with anger. "I know," he mumbled. "I know it isn't real. Can't you see it, Ichigo?" He heard the hollow's voice reverberate across the entire world, from everywhere and nowhere, deafening and quiet at the same time. "This is where it will go. Sooner or later, I'll take charge, and that's where it goes. Face it, Ichigo. You are only prolonging the inevitable. Let go and die. Let your worries go away. There will be no pain then." Ichigo stood up, and felt his mother's corpse slump off the bed as he stepped onto the floor. Slowly, he looked down onto his body, plain white, muscular, and clawed. "I feel you," he said quietly. "You're strong, but you don't know what to do with it. You're angry and malicious, but you don't know why. That's why you want to kill my family, and then anything else in your way. You're lost and weak." "It won't work," the hollow mocked. "You think you can read my mind?" "You could read mine," Ichigo said, "and we share the same space, don't we?" He breathed in, focusing. "You've kept yourself hidden all this time, but here and now, I feel you for what you are. Lost and angry, without purpose. I'll give you that, then. It'll be from behind a cage, but I'll give you purpose. You dare?" The voice sneered angrily. "You dare speak to me like that? Like you know anything? Look at yourself, Ichigo. You're a monster, if not now, then in the future." Ichigo shook his head, and slowly reached out to touch the mask running across his face. It was thick and bony, and he felt the weight of its horns. "It was your mistake to dress me up like this," he said, to make me see what you saw. Because now I understand you, just a little. It's terrible, but I understand what you're like. His hand clamped around the shape of his mask, gently at first, then firmly, his bestial claws straining against the bone of his face. You can't take it off. That's who you are. The hollow's voice shrieked. It's who you are, said Ichigo calmly. He grunted as he felt the mask's bone strain against the force of his hand, his skull aching under the pressure. He let out a loud cry, and with one firm movement he curled his fingers, shattering the bone of the mask. Blood seeped down from his face. It was like removing a nasty scab, but Ichigo was undeterred. He grasped at what remained of the mask with both hands, and ripped it free. Blood splattered across the room, and Ichigo knew pain. And then suddenly, there was no house at night, no macabre bedroom, no dead parents, only the bright blue sky of Zanjitsu's world. The clouds were serene, moving slowly and harmoniously across the sky. To the left of him stood the old man himself, giving Ichigo a stern, but approving look. You saw through it? Yes, Ichigo said soberly, staring into the distance, and not a moment too soon, either. He felt oddly serene, calm. He felt as if the world was his to control, as if the touch of his fingertips could move mountains and drain oceans. You, he said, show yourself. There was no disobeying his command. His voice rung across the world with absolute force, and the hollow stood before him, an angry glare in its chalk-white face. We'll have to learn to live with each other, said Ichigo. Neither of us may like it, but neither of us has a choice. If you slip up even once, sneered the hollow, if you let yourself relax for even a second, I'll be there, gnawing at your mind. One day, Ichigo, when you are weak and at your last leg, I'll be there to take charge. I know, Ichigo said plainly, but until then, you stay here. The hollow simply glared at him. You won't have nothing. When I call on you in battle, you'll feel the same thrills as I do. And there will be plenty of fighting ahead, that much I can promise you. A pittance, spat the hollow. A pittance is better than nothing. For now, go back to your cage. At Ichigo's mental command, great metal bars encased the hollow, keeping it firmly in place. Well done, Ichigo, said Zanjitsu, pride in his voice. You have taken another step toward mastering yourself. I have a lot of steps left to take. I'll stop when I'm dead, I think. Well said. With that, Ichigo felt the world around him begin to unravel, not into chaos and disorder, but simply fading away naturally, taking him back to reality. He blinked, and suddenly he stood on the ground of the abandoned warehouse of the Visored. It was to a scene of destruction that he awoke. The ground around him was torn, ripped, and shredded. Pieces of concrete had sprayed all around, fresh dirt opened in great rifts everywhere around him. He could see Love and Rose, both barely standing up, their clothes torn and bloodied. Kensei was breathing heavily, fists raised but looking like he could keel over any moment. Shinji held himself upright by leaning on his blade, a trail of blood running down his face. Further back he could see Hiyori lying unconscious on the ground, Haki not far from her. Lisa was on her back, staring up at him, propping herself up on one elbow with great effort. Mashiro was lying down, but slowly managed to sit up. That was crazy, she said, sounding dizzy. Actually, I think I'm gonna pass out again. And so she did, slumping over on her back. Took you long enough, Shinji grunted, a small grin creeping across his face. I did that, Ichigo said, looking at the sad state of his tutors. Despite himself, he was a little impressed. Well, don't sound so damn happy about it, snorted Kensei. Do you know how much we had to put our backs into it to make sure you didn't just die? I'm grateful, Ichigo said slowly, the calm from before persisting. Really, I am. It's under control now. For a given value of the word, at least. Congratulations, Mr. Kurosaki, Urahara said brightly, and Ichigo noticed the scientist was the only one not looking as if he had just lived through a tornado. As I said, I had confidence in you. Bastard. Shinji muttered. Well, kid, don't let this go to your head. That right there was the most important part, but from here on, it's more and more training. Got that? Yes, Ichigo said firmly, every day. His power. I can feel it inside me. It's so different now, when he isn't using it to eat my mind. Don't let that go to your head, either, Shinji warned. I remember it plain as day, and it's easy to let something like that get to you. Don't rely on it more than you have to. Ichigo nodded. As you say, sensei. Sheesh, sensei. Shinji muttered. Anyway. I think we all better get ourselves patched up. You go home, kid, and make sure to meditate. This kind of control is good, but it can be lost if you don't practice it properly. Understood. And I had better get back too, Urahara said. After all, I have a host of data to go through. Thank you, Ichigo said sincerely. Thank you to each and every one of you. Shinji grunted something inaudible, and Ichigo decided that perhaps it was best to leave the Visored to their own devices. Making his way toward his human body, he felt a great sense of elation. Dark had turned to light. The night had passed, and dawn had come. Now, he felt as if he could take on the world, and win. Erza found it hard to watch iPhone ask the same questions over and over, watch the Espada's growing frustration, but she forced herself. They had made progress, of course. The information they had gotten so far was, if not revolutionary, then at least interesting. They had a consistent account of Aizen's forces, if only through the lens of a brute. They had some knowledge of the layout of Hueco Mundo, although it was much the same as Erza remembered it from all those years ago when she and Aizen had sworn to the same cause. Grimjo himself was not easy to work with, frequently lashing out at his interrogator with vulgar insults, tirades that were as inventive as they were crude. iPhone weathered it with professional calm, continuing to ask her questions. For 5 hours it had gone on, and Erza had left Byakuya to watch over the city in the meantime. They could not afford to be caught unawares, defector or no defector. Suddenly there was a thumping on the door, an aggressive, urgent, rapid-fire set of hard knocks. Erza turned to deal with it within the second, but the knocks continued until she opened the door, and an excitable Nozomi almost put her knuckles into Erza's chest. What is it? Said Erza firmly. It had better be important. This was a serious matter that ought not to be disturbed over anything small. The documents, Nozomi said urgently, I've studied them, just like you said. And? Well, although there is much left to uncover and although I can't be sure about all of the science involved, it's actually quite fascinating. The documents, Nozomi, Erza reminded her before the scientist could go on a tangent. Right. I think I've got a fairly good idea of what Aizen's plan is. Aside from conquering the Godai. Yes, Nozomi said firmly. It's much, much bigger than that. You need to see this. Right now. There was something very, very urgent in her voice, and Erza decided to trust her. Nozomi was a scientific advisor, after all, this was her area of expertise. Yuriuki, keep an eye on them, she said. The former Stealth Corps commander only nodded. All right, Nozomi, what have you got for me? Chapter 72, A Dire Council of War. Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryu's knees ached, and he would much rather have been in bed at this hour, but over a millennium's worth of military command had let him discard concerns like personal comfort like they were nothing. Duty never slept, and the captain commander only when he had the time to do so. Currently he stood in his work office, facing a large set of screens, each one displaying a familiar face. There was Captain Erza Scarlet, his appointed commander of the mission to the world of the living, and Captain iPhone and Captain Kukaki Byakuya, as well. Less expected were the faces of Urahara Kisuke, and some green-haired Shinigami whose name he did not recall, a science advisor. No matter who she was, he could only assume she had a right to be there. He suppressed a yawn, and with both hands on his cane and his best stoic expression on his face, he stared down the screens. I was assured this was a matter of utmost urgency, he said. Given the hour I was called, I can only assume it must be. It was indeed late, the wee hours of the morning, in fact. It is, Captain Commander, Scarlet assured him, a grim expression on her face. You see. First of all, Yamamoto interrupted her, unwilling to let his displeasure at having been woken so soon show directly. opting instead for a show of authority. I would like to know about your Aaron Carr captive. I was informed yesterday afternoon. What have you found since? What of him? Scarlet blinked, clearly not having expected the question. Captain Commander Dash. Speak, Yamamoto said, in a tone that brooked no disagreement. Yes. Of course, said Scarlet. Captain So iPhone. So iPhone nodded. As I conducted the interrogations so far, I would be best suited. Captain Commander, the captive came to us of his own will, professing a particular hatred for Aizen following a disfigurement dash. This much I've been informed of, said Yamamoto dismissively. Tell me what matters, Captain. This is not an official report. Yes, Captain Commander, So iPhone said, brushing off his rebuke with professional calm. His hatred for Aizen appears genuine, and at this point I consider its being an act to be highly unlikely. Not impossible, but unlikely. For what it's worth, I believe he despises Aizen as much as he says he does. And? Yamamoto demanded. He is still an Aaron Carr, a hollow, So iPhone continued, and with all the ego that comes with having gained power. He's a monstrous psychopath who, under other circumstances, would not have hesitated a second in killing any of us brutally. He is highly unstable and dangerous. Have you gained any useful intelligence? Asked Yamamoto. Some, So iPhone admitted with a nod. Not crucial, but we have. We have gained a better understanding of the forces available to him up to the time when the Aaron Carr deserted. We have updated knowledge on the layout of Las Noches. We have, however, learned little about Aizen himself. Yamamoto nodded sagely, considering the facts. Do you expect to learn more from him? There is much to learn, I believe, So iPhone continued, but I doubt if it will be essential. The most useful thing he brought, we've already got secure, and it is in fact why we set up this urgent meeting. The Aaron Carr is a simple brute whose intelligence does not extend beyond a base cunning. He appears to be skilled in close combat, but not outside of that area. For now, I recommend one of two things, either that he be transferred to the 2nd Division for a more thorough interrogation, although in such a case I would like to oversee it myself, or that he simply be executed. I protest. Urahara exclaimed. Do you have any idea how much we could learn about how hollows work? About how they travel between worlds? A glance from Yamamoto silenced the irate scientist. Commander Scarlet, said Yamamoto, what do you believe? I agree with Captain So iPhone, for the most part, Scarlet said hesitantly, and Yamamoto was sure she had disapproved of that last notion of execution. He is a monster, that is certain, and under our laws he would probably be executed for the things he has done. But Urahara is also right, we have a lot to learn here as well. Put the law aside, Yamamoto said. What would you see done with him? Could you bring him in line? I could certainly try, said Scarlet. I shall leave him in your hands, then, said Yamamoto. Learn what you can from him. If you can get him to comply, all the better. If you cannot, then he must be executed. If it fails, then that will be your responsibility. Is that clear? Scarlet nodded. Inside, Yamamoto felt an odd sense of approval. She was moral to a fault, but it was nice that somebody was. In the old days, before Yamamoto had united the clans and founded the Godai, a captive without value as a hostage had either death or hard labor until death to look forward to. It had been a cruel, unforgiving time, but hadn't he put quite a lot of effort into building a better world? The Aaron Carr was almost sure to disappoint them, but perhaps it wouldn't. And if it did, it might serve to let Scarlet mature a little, to understand the selfishness and cruelty so typical to the nature of a hollow. Very well, then, he said. Give me the news that was dire enough to raise me from my sleep. The Aaron Carr had stolen a set of plans from Aizen's chief scientist, Scarlet explained, as a gift of sorts, to show his willingness to cooperate. He wasn't very cooperative in the end, but the document. I've had both Science Officer Kyujo, here, as well as Urahara Kisuk examine it from back to front, 3 times over. At this time, we're convinced it's quite authentic. It reveals to us Aizen's ultimate goal. Inwardly, Yamamoto sharpened up. That was considerable intelligence. I shall hand the matter over to Science Officer Kyujo and Temporary Science Advisor Urahara, said Scarlet, as this is their area of expertise, not mine. Go ahead, Yamamoto commanded, and avoid dalliances. Given that it was Urahara Kisuk, he reasoned, dalliances were just about unavoidable, but he still had to say it, if only on principle. Really, this is quite unbelievable, Urahara said with a grin, barely contained glee seeping through his voice. I'm out for one day, and this falls into their laps? It's quite lucky I came back in time, or dash. The plans, Mr. Urahara? Please. Said Science Officer Kyujo pleadingly. Right, Urahara conceded. They're quite extraordinary, really. Say what you will about Aizen, but he's brilliant in his own way. Not as brilliant as I, of course, but dash. He saw the look Yamamoto was giving him, paused, and cleared his throat. Right. Yamamoto, it is the case that the royal realm is closed off from the Godai, accessible only to you and you alone. You know this to be true, said Yamamoto, a hint of impatience in his voice. I am going somewhere with it, the rogue scientist assured him. Yes, closed off from all, yet, there was knowledge that would allow someone else to enter the palace, wasn't there? Yamamoto paused before answering, considering the implications of the question. There was, he admitted, his words coming out slowly as he processed the thoughts now flooding into his mind, secret and hidden away in the first division, known only to myself, Anoha Naretsu and my two pupils. It was not secret enough, apparently, Urahara said flatly, because I hold in my hand the design for creating the king's key. It was the kind of statement that should have elicited a gasp. It deserved at the very least a sharp intake of breath. Unfortunately for the gods of narrative convenience, Yamamoto was far too composed to show his shock in such a way, and the children he faced were all of them ignorant of the implications. The king's key. Scarlet said confusedly. It would allow Aizen access to the Soul King's own realm, said Yamamoto grimly, a sacrilege even deeper than his treason and defiance. And I doubt he's coming there to deliver a batch of cookies, said Urahara jovially. The creation of such an item. Yamamoto muttered the words at first, his voice slowly rising, it would take extraordinary energy. Rare and unique magic, the kind of which no normal Shinigami could reproduce on his own, even one as devilishly skilled as Aizen Saushik. He found a way, I'm afraid, Urahara said. Nozomi, if you please. Officer Kyujo spoke up, seeming surprised to have been addressed. Why yes. Well, basically, it's actually quite terrible. She composed herself, perhaps realizing that she stood facing the Captain Commander himself. Using the spiritual energy of 10,000 human souls with extraordinary spiritual energy, harvested at the same time, this model would allow him to create the king's key or at least an identical replica. I cannot be sure, since the exact workings of the royal realm are unknown to us, but, the point is, he knows how. We also know why he's interested in Karakura. It's the only place on Earth with that many spiritually empowered people. It's a nexus of spiritual energy, which is why it faces such an extraordinary amount of hollow attacks. If he completes this ritual, because I'm loath to call it science, then 10,000 people will die and all their souls, all that they are, will come into his hand and form the key. It's actually quite impressive, Urahara said fascinatedly. I mean, it is morally repugnant, of course, but in its twistedness it's quite a brilliant design. I doubt any of us would ever have conceived of such a solution. There are benefits to a complete lack of morality, it seems. Yamamoto remained silent for a while, thinking. It was a plan of such grandeur and arrogance that even he had never expected it. Yet, it made sense. Aizen, from what little they had seen of his true self, seemed to be nothing if not ambitious. It's just that his ambition did not stop at conquest, as Yamamoto had assumed, but at godhood or perhaps deicide. This cannot be allowed to happen, Captain Kukaki said firmly. Captain Commander, we must fortify Karakura to the fullest. Such a brazen act of murder is nothing short of abominable. I agree, Scarlet said. We have to protect the people here by all means possible. We're facing a threat like none before, and Aizen is strong. If we fail. She fell quiet, appearing to consider what would happen if they did, her face solemn and sober. "We must consider all options," said So iPhone, her brows furrowed, "and I do mean all options." "What do you mean?" said Scarlet. "If we were to kill enough of the spiritually aware humans ourselves," So iPhone suggested levelly, "we would rob Eisen of the ability to carry out his plan." "It would not be my first choice dash." "So iPhone!" Scarlet exclaimed. "How dare you? You're talking about people. About thousands of people. The ones we have a duty to protect. And if we fail, they all die," So iPhone retorted quickly. "If we were to purge a couple of thousand, just enough dash." "Have you gone mad?" Scarlet was almost screaming now. "You said yourself that this is a threat unlike any." So iPhone snapped. "I know you are relentlessly moral, but somebody has to consider just what we have to sacrifice for victory. If we fail and they all die, will those 10,000 people thank you for your moral rigor?" "Silence," Yamamoto said, his voice just enough of a rumble to imply displeasure. The two captains fell quiet, although seeming quite reluctant. "Captain Commander," Scarlet said after a pause, "surely you must see this as madness dash." "I said, silence," Yamamoto repeated. Scarlet fell quiet. Yamamoto paused, but only briefly. "We will not resort to anything drastic. Not yet. As we stand today, here and now, we will defend Karakura town with our life's blood until none are left. Eisen must not be allowed to succeed. We will not consider anything so final. Not unless all other options are exhausted. But, be aware, Eisen must not be allowed to reach the royal realm. It would be a complete failure of our duty, a shame that could never be washed away. For now, I will put our divisions on full alert. I will devise a plan of defense for the city." "Urahara Kisuk," he said, turning to the scientist, who blinked with surprise. Yes. Do whatever you can to find a method of protecting the city. Cost is not an issue, charge as much as is needed. But no matter what, we need everything we have." "Yes, of course," said Urahara slowly. Whether he was contemplating the gravity of the situation, how rich he was about to become, or both, Yamamoto couldn't tell. "Remain vigilant for the time being," Yamamoto said, "all of you. In the event of a sudden invasion, all of us will be within easy reach. Carry on as normal, but know that a heavy burden rests on all of our shoulders. Return to your duties, and be ever watchful." "Yes, Captain Commander," all of them said in unison, except for Urahara Kisuk, who sardonically tipped his hat. As the screens went inactive one by one, Yamamoto took a deep breath. Slowly, he walked to his desk, and with an equal measure of deliberation, he sat down in his chair. Suddenly, he felt the weight of his millennium of service on his shoulders. He felt very, very old. Eisen Saushik, of all things, he dared? He had that much audacity? How far would they have to go to stop him? He dearly hoped they would not have to find out, but in his heart he had little hope that they would not. He had calmed down. Under the surface, his fury still boiled, but its nature had changed, into that of cool resentment. It was anger with a purpose, anger with control firmly attached to it. It was anger put to good use, anger for the sake of motivation, not for some childish outburst of impotent rage. Eisen's thoughts flowed smoothly as he walked the halls of Las Noches, headed toward his personal chambers. A summons had gone out to the Concho de la Sombra, and he fully expected they would be there by the time he reached his destination. They were all very dedicated, after all. He had made sure of that. Grimjo, that wretched creature, had stumbled onto something real, by chance and chance alone. It could be nothing else. He hadn't the brains to decipher the importance of a scientific document. He had to have seen Eisen's signature, guessed at its importance, and taken it. It was an oversight, he realized. A mistake. One he could not have foreseen, but a mistake nonetheless. "But you could have foreseen it," came the voice of Kyuka Suijitsu, unbidden. "You could have taken measures to ensure such a chaotic servant, with so much reason to hate you, could never have hurt you in the first place. It's easy enough to criticize with the benefit of hindsight, isn't it?" Eisen spoke silently, his thoughts ringing more clearly than words to the spirit. "Certainly, came the voice of his Zanpakutu. After all, nobody can control everything, can they? Eisen twitched mentally at the jeer. Complete dominion had always been his desire, and unexpected events, he liked to think himself above them. When something like this happened, she always saw fit to remind him that he was not. You will speak to me with respect, he commanded her firmly with a thought. Yes, master, said the Zanpakuta with a tone of overt obedience, one Eisen knew to mean she was far from finished. For now, she would hide her jeers behind a wall of civility, which was even more irritating to have to deal with. What matters is not control, Eisen spoke in his mind, but how one handles an unexpected development. This is what separates the wheat from the chaff. As my master says. Her tone was submissive, but he was not convinced, and neither, he knew, was she. So, he stole my plans, Eisen said dismissively. What of it? This changes nothing. They cannot stop it. They may devise a way to delay it, but once I achieve victory on the battlefield, which was a requirement to begin with, nothing will be able to stop me. Yet you prepared to extract the raw materials for the key as soon as possible, observed the spirit. If victory on the battlefield is all you need, why is that? Eisen remained silent. It is because you fear them, she continued. You fear the chance of failure. You fear that their might cannot be overcome. You fear the power of Yamamoto Genryusai, and you fear the mind of Urahara Kisuke. You fear that you cannot triumph. I fear nothing, thought Eisen. He realized he had reacted just a tad too heatedly. He could discipline her, here and now, for her impudence, but it would only reinforce the appearance of having lost control of himself. Instead, he continued, I do not fear them. I recognize, intellectually and objectively, that there is a possibility of failure. However small, the risk is there. I simply chose the path most likely to lead to success. This changes nothing of import, in the long run. It simply rearranges my objectives slightly. As my master says, said the spirit. He thought he sensed a hint of sarcasm in her voice, and furrowed his brows, refusing to rise to her bait. At last, he reached the chambers. He paused to collect himself before entering, taking a second to put on his calmest, most benevolent face, to put his mind in the space of a goodly ruler about to address an unfortunate setback. Opening the doors, he strode into the private chambers, where, much as he had expected, the four were already assembled. Ulquiorra stood and bowed like an automaton, and Lanza did the same, although he more resembled a pup, eager to please. His devotion was a curious thing to Eisen, and part of him found it distasteful, but then again, it was exactly what he had wanted in his servants, so who was he to complain? Halibel and Neliel stood up, too, but settled for bowing only their heads. The former remained as stoic as ever, whereas the latter shot him a smile. My counsel, he said warmly, it gladdens me to see you all again. Lord Eisen, said Halibel, the first to address him, being the most senior and the most powerful of the group. Even now, he had noticed, their old habits died hard. At heart, they were hollows still. The summons implied a matter of urgency. Indeed, my espada, said Eisen calmly, weaving in a hint of remorse into his voice. As you all know, I take the greatest care to foster the best in my espada. Yes, Lord, said Lanza eagerly. You raised us all up and above what we were. Yet, even I can err in judgment, it seems, he said with a sigh. Lord Eisen, said Neliel perplexedly. I have just been informed of a recent, terrible development, said Eisen, deeply unfortunate, and, it seems, entirely my own fault. He would never have shown such weakness from his throne, but to his council, the ones he depended on to stay loyal to him at all costs, he had to appear human, flawed, likable. What happened, Lord? Halibel said keenly. Save for Ulquiorra, she was the most composed, and probably the one who had the best idea of why they had been called. Treason, Eisen said, with just a pinch of melodrama in his voice. I have been too trusting, it seems. Too kind. Treason! Exclaimed Lanza. Who dared? As you all recall, I was forced to discipline Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, he said with another sigh. I had hoped he would take the opportunity to learn from his failure, but... He shook his head. Unfortunately, he chose instead to steal from my science labs a design of vital strategic importance. He has now escaped to the world of the living, where he is in all likeliness already cavorting with the oppressive regime of the Godi-13. Lanza's expression twisted into a mask of fury. That bastard! This is how he repays you for your mercy. I know, said Eisen. It would perhaps have been more pertinent to execute him, but I hoped for better. You weren't wrong to be kind, Lord, said Neliel firmly. He was wrong to turn his back on you instead. What was stolen, Lord? Said Halibel perceptively, and Eisen noted once again that whereas the others were caught up frothing about the traitor or in Ulquiorra's case, frothing very quietly on the inside of his mind, if at all she was asking the right questions. It was a trait both admirable and potentially dangerous. A plan of great importance for the future, said Eisen. It can be replicated well enough, but now the Godi is bound to learn of its contents. The Godi forces are stationed in Karakara, said Ulquiorra, which means Grimjo likely headed there. He has no access to the Soul Society itself, and would not know how to find it. Send us there at once, and we will devastate them and retrieve what is yours. That was so like Ulquiorra, Eisen thought, devoid of care for anything except the directly practical. If he had been possessed of an imagination, he might have been the perfect servant. We must not act rashly, said Eisen. An all-out attack might escalate the war to a stage neither side is prepared for yet. The plan proceeds. But, I agree that something must be done. What was the plan, Lord? Asked Halibel. If I do not overstep in asking, that is. Eisen paused briefly. To tell them or not to tell them, well, his enemies knew, so they might as well. It was no great secret, and the ultimate purpose of the key was not something he needed to disclose. It might further cement their trust in him. I had kept it from you because it was incomplete, he said after some deliberation, but you are right to ask, Halibel. After all, I ask you to risk life and limb for me, so you deserve to know why. We know our place, Lord, said Lanza. As I know you do, Eisen said with a nod, but I shall let you in on the secret all the same. In Karakara, there lies a unique opportunity. Using knowledge taken from the Godi themselves, I will create an item of great significance, absolutely essential to the fulfillment of my plan. Using 10,000 spiritually enriched souls, I will forge a key whose power will let me reach complete dominion of both the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Once that is done, my victory shall be complete. The Godi, knowing this, will doubtless defend the city to the last. 10,000 people, said Lanza, blinking. Yes, Lanza, Eisen said reassuringly, 10,000 people, in exchange for an eternity of peace and prosperity. A very small price to pay in the long run, wouldn't you agree? The Espada seemed doubtful for a second, so Eisen added, tell me, Lanza, how many have you killed in your time? Thousands, said the Espada quietly. Mostly hollows, but still. You did so out of necessity. As will I, Lanza. Believe me, this is not something I have decided to do lightly, or on a whim. I would never even consider it, if not for the fact that we face such a powerful institution, one that hates us all and would see us destroyed. Of course, Lord, said Lanza hastily. I beg your forgiveness. I did not mean to seem as if I questioned your wisdom. But he did, Eisen thought, and made a mental note to shame him further for his past at a later time. Lanza had a conscience, and it was as potent a weapon as Eisen could have asked for. It is nothing to be concerned about, Eisen said, in his most fatherly voice. I value your input, and if any of you have any questions, feel free to ask them of me. I will not turn away a member of my council. You are right to say we should not act rashly, Lord, Halibel said, but ought we do anything at all? You said the plans were replaceable. If they are in enemy hands, then it is too late to attempt to retrieve them. We might be better off holding back and adjusting to the change in circumstance. A course of action with a wisdom of its own, said Eisen approvingly. He had considered this already, himself, but found that he did not want to. What he wanted, in fact, was some good, old-fashioned retribution. Yes indeed, many would consider inaction cowardice, insecurity, but you are correct. A retaliatory attack might gain us nothing at all and risk valuable fighters for intelligence already lost to the enemy. You are indeed correct that inaction may be advisable. Halibel nodded, recognizing the compliment. She was by far the least impressionable of the council, and if Eisen didn't know she was desperately committed to the safety and stability his reign provided, he might not have trusted her on this council in the first place. But as it stands, I rule over a colorful mess of Arrancar and hollows, said Eisen, and although my power is vast, Grimjo's open disobedience and my own lack of a response might convince some of the more foolish members under my rule to rise up in turn. I know the wisdom of caution, but many of my subjects, unfortunately, do not. I must appear strong, or I will not command the respect I need. Is it even known, Lord? Asked Lanza. What happened? Grimjo is gone, but that doesn't say much. I'm afraid word may have gotten out already, Eisen lied casually. Perhaps some of Sale's subordinates spoke unwisely, or perhaps some of the Arrancar I dismissed when Sale approached me lingered closer than they should have. Very soon, I expect, the palace will be abuzz with rumor of how Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez pulled a fast one on the new king of Las Noches, and rumors can be as deadly as a blade to the heart. If they weren't abuzz, they very soon would be, he would see to that. A show of force, maybe, said Neliel. An attack designed to cause some havoc. Fast and hard, in and out quickly. Destroy a few things, maybe kill some Shinigami, and then leave before there is a real chance of escalation. A capital suggestion, my Quinta, said Eisen warmly. Yes, something has to be done, and soon. I would like you all to be ready. I will plan an attack myself, and within a week or so, we will strike. Yes, Lord, said Halibel obediently, and Lanza zealously, while Ulquiorra simply nodded, along with Neliel. Just one more thing, said Eisen. When it does commence, I will want Grimjo delivered to me. Alive. Not necessarily unharmed, but alive. I will want to mete out punishment to him, personally. I fear I cannot be merciful to him twice. It's no less than he deserves, Lord, said Lanza keenly. You can depend on us. At your command, we will retrieve what is yours and bring back the traitor. I know I can depend on you all, said Eisen. Now, if you'll forgive me, I have other matters to attend to. Don't let me detain you. Taking a hint, the four Espada stood up, and began walking out. You know what this really is, said a small voice. It was not his Zanpakutu, but rather Eisen himself, a small, critical thought protesting his decision. It's retaliation. I must secure what is mine, and I must maintain morale. I cannot afford to be seen as weak. It will also allow me to test the efficacy of my new Arrancar. It's motivated reasoning, the annoying little voice said, and you know it is. A day ago, you wouldn't have dreamed of a premature attack. All things in due time. You can give all the excuses you want, all the logical reasoning in the world, but you know what it is. You want revenge for Grimjo daring to defy you, daring to upset your precious order. I will be victorious. Eisen thought fiercely, and shook his head. This was nonsense. Arguing with his Zanpakuta was bad enough, but arguing with himself? That was unworthy. He had made up his mind, and no matter what had caused things to change, he could not afford to second-guess himself at this stage. He was Eisen Saushik, king of Hueco Mundo, destined overlord of the Soul Society, and one day, Soul King. Power would be his. So what if he had been surprised? He would adapt. It would be a lesson to him. The same mistake would not happen twice. From now on, he would be sure to be more careful in choosing his espada. And when Grimjo came back, all of them would learn what happened to those who dared betray him. Briefly, his lips curled up in a cruel smile as he imagined what he would do to that damned little cat. Oh, it would be a display for the ages, but no gratuitous revenge fantasies. Save that for when he actually had the little traitor in his hands. Slowly, he stood up. Back to work it was. Sale, that fool, was bound to need Eisen's help in reconstructing the plan. It was his second session with Meninas, and it was just the same as his first, equally as frustrating as it was fascinating. Uriu hadn't quite taken Bambietta's comments about how powerful the paladin was seriously, at least not as seriously as he should have. The first minute of their training had educated him very thoroughly on just how vast of a difference there was between them. What Uriah had expected was a skilled Quincy, whose experience far outstripped his own and put him at a serious disadvantage. This was technically true, but what he had gotten, Uriah had thought then and thought now, was something more like a godlike figure before which he was little more than an ant. Menina's Macallon's defense against his attacks was effortless, so effortless, in fact, that she wasn't even using a weapon. With one hand, she would swat away each arrow as if it were nothing. Uriah was skilled enough to realize she wasn't actually so powerful his arrows couldn't physically hurt her, but that she was simply so skilled in the art of Ryotsu manipulation that she could bend the spiritual matter of his arrows at will. At first, he had hesitated to fire his bow at what at first glance looked like a very innocent, decidedly feminine woman looking no older than 20, but that sense of chivalry had, just like his naivete, been forcibly dispelled. His first and second session had been spent chasing her, trying and failing to hit her. The paladin had said she believed in practical training more than theory, and she had so far stuck to it. He had made some progress, in that he had barely been able to hit her at first, but now that he chased her around Karakura Park in the remote area she had designated for training, he had found that hitting her was rather a futile endeavor. One arm tucked behind her back, she kept a pace just high enough that he could keep up when pushing himself to his limits, her other hand gracefully catching and rerouting each of his projectiles, his arrows harmlessly flying out into the air, disintegrating within seconds of having felt her touch. The world was a blur, and although Uriah's lungs had begun to burn with the effort, he was furiously determined to continue until he was physically unable to go on. This was a Quincy of genuine rank, a bona fide warrior of old, his desires made manifest. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the frustration. He chased her, dashing over, under, and through the treetops of the park, each single step taking him some 20 yards. Then, suddenly she stopped running, and although Uriah reacted with lightning speed, he was much too late to stop himself from almost barreling into her. In the moment's time it took him to recover and regain his balance, she put her middle finger behind her thumb, and with a seemingly gentle motion she flicked him across the forehead. The impact struck him like a speeding truck, and Uriah went flying, sent sailing through the air some 20 yards before he even regained the sense to try to recover. He began to twist himself around to catch his bearings, but he was already too close to the ground. The air was knocked out of his lungs as he slid across a grassy clearing, the pristine white of his uniform becoming soiled with green. He tumbled around for rather longer than he thought was reasonable before finally stopping. He lay still for a few seconds, trying just to breathe. His bow had dispersed, and for a panicked second, he searched for his Quincy's cross, feeling relief when he felt its reassuring cold solidity against his palm, the item still held in place by a thin leather strap. I'm sorry, Sensei," Uriah gasped, forcing himself up on one knee. This had been rather less dignified than he had hoped, as far removed from dignity as one could get without involving custard pies to one's face, and although he was deeply grateful to have been seen by nobody but his newfound instructor, he was hell-bent on continuing. The Wanden Ritter would not be impressed by quitters. Everything he had, or nothing at all. "I'm ready," he said, not standing up so much as wobbling without entirely falling over. "Again, if you please." His voice was little more than a rasp, his lungs still having trouble entertaining the idea that air had a place inside them, and everything seemed out of focus. His tutor seemed to be in 3 places at once, despite his spiritual senses telling him she stood quite still. "No," Menina said simply. "But, Sensei," Uriah insisted, his lungs beginning to stabilize enough that he could speak without rasping, "I'm finished for the day, I think," said Menina firmly. "Or, are you questioning your sensei?" "And not at all," Uriah said hastily. I just wanted you to know that I could keep going, if, it were necessary." Menina nodded. "The spirit is willing, and that is all well and good," she said, slowly coming into focus as Uriah's blurred vision began to stabilize, "but a wise warrior must know his limits. He must know his body well enough to know when enough is enough. No honor is won by harming oneself in training." Uriah simply nodded back, a little embarrassed. It hadn't occurred to him that he could have been less than impressive by trying too hard. "What do you think so far?" asked Menina's, motioning for him to come sit down with her by a fallen log. Uriah slumped down, quietly grateful for the rest. It is challenging, sensei. It's a polite way of saying you're getting a little fed up with my harsh manhandling of you. Not at all, sensei. Uriah said hurriedly. To be fair, said Menina's, ignoring his heartfelt reassurance, I've only attempted to assess your potential so far. To learn about you, to make sure I know where your limits are, so I can adapt. Uriah paused to breathe a little. The exercise had been tiring and his lungs and throat were quite sore. Is that how the Wandenritter train their initiates, Paladin McAllan? You're very polite, Menina said appreciatively. It's not entirely necessary, but it's nice to see young people who know the value of civility. To answer your question, yes, typically. We are an order of elite fighters, and anyone considered to join our ranks, especially those with potential to rise for leadership, are given specialized training. Each of our initiates serves under a senior knight, responsible for teaching his charge and teaching them well. It is a mark of great honor to train an initiate well, and a mark of shame to fail to do so. When I first joined, I served as a squire to one Sir Slovic, a veteran chevalier. For 5 years I cleaned his equipment, listened to his words, and fought beside him in battle. Never in our order would you see a class of 20 sitting bored, listening to a teacher drone on about so and so, forced to prepare for some inane test written on paper. I see, Uriah said tentatively. She had revealed rather more than he'd expected, but what she had given him, he approved of. They really were knights, then. He recalled that squires learning under a knight was the practice in Europe during the Middle Ages. But, you are frustrated with this, said Menina's, changing the topic back. Do not deny it. You've had to chase after me to no avail for 3 days, and it has exhausted you without much gain in sight. I've not offered a clear view of what this training will be, what it will look like, or what the end result shall be. I am, a little, Uriah admitted guiltily. Compared to me, I suspect your view of yourself as a warrior might be very low. After all, next to me, you are as nothing, weak and pitiful. Yes, sensei. Uriah, Menina said seriously, looking him in the eye, just how strong do you believe you are? Compared to any one of our knights. I am sure I could not defeat any of your warriors, said Uriah modestly. I have a long way to go, I know that. Menina's chuckled briefly, and smiled. Uriah, you are well and far above anyone with the rank of knight. None of our standard soldiers could hope to match you. You are young and inexperienced, but also talented, and for better or worse, born of a strong bloodline. A young man of your age and power would in our order at the very least be on the verge of gaining the rank of chevalier. More than likely, you would probably be eyeing the coveted rank of paladin somewhere down the line. Each rank demands not only power, of course, but experience and wisdom. I owe it all to my grandfather, said Uriah, feeling a little awkward at the mention of his bloodline. If half of what his father had said about his late clan was true, Uriah wouldn't want to be compared to them in any way, shape, or form. Your respect for your elders does you credit, Uriah, said Menina approvingly, but although you have maintained your powers well, your lack of competent mentorship has left your power wanting and your potential poorly developed. I can only imagine where you might be, had your father taught you properly. Well, he had a bad experience, is all I can say, Uriah muttered. Menina nodded. Being a Quincy is a choice. He chose not to, and that is his right. It was only unfortunate you had to be left behind for it. You said? I could be a paladin, Uriah said, eager to steer the conversation away from his family, somewhere down the line. That I could have strength of a magnitude rivaling yours. Yes, so I did. It would take dedication and decades of training, but you have what it takes. Decades, Uriah repeated, contemplative. Decades, Menina confirmed. To some the discipline comes more easily than to others, but there is no shortcut to power. Our Grand Master is the second most powerful member of our order, and it is something earned not from some inborn genius or special talent, but from talent forged through hard work. Dedication and experience are the most important things of all. I'd wager that would be true for those who live forever. It is. You, Uriah, can reach heights that rival or even exceed that of the greatest of Shinigami. It is yours to grasp, if you would but seize it. Uriah stood quiet for a moment, and imagined having that kind of strength, imagined having a strength like that of a Shinigami captain. The kind of strength that had dwarfed his, to wield that at his fingertips. Hashwalth, he said contemplatively, who could he lose to? Who could defeat your Grand Master? A good question, said Meninas, and paused herself. I can think of 3 people I would favor against him, off the top of my head. Nobody is invincible, you must remember, not even the strongest of us, but generally, he could defeat almost any Shinigami. But, I could not see him defeat our king, for one, although his power is comparable. Nor would I see him defeat Captain Commander Yamamoto, although I'd wager he would make the old man sweat. And then there's Aizen Saushik, now, that'd be an interesting battle. Power alone would not favor him there, but he is quite adaptive and clever, our Grand Master. Your king, Yamamoto, and Aizen, Uriah muttered, marveling at the kind of power Hashwalth had to command. That is not a very large selection of people whose strength outstrips his. When I say power, Meninas clarified, be aware that I account for everything raw power in terms of what you call Reishi, but also skill, experience, wits, and innovation, one's ability to think on one's feet. In terms of power, we differ from the Shinigami. We still have mortal bodies, and although we have learned to reverse aging, we are still vulnerable in ways that they are not. We cannot, like a Shinigami, take one grievous mortal wound after another and recover. A blade to the heart will surely kill you, as will a ruptured aorta, or a crushed skull. What makes our Grand Master so powerful or any of us, really is the mastery of our craft, our command of Ryutsu and our superior perception of it. We are powerful not because we can endure a blow that would slay a lesser man, but because we can anticipate it and move out of its way. Is that why you favor armor, then? To protect yourselves. In part, said Meninas, but also out of tradition, I suppose. Uriah paused again, thinking of what she had said. Mere humans, as mortal and killable as anyone else, outstripping the raw power of a captain simply out of skill and dedication, the thought was seductive. But no, he wouldn't let himself be taken in by this, not so easily. I see, he said at last. Tell me, Uriah, how much did your grandfather teach you? What you've seen me use so far, said Uriah. I was young when he passed. He never spoke to you of the old way, then? The old way? Said Uriah confusedly. No, I can't say that he has. I'm not sure what you mean, sensei. Blood, said Meninas simply, in flawless German. Blood? Blood. She nodded. Blood is the ancient method of the Quincy's, first discovered by His Majesty, himself, during the very first Quincy Shinigami War, hundreds of years ago. This, you must learn and master, Uriah. Blood, well, what does it do? How does it work? It is an expansion of the basics of the Quincy method. Go on, I'll demonstrate. Hold your hand out, and summon your bow. Uriah obeyed, extending his arm. With minimal effort, he let Reishi flow through his body, and in a second's time, his bow had formed. Now, how did you do that? Had anyone else asked that, he would have considered it a stupid question. I manipulate Ryutsu from the surrounding areas to empower my own core energy, and as I will it, the bow takes form, anchored by my cross. Exactly, Meninas said, sounding enthusiastic. To command your own energy, an inanimate energy from around you, that is at our core. But with blood, you take the same principle and bend the energy not to something external, like a bow and arrow, but inside yourself. You can use it to protect yourself against harm, that's blood venae, to make your skin thicker and your body more resilient, or you can channel it outward again, that's blood artery, for a devastating increase in power. That sounds incredibly dangerous, Uriah said, blinking. Energy going inside you? More than what your body is used to handling? A single mistake could. I mean, at best it could sever the points that cause Ryutsu to flow, and at worst it could tear you apart. It is dangerous, said Meninas, much like driving is a very dangerous endeavor if you do not know how to operate a vehicle. Luckily, precision is what being a Quincy is all about. I see, Uriah said, trying to take it all in. It was a deeply counterintuitive thought, All he had known about Quincy method had been about manipulating energy from elsewhere, outward, to run it inwardly, and this was supposed to come naturally to the Wandenritter. Tell me, he said after some deliberation, can all of your members use this? Every member of our order is required to be at least proficient with it. Few are those who are not at least competent with it. You have to understand, it's as basic to our approach as your method is to you. Blood vene, Uriah said, as if tasting the words, trying them out, and blood artery. Yes. I should mention, the further up the ranks of the elite you go, the more likely they are to rely more on artery than on vene. Why is that? I would have thought a body like ours would benefit from Shinigami-like endurance. The better you are, the less you need to defend yourself. It's all about skill, you see. If you know how to avoid every attack that comes your way, then attack power is far more useful. Nobody abandons it, of course, but most of our very best use it only rarely. I see, Sensei, will you teach me this, then? Maybe in the future. It would be dangerous to attempt even the basics without first perfecting your grasp of Ryotsu control. No shortcuts, young squire. Feeling a little disappointed at having had such a morsel dangled in front of him only to be denied it, Uriah nevertheless said, "Of course, Sensei." "I think that about does it for today," said Meninas. "I'll be seeing you tomorrow, Uriah." "Of course, Sensei," Uriah repeated. Still weary from his training, he sat by the log, watching her leave. Young squire. Whether she had called him that deliberately or not, he couldn't help but feel interested. Intrigued. Briefly, he imagined himself in plated armor, shining and bright, sworn to a noble lord and an even nobler ideal. It was a child's fantasy, wasn't it? But it had been his grandfather's choice. It would have been his life if not for his clan. Uriah, himself, had no clan to hold him back and had a city to defend. Menina's Macallon, he wasn't sure what was more striking, herself or the knightly ideals she represented. Grimjo's skin was crawling with frustration. He wasn't sure how long he had been kept in this cell, in his mind that time period was neatly filed under a general, vague sense of too long. Those Shinigami assholes. He had given them everything, given them all they could ask for on a silver platter, and here they were, being complete dicks about it for no reason. They both hated Aizen, so what was the fucking holdup? He struggled against the magical golden chains wrapped around his chest. It was futile, but Grimjo had never let anything as petty as reality get in the way of his frustrations. That tiny interrogator woman had sat there repeating the same damned things over and over for hours on end, and although she had left some time ago, being alone, ignored, and shackled was hardly any better. Assholes. He yelled at the room in general. Dickless fuckhead Shinigami morons. Fucking retards. I gave you all you wanted, didn't I? Fucking idiots. Insults were all he had left, and deep down he knew it. Right now, he was at their mercy, and through his own will, no less. He had done his best to do something about his situation, to change it for the better, and here he was, where he'd started, sitting still with nothing to do but brood and rage impotently. Fuck. Then, suddenly, the door opened. It was the redhead from before, a stern look on her face. Grimjo gave her his very best glare, which would have been a lot more intimidating if he hadn't been powerless and chained. Espada, she said simply, and sat down opposite him. Grimjo remained silent, gritting his teeth. Do you know my name, Espada? She said, when no answer was given. Don't know, don't care, Grimjo said flatly. I am Captain Erza Scarlet, commander of the mission to Karakura Town, she said, placing her elbows on the table, staring him in the eye, and I'll get right to the point dash. Get me free and fix my arm, or fuck off, Grimjo snarled. It ain't my fault you people are too goddamn stupid to recognize a common enemy when you seize one, dumbass. Erza took a deep breath. You will listen to me dash. No, you listen. Grimjo snapped, a day's worth of anger and frustration boiling over. I fucking hate Aizen. He made me a cripple and shot me down, fucked over all my hard work. We got a common cause, and if your fucking Shinigami rules weren't so stupidly complicated, you'd see I got no reason to double-cross any of ya dash. Erza's hand shot out and grabbed him by the hair, and in an instant, she had slammed his face into the table. Standing up, she held onto his hair, pushing his face onto the tabletop. This, Grimjo understood. A show of force, to show you who was what in the situation, who was top dog and who wasn't. This, he could adapt to. Feels good, don't it? He snarled, a chuckle sneaking into his voice, which was somewhat muffled from his jaw being pushed against the hard table. Feels good letting it out, right? To just thump that bastard hollow right good and proper, cause you hate him. That, I get. His snarl turned into a grin. That's the thing, bitch. You think we're savages, but underneath it all, you're savages too. You pretend you ain't, you dress up in these stupid fucking layers of civilization, in all these rules and restraints, as if wearin' a uniform makes you any less of a thug, but at the end of the day your fucking goatee eye is just a king-sized gang dash. Erza yanked his head up, and slammed his head into the table again, before yanking him upright and lowering her head level with his, staring him in the eye. Their faces were just inches apart. I didn't come here for a philosophical debate, she said coldly. Now, you're going to shut up, or I'm going to hit you till you do. I'm going to talk, you're going to listen, and you'll speak when spoken to. Nod if you understand, Aaron Carr. Grimjo grinned again, and slowly nodded. Right, said Erza, and sat down opposite Grimjo again. Let's talk, then. You're a prisoner of war, and an unstable and dangerous one, at that. Your most valuable bargaining chip, the files you stole from Eisen, you've already given us. The only reason you're still alive is because I've decided not to see you killed. That's me, and the rest of the command is way less merciful. The only thing stopping you from being purged is me. Is that clear? Grimjo nodded slowly. We don't trust you, and we have no reason to. You're a monster, and although I don't personally know you, I've no doubt you've done horrible things across your life as a hollow. You've probably killed enough people to deserve an execution. Hell yeah, said Grimjo, sounding satisfied. Erza's hand twitched, balling into a fist. If you weren't helpless and imprisoned, I wouldn't hesitate a second in purging you myself, even if you're crippled and weakened. Same. Another quip, and I'll break your nose, Erza said coldly. Because I'm a naive, idealistic goody two-shoes who's too optimistic for her own good, I've decided to let you live, even though my colleagues have no interest in you. But listen closely, there are conditions, and they're non-negotiable. You accept all of them, or else. Or else what? Grimjo snorted. You just admitted you won't kill me. You could torture me, I guess, but you don't got the stones. Even if you did, there ain't no pain the likes of you could make me feel that I ain't felt already. You'd be surprised, Erza said darkly, but no, I won't kill you. But the thing is, Aaron Carr, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you, either. Fuck you mean? Grimjo said confusedly. I'll just set you free, Erza said and shrugged. I'm sure Eisen would love a chat with you. Or, of course, the moment you did something wrong like kill a human, for instance, we could come find you and kill you just the same. You can't do that. Grimjo burst out with infuriated disbelief. I fucking surrendered. I can. We've got rules about how we treat prisoners of war, although they're not very nice, but none of them say we have to keep people locked up if we don't want to. Hell the fuck no, Grimjo snarled, leaning forward over the table. That ain't gonna happen, cause you ain't gonna do it, Red. You're a fucking softa deep down, and me dyin', no, you don't want that on your conscience, do ya? Even if I'm a murderin' son of a bitch. I don't want to kill you, Erza said neutrally, but I am not obligated to save your sorry hide from anything. Her tone was completely dispassionate. It wouldn't have been right to call it cold, because chill would have implied personal investment. Grimjo went from furious to quiet in an instant, his well-honed survival instincts kicking into gear. If she didn't get on his side, he realized, he might just have to answer to Eisen, and that would not end well. He cocked his head, looking into her visage, a strange expression passing across his face. Grimjo was good at calling a bluff. Hollows, like most animals in nature, preferred not to fight one another unless one had a clear edge over the other. Fighting was a deadly risk for anyone involved, and even if a body won, they might have gotten weak doing it, now vulnerable to other predators. Posturing and threats, and knowing how to read them, that had been an essential skill. Grimjo had been good at it, or he wouldn't have climbed as far as he had done. Looking into Erza's face, he saw something much like stone, unflinching and unyielding. Her eyes bored into his, sharp and merciless. "You really mean it, don't ya?" said Grimjo, in his most quiet tone since he had entered custody, all the rage and frustration discarded in favor of finding a way to preserve his life. "You'd leave me to rot against the likes of Aizen, even knowing what he's like?" "I would," Erza said firmly. "I wouldn't enjoy it, but I would." "Hell," Grimjo said, sounding impressed, "and here I thought I was a good judge of character. Maybe you ain't so soft after all." "No, I am," Erza said, shaking her head at him. "By your standards, I'm sure I'm as soft as any leader of the Godi I ever will be. Even my fellow captains think so." "Then, why'd you throw me to the wolves? If life is precious and all that shit, why?" "Because you are a threat," Erza said, steel in her voice, "to my subordinates and to my friends. To the people I hold dear. I'm not afraid of you, not now and not when you were strong enough to pummel me. But if somebody wound up dead because of you, because I was too careless with my prisoner, then that would be my responsibility. I don't like killing people, or even causing someone's death indirectly, but if it comes down to my family or the monster in front of me, there's no question which one matters more. Next to them, you're worthless. Next to them, I'd sacrifice you in a heartbeat." Grimjo leaned back, surprised with himself for how much she had impressed him. There had been a hardness in her, the kind that would have befitted any strong hollow. Brief and tainted by the soppy weakness of a Shinigami's solidarity for the powerless, but there had been power there. "Right," he muttered after a while, "say I don't wanna die." "I have to be absolutely sure," Erza said firmly. "If I am to let you live, I have to make sure you can't hurt any of my comrades. That's why these conditions are non-negotiable. Is that understood?" Right," he muttered. "Lay it on me, then." "Go on." Erza nodded. "We are going to place a specialized Kido on you, one that will limit your power. It will have a built-in command that will, upon the utterance of a certain word, force you to your knees. It will be known to everyone here. You will be kept under lock and key until we've learned all we can from you, at which point we'll consider if you've been cooperative and useful, allowing you certain freedoms." "Fucking hell." Grimjo spat. "You wanna make me a beaten dog? Why don't ya get me a leather collar while you're at it? You'll take what you get, or fend for yourself." There was no room for disagreement in her voice. Inwardly, Grimjo swore. "Right. I'll be a good boy," he said, rolling his eyes. "Fucking fine. Cunt." He muttered the last words under his breath. "What was that?" "Anyway," said Grimjo, quickly moving on before she could take further offense, "if I'm a good boy and I learn how to play fetch and all that shit, will you help me out? Get my strength back? I'll kick some real ass if you only let me, Red." "That will entirely depend on you," Erza said coolly, "and calling your jailers rude names is not a good start." "Well, excuse me, princess," Grimjo muttered, seething with resentment. He was torn. On the one hand, he hated it, passionately being made the bitch of these Shinigami, collared and powerless, unable to improve his situation by any method he knew well. On the other hand, he was very, very keen on not dying, and not facing Aizen's wrath, which might very well be worse. There were things to fear more than death, Grimjo knew that too well. "Do we have a deal?" Erza said resolutely, each word like a hammer's blow. "You have one opportunity here and now. No take-backs, no second chances." "Fuck." Grimjo growled. "Am I to take that as a no? Very well. I'll be sure to get the form for your release dash." She stood up as if to leave the room, and Grimjo quickly cut in. Hey, calm your shit. I didn't fucking say no, did I? I didn't hear a yes. Damn that woman. How could somebody this weak, this stupid, and delusional, have this much steel in her?" All right, I get it." Grimjo snapped. "You got yourself a fucking deal, okay?" Erza smiled, and Grimjo's face turned into a furious sneer. I look forward to working with you, Arrancar. Who knows? In the fullness of time, you may find a new kind of purpose working for us. Don't fucking count on it. Grimjo snarled as she walked out. He roared out loud at the door as it closed. Fuck. What had he just gotten himself into? He had just agreed to, essentially, be her bitch, and that was the best deal he was going to get, it seemed. Fucking hell. Get Chuga Tenshao. The crescent surged through the air, supercharged and with a black tint to its edges. Lisa took the hit head on, her mask empowering her the same as Ichigo's, and with a firm swing of her own, she cut the attack in two. It exploded, sending her reeling, but she recovered, swinging through the air and landing on her feet. Damn, Ichigo said, his voice reverberating like a hollows through the white bone of his mask, this thing is dash. The mask shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. Pretty damn good while it lasts, Ichigo said irritably. That's what, 5 seconds? I barely even got off a Getchuga. 7 seconds, actually. Mashiro said cheerily, being the second of the visored to oversee his training for the day. 7 seconds. Ichigo muttered, reminding himself that he was in fact quite lucky to be alive at all, and that he ought to count his blessings. Enough for today, said Lisa dismissively, sheathing her blade and walking toward the two of them. Ichigo wanted to protest, but had learned not to. When they said enough, they meant it. Right, then, said Ichigo. You're doing fine, said Lisa. He was sure she had meant to sound reassuring, but she had something naturally dismissive in her voice that made praise feel like criticism. 7 seconds, though, said Ichigo. For a first session? More than fine, insisted Lisa. Nearly all of us didn't do much better than that. Except me, said Mashiro, a bit of smugness working its way into her natural cheer. Yes, except you. It's a shame we can't all be freaks of nature, Lisa said, rolling her eyes. The two would banter, Ichigo had realized, as only very old friends could. Teasingly, Mashiro stuck her tongue out, and Lisa smiled back at her. How'd it feel, though? Lisa said, turning back to Ichigo. You're getting somewhere, that's clear. It slips away almost as soon as I get hold of it, said Ichigo, frowning. It's like trying to hang on to a bowl of jelly, only without the bowl. Lisa snorted. Sounds about right. They're slippery, miserable bastards, the hollows, and they don't give you anything you don't force them to give. But, it's very much worth it if you're looking for a fight. Yes. Ichigo said ponderously. That attack I just sent felt so much stronger than usual. Like it had been hurled by somebody much bigger than you, said Lisa, isn't that right? It feels that way in the beginning. Even more so for you, I'd wager, what with your condition, and all. It takes some getting used to. You can easily wind up throwing an attack much stronger than you meant to. Yeah, actually, I kinda did, Ichigo confirmed. The hard part is behind you, said Lisa with a nod. From here on, it'll be easier. Not easy, mind you, but easier. Keep at it, and you'll learn to focus that hollow into something useful. You'll be stronger than most for as long as you wear it. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, well, thanks. Lisa rolled her eyes. We're not much for soppy gestures here, you know. I am. Mashiro cheered, eagerly raising her hand. If you want to sincerely thank me from the bottom of your heart, you totally can. Sure, Ichigo said awkwardly. I dash. That's enough of that, you greedy little gremlin, said Lisa. Don't milk the newbie for praise. But I deserve it. Just because you're all like, casual and too cool for appreciation humble doesn't mean I have to be. Anyway, said Ichigo, feeling a little lost as the two bickered, I was wondering one thing, actually. What about? Said Lisa, her voice a bit sharp, although mostly it had carried over from her complaints at her green-haired companion. Where did you guys come from? Well, said Lisa, one day my dad gave my mom a very special hug, because they loved each other very much, and 9 months later dash. Right, whatever, Ichigo said and shrugged. None of my business, I get it. Come on, Lisa, said Mashiro. It's okay if he knows we were vice captains and such, isn't it? It's not like he's a stranger anymore, right? Mashiro, you airhead, Lisa grumbled. You know how Shinji feels about this stuff. Shinji can go eat an aging slice of cheese. Well, as vicious an insult as that was, Ichigo said dryly, I'm not really surprised. I kind of guessed a few things. You were associates of Urahara's, which is a bit of a tell in itself. You're strong and experienced, and knowledgeable in the Shinigami arts. You've got Zanpakuto, and that alone marks you as Shinigami. Former Shinigami, said Lisa. It's an occupation, not a state of being. To have powers isn't the same as following an idea attached to them. Got it, said Ichigo. Why do you wonder, anyway? Said Lisa. I mean. Ichigo murmured, I put my life in all your hands. Kinda still do. Wouldn't you want to know a bit more? Fair, Mashiro chirped. I was vice captain to grumpy old Kensei, who was captain of 9th. And I was vice captain of 8th under Kyoraku Shunsui, said Lisa. Now, your next question will be, what happened, and that's not something most of us like to talk about, so listen good. Sure, said Ichigo. Aizen happened, basically. The 8 of us got lured out somewhere desolate, and that bastard did something. We all got a hollow growing inside us, and if not for Urahara, we'd have suffered the same fate as you. The Godei was set to kill us all, and that was the best deal we could have gotten at that stage. For his troubles, he got the blame for it and had to run off. 100 years ago, this happened. We've mostly hung out here since then. Well, damn, Ichigo muttered, briefly considering it. Urahara. How much had he lost? He'd gone out on a limb to save these people, only to wind up taking the fall? 100 years of being in hiding? All of them having left a whole life behind, wrenched away from positions of power, friends, and family. No wonder they were a bit strange. No wonder they were secretive. No wonder they weren't trusting. It's okay, really, said Mashiro cheerily. You get used to it. Life's not bad here in Karakura. Do you miss it? Ichigo blurted out, realizing as he spoke the words that he may or may not have crossed a line in doing so. I don't really think about it that way, said Lisa after a pause. It's been so long. Sure, we had it hard the first few years. Lots of people, we'd never see again, you know. But, we had each other, and that wasn't nothing. It's been long enough that most people we left behind are probably dead now, anyway. The matter-of-fact way she said it twisted Ichigo's heart a little. He was not by nature sentimental, but his recent brush with death, or rather, something worse than that, had left him thinking of what mattered in life. Friends and family was pretty far up the list. I see. He said, not sure what else to say. It's not worth dwelling on. We can't go back. We made our peace with that a long time ago. Yeah, Ichigo said awkwardly, what with the trigger-happy, conservative, authoritarian regime that's been known to put people in labs and do things to them we'd never wish on our worst enemies, said Lisa frankly. We could figure out how they felt about hollow hybrids, and we noticed enough about the Quincy hunts to make sure we'd never consider revealing ourselves. I'll be dead before I'm somebody's guinea pig. Yeah. That. I mean, it was nice, though, said Mashiro, sounding unusually thoughtful. It was a nice place at times. It was home. It was, said Lisa with a nod. We all have things we miss. But, none of us can afford to live in the past, not now and not then. But with Aizen out and all, said Ichigo, with how they are now, if you came forward, don't you think Yamamoto would listen? The Central 46 are all dead, and for all I know they haven't been replaced yet. They're in pretty dire straits. If you ever had a chance, now is it? Who says we'd want in? Said Lisa sharply. Is it really true? Said Mashiro. Ichigo nodded. My aunt is a captain now, and she was considered a traitor. I'm not telling you what to do, but it's worth thinking about. Maybe, maybe not, Lisa said neutrally, but we've learned not to put much stake in hope. How do you live like that? Ichigo asked. Long and well, said Lisa, and very, very carefully. That's enough story time for today, I think. Tomorrow at 7 with Kensei, Ichigo, and he's not nearly as nice as we are. Ichigo sighed. All right, sure, he said with a shrug. See you later, I guess. As he walked away, Ichigo wondered what would become of the Visored. They had seemed very intimidating from the outside, forbidding and dangerous which they were, but something about them now just seemed a little tragic to him. Zanpakuto meditation, contrary to popular opinion, did not require a person to sit cross-legged with one's eyes closed, dead to the world. All it required was privacy and some peace and quiet, both of which the far end of Urahara's basement offered. Momo had just finished a rather long guard shift. They had been on full alert since the Espada had so dramatically entered, and she had decided to combine a well-earned rest with communication of an important sort. She had neglected it as of late, and although she had a good excuse in the form of intensely important military duty, she still felt a little bit guilty. Leaned back against a rock, made comfortable enough to sit on by a Kido-fashioned energy barrier acting as a cushion, Momo sat with her palms rested on the ground, staring out into space. She had not quite entered Tabayam's realm, although she saw into it quite clearly from where she sat. It was, like Tabayam herself, a place both eerie and enchanting. It had the look of a peach tree garden, if it had been painted by an absurdist. There were trees, but their trunks were a pale blue and their leaves blossomed in all the colors of the rainbow. There was fruit, too, but its shape defied description, never the same one moment as it was the one before. The garden seemed to stretch forever, although Momo knew it was just a loop, like a circle. In its midst there sat Tabayam herself, levitating midair. Blue, elegant robes flowed about her tall, elegant figure, flapping lazily as if they were subject to the whims of a gentle underwater current. Tabayam leaned forward, resting her chin on the ridge of her hands, and her hands on nothing. "Hello, my old friend," said Momo, smiling slightly. "There is no need to greet me as if we were strangers," said Tabayam, her voice reverberating gently. It was a little trick she liked to do when she was at ease. She liked the sense of mystery it brought. "I am always with you. I always watch. Still, I haven't made time for you lately," said Momo, "even though I should." "War is as war is," Tabayam said indifferently, "but of course, you speak not entirely out of genuine concern, although you would like to think you do." "What?" said Momo, her cheeks flushing a little. I'm not trying to dash." She resented the accusation, but stopped herself when she realized the truth of it. Yes, I wanted more," she admitted. "I wish I had more time for you. Because I am your strength. A strength not yet fully grown." "You desire me," said the spirit, a mischievous smile on her face. "I'm frustrated with my progress," said Momo honestly. "I developed all this magic, yet I'm almost back to square one. I worked so hard to learn your ways inside and out, yet for all I know I'll never get all of your power. And now with the war, I'm too busy to even put the right effort in. So, what will you do about that, then?" Tabayam demanded playfully. "Will you sit on your posterior complaining, or do you have a plan?" "I said I'm frustrated, not that I've stopped trying," Momo said, a bit of firmness sneaking its way into her voice. "Reflection is not the same thing as self-pity. Is that not true?" True, Tabayam said with a dismissive shrug. "Forgive my teasing, my master." "It's fine," said Momo with a smile. "You wouldn't be you if you didn't test me. It's what a Zanpakuto is supposed to do, after all." "Indeed," the spirit concurred. I sometimes feel inadequate," Momo said, making the confession with an ease that could only come from the bond between blade and wielder, between two entities sharing a deeply special connection. "I was fooled by Aizen. As was everyone else," Tabayam reminded her. "I was fooled by him, and Erza. I love serving under her, but I still feel like I'm not good enough. I want to pull my own weight. I don't want her to save me. I want to be able to save her. If it's needed." Momo added the last part hastily. She could hardly imagine a time when Erza would need to be bailed out by her. "She is your heart's desire, after all," said Tabayam, and smirked. "I do not disapprove. A sense of focus does a body good." Yes. Um. Momo said awkwardly. I mean, she's a great leader. And friend. Tell me, Momo, said Tabayam, do you truly believe you will never achieve the full extent of my power? I mean, yes. No. I mean, no. I can do it. Tabayam laughed. It was a long, echoing sound that would leave Momo's head aching if it continued for too long. When she finished, she said, you do not sound too confident. With time. Maybe, Momo added. Too much confidence would be an insult, it would be taking the spirit for granted. You already know how to make me manifest in your world, O Master. Is that not a sign of a relationship taken well far? Is that not a sign of as close a bond as one could ask for? Short of Bankai. Just speaking the words made her ill at ease. It was power of a kind that she often dreamed of, yet at the same time feared. The trials and tribulations it would take to reach it. I will tell you, with some caution, said Tabayam, that you are on the right path. You have been a kind and diligent master, and you have listened well. Perhaps too kind, but that isn't for me to meddle with. Have you any notion of what such power would look like? Erza can summon weapons, and her Bankai summons armor, said Momo thoughtfully, and Captain Kukaki, his Bankai is a tremendously larger version of his Shikai, isn't it? I know little Shiro turns a small ice dragon to a very big ice dragon. So, with the kind of power I have, I suppose I could make very large explosions. Tabayam scoffed. Surely you know I am subtler than that, O Master. I was just joking a little, said Momo hastily. As it happens, that would be an option, said Tabayam haughtily, but I could do so much more. Oh, the things you could do with your magic. She smiled mysteriously. But, that is for you to find out. Of course, said Momo. Tabayam's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Master, she said, and extended a hand. It reached through the space of the Zanpakuta's absurd garden and into reality, its digits slender and bony. Tabayam, said Momo, hesitantly raising a hand to meet the spirit's, although not quite touching yet. Touch me and see, urged the spirit. Momo paused for a second, then steeled herself. This was what she wanted. Why should she hold back? Decisively, she moved her hand forward to take Tabayam's. However, as soon as their fingers touched, the world around her ceased to exist, replaced by a flash of white. What happened next couldn't be described in terms of visuals. Momo felt. A swell of sensations washed over her, each one crystal clear despite lasting but a second. She felt great power, as mighty as it was intricately complex. She felt an enormous construct, arcane in nature, one that dwarfed her own efforts. She sensed a sea of magical force, where she was like a speck of dust before the mighty ocean. She sensed ruby-red raw force, boiling with carefully controlled power. She felt vibration, a great pattern of harmony as complex as the universe itself, harmony that, she knew, was tremendously dangerous and tremendously destructive. She sensed the power of her Bankai, of Tabayam's true nature. She felt the bitter wrath of the wraith underneath, the fury of her Zanpakuta when it had been angered. She felt the sensation of her enemies felled before her, burned to a crisp, frozen in time, or wiped from existence. She sensed a power great enough to put her on par with any captain. Then the moment was over, and Momo fell back, leaned against the rock, taking in a sharp breath. Slowly, Tabayam withdrew her hand. Tell me, Master, she said, staring into Momo's eyes, did you like what you felt? Yes, Momo said, realizing it was true. Power so terrible should inspire caution, and it did, but feeling it for the first time, she knew she wanted it. Then work, said the spirit mysteriously. Learn to sing in harmony with me, and that power will be yours. Harmony. But the key, said the spirit, ignoring Momo's objection, is the blade, as always. Learn to use it right, and nothing is beyond you. And just like that, Tabayam was gone, having retreated back into her sanctum. Momo blinked, staring out into space. Harmony. Power. Bankai. It was within her grasp. She just had to find it. Just how that last part would happen, of course, she was still a bit blurry on. Captain Commander Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai sunk into his office chair. He had had a busy day, made no easier by the revelation given to him early in the morning. Aizen's audacity knew no bounds, and it had made the idea of failure even more unthinkable. All throughout the day, directing and organizing the Godai in their preparation for the upcoming war, he had gone back and forth with himself on what to do about this news. Well, he knew what to do, practically speaking, although it was much the same as before. Organize a defense. Prepare battle plans. Allocate military resources where needed. All of these things were necessary already. No, what he was torn about was whether to disturb His Majesty about this. Yamamoto alone knew the true nature of the Soul King in his resplendent grandeur. Aside from the royal guard naturally, as they guarded the king with their lives, he alone had seen the king in person, received a charge and instructions from him, only he knew what Aizen was up against. Yamamoto had, in his millennium of service and a life longer still, never seen any inkling of a deity. He had never seen the hand of a god or gods at work, nor had he ever believed in it. Yes, there were no gods that Yamamoto knew of, but there was a greater being. There was a higher purpose. There was the King of Souls, a being whose power was as close to a god's as Yamamoto had ever seen. No, he did not fear the idea of Aizen facing off with the king. Even if he could kill all of the royal guard, no mean feat in itself, but if anyone could, it would be that upstart he would have to face off with a being so far above him that no amount of deception, intelligence, and tactical skill would save him. He would stand face to face with the Father of Reapers, the one who had bestowed upon them the power to pass on souls in the first place. Yamamoto did not fear what Aizen would do if he reached the palace. What Yamamoto feared was failure, and the immeasurable shame it would bring him. The king had given him a purpose 1,000 years ago, a purpose he had since lived for with every fiber of his being, every last spiritual particle. He had taken the wreckage of a world torn apart by violence, war, mistrust, ancient rivalry, and hate, and he had transformed it into a society of order, strength, and stability. He had brought prosperity and success where there had been poverty and misery. Now, all of it was under threat. The idea of all his work undone, of having failed in the mission given to him by a being so wise as the Soul King, no, it would be unbearable. That is why he went back and forth on whether to report this or not. Yamamoto was deeply worried, anxious in a way he would never show openly. He did not fear for His Majesty's life, after all. This was by all accounts beneath him. But, all the same, he was king, and a king ought to know when brigands were headed to his door. If nothing else, the royal guard ought to prepare, just in case Yamamoto would fail, although he was determined to have died before that happened. Old muscles groaning with wear and tear, he stood up, and at the press of a button the communications system opened, a large screen lowering down in front of him. He hesitated before calling the line. It was not something to do lightly, contacting the palace was not a frivolous endeavor. In fact, he had not heard a word from it since the last member of the royal guard had been recruited. Taking a deep breath, he made the call, the signal running cross-dimensionally to the ethereal realm of the king's palace. He waited for some time, fully aware that His Majesty had a different perception of time, and was at any rate a very busy individual. Eventually, more quickly than Yamamoto had expected, the screen flickered to life. Yamamoto hadn't dared to hope His Majesty would answer it himself, and was as such not surprised to see another figure answer. When he realized who it was, though, Yamamoto felt a pang of disappointment. "Young Yamamoto, is it?" said the form of an aged, decrepit old man. Dressed in a fine, silken robe, he rather gave the impression of an overdressed bum. His face was more wrinkled than a raisin, thin, white sideburns adorned his face, and he looked about as approachable as Yamamoto usually did. "Abato," said Yamamoto, nodding to the old man. The ancient soul was His Majesty's equerry, his personal retainer, and was one of the few people in existence old enough to call Yamamoto young. "Be quick about it," said Abato. "We can't be having you people call us every other second, you know." The last call had been over 100 years ago, but Yamamoto declined to comment. "There is dire news, retainer," Yamamoto said, his voice rumbling with the kind of quiet dignity that would make most men shiver. "As I am sure you are aware, a rebel captain recently defected. Your affair, not ours," said Abato bluntly. "Is that what this is about?" You know we're not about to send the royal guard to clean up your mess. Certainly not, said Yamamoto firmly, but you ought to know that this rebel in particular intends to create a royal key. This got a raised eyebrow from the retainer. You let that knowledge go, you young fool? It was stolen from us, Yamamoto said with careful deliberation. At this point, we cannot be sure of his exact intentions except that he intends to breach the palace. Perhaps, to make an attempt on His Majesty's life. Abato let out a short, croaking cackle. I'd like to see him try. At any rate, retainer, Yamamoto said with strained civility, I request you pass this knowledge along to the guard, and to His Majesty as well. I thought it important you be kept informed. Abato nodded. He was as nasty as he was old, but not so spiteful he'd ignore relevant information. Very well, then. In fact, Yamamoto said, I wondered if I could perhaps speak with His Ma Dash. In your dreams, boy, said Abato firmly. He speaks when he wants to speak. You don't petition him. If he wants to speak with you, you'll know. Of course, Yamamoto said. It had been a spur-of-the-moment question, one he knew he should not have asked. A word from the king would have done much to ease the burden on his shoulders, but he knew too well it was true. One did not ask things of the Soul King. He was not a god, after all. Was that it, then? Said the older man. Or, have any other captains turned coats since? None since, retainer. You'd better straighten this out, Yamamoto, said Abato firmly, staring down the aged commander with a piercing glare. The palace is not for outsiders with ambition. I shall die before it is breached, said Yamamoto firmly. See that you do, said Abato. Better yet, see that you live and the rebels die. Don't fail us now, boy. I will not. Good, said the old retainer. Without bothering with a goodbye, he closed the link, and the screen went blank. Yamamoto sighed. It had gone as well as he might have expected, at least. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. What was His Majesty doing, so far removed from the institution he had bidden Yamamoto to create? Chapter 73, The Budding Lilies. Damn it, woman. Let me get up on my feet, you bitch. Grimjo spat and snarled a mean game, and it would have been rather intimidating if not for the golden chains pinning him to the ground. He was on his knees on the ground of Urahara's enormous cellar, the Kido-powered chains wrapped around his chest firmly anchored in the ground. The former espada was barely able to move. We're almost done here, I think, Urahara said cheerily, inquisitively bent over Tessai and Momo as the two of them quietly muttered their incantations, together forming what they had assured Erza was a very delicate, very unbreakable guise, a spell of compulsion. It was a contract of sorts, which Grimjo had agreed to of his own free will well, knowing that the alternative was that much worse, but it had to be done with consent or it wouldn't work, Tessai had explained. Erza had made her instructions very, very clear, and when they were done, Grimjo would officially be turned from panther to kitten. There, said Tessai firmly. I believe this ought to finish the seal. Miss Hinamori, if you would do the honors of finalizing the spell. Yes. Momo said enthusiastically, quickly chanting something under her breath, weaving her fingers in a delicate pattern. It was impressive to watch her at work doing something she loved, Erza thought. She seemed so alive, so in the moment, as if nothing else mattered. It was only when Momo looked up with a bright smile on her face that Erza realized that she had been staring, lost in thought. All done, Captain. Momo said brightly. Mr. Tessai, you may undo the chains. Certainly, Miss Hinamori, rumbled Tessai, and clamped his hands together, undoing the chains. As they burst, an angry Grimjo rolled away from the two of them, then got onto his feet with surprising agility considering he'd been stuck in a chair for the better part of 2 days, and on his knees for over 3 hours during the time it had taken to complete the ritual. Motherfucker! He spat, rubbing his neck. As he removed his hand, Erza saw the seal glow briefly, before fading away seemingly into nothing. It was a simple design, just 2 long lines ending in an arrowhead, almost but not completely meeting. The seal could have fit in her palm, but she had been assured it was incredibly potent. Go get the others, she said, nodding to Momo. We'll go through it all together. Gonna parade me in front of all your pathetic friends? Really rub it in. Grimjo spat, taking a step forward. You stay where you are, Erza said neutrally. Grimjo stopped, but Erza knew it wasn't out of compulsion. Complete mind control was out of bounds for what Kido was allowed to even try to do, and Erza wouldn't have done it even if it were an option. Rather, Grimjo knew his life hinged on her approval, and had enough sense to adapt. She had put the word out not just for all Shinigami on duty save for Rangiku, who had stayed behind as a sentry in case of an invasion. This was a situation of impending war, after all, but Ichigo, Orium, Uryu, Chad, and Tatsuki, as well. They all ought to know, and they all ought to see. Within minutes, the rest of her team had arrived in a timely fashion, whereas the teenagers lagged behind a little. Before too long, there was a half-circle of Shinigami and humans, staring down Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez. Fuck you looking at? Grimjo spat. I'll fucking break your legs, assholes. No, you won't, Erza said firmly, stepping forwards until she was just 2 feet from the former Espada. She turned around, facing the assembly. I'm sure you all want to know why I summoned you here, she said. It's probably to do with the handicapped Aaron car behind you, I'd guess. Tatsuki said. Just a guess, though. I think you got it right, said Orium, who was quite oblivious to the existence of sarcasm. This is Grimjo, Erza said, disregarding both of the teenagers, a defector from Aizen Saoshik's army. He's been here before as a warrior now, he's had a change of heart. Too fucking right, Grimjo said, and spat at the ground at the mention of Aizen's name. I hate that bastard, asshole, rat prick, stick up his ass, hypocrite scumbag motherfucker. That's colorful, Ichigo muttered. I say change of heart, but it's really a change of hate, said Erza. He's a homicidal monster by his own admission, and is such a danger to any one of you if we let him go freely. Which, of course, we won't. I brought you all here, so you can all know he's no longer a threat and why. Fuckin'. Grimjo spat, muttering a string of curses under his breath. He's weaker than he was before, but it's not enough, Erza continued. As such, Tessai and Momo have provided us with a means of collaring him. Momo. Yes, Captain, Momo said perkily, taking a step forward. We've placed a seal on his neck that set a number of conditions for him. Mr. Jaeger Jaquez, if you'd please raise your hand to strike my captain. Grimjo gave Erza a suspicious glare, but Erza nodded. Hesitantly, Grimjo raised a hand, made a fist, brought it down and... The next moment he was bent over, breathing heavily, making gagging noises. Any attempt at violence that could not be defined as self-defense will render him totally nauseated, Momo explained, and if he were to persist. Grimjo snarled, stood himself upright and lunged for Erza, only for his snarl to turn into a howl. Then it turns into an overstimulation of his nervous system. That is to say, acute pain in every part of his body. Motherfucker! Grimjo squealed, lying in a twitching heap on the ground. You've had worse, Erza said, determined not to show him any pity in front of her colleagues. She pulled him up by the collar of his vest. Stand, you bastard. You're not here to sleep. You're a bitch, Red, Grimjo said weakly. You're a fucking... He trailed off, a weary look on his face. It was strange, without malice, glee, or anger in his face, he looked quite human. But, Erza was not about to forget what he was. Just stand up straight, she said firmly. It passes quickly, Momo continued in her explanation. We're not excessive. Indeed, Grimjo seemed to recover quite well, an angry frown returning to his features. Additionally, it restrains his power quite severely, and can be used to easily track his location within a 100-mile radius. Erza raised an eyebrow. Impressive. I hadn't even thought to ask for that. We do our best, Momo said bashfully, beaming at the praise. Wasn't there one more thing, though? Said Erza. Oh, right, Momo said hastily. If he gets too rowdy, we have a word of command to subdue him. Anyone could say it, to the same effect. Captain, you may choose it at will. Simply say, command, followed by one word of your choosing. Erza looked at Grimjo. This is strictly for demonstrative purposes, I hope you know, she said under her breath. I don't get off on humiliating people, even if they're murderers. Go fuck yourself, Red. Command, Neil, said Erza, deciding to choose a simple word, easily pronounced. Immediately, Grimjoe sunk down onto all fours. The fuck? He spat. It's like dash. Like somebody put a very heavy weight on your back, Momo explained. It's all psychological, actually. Very subtle, she said proudly. Stand, said Erza, and Grimjoe quickly stood up, the second part of the spell dismissing the effect. Happy now? He said, hate seething from his voice. Satisfied, said Erza. For now, you'll stay here in the basement. An improvement from the cell, I'd imagine. Grimjoe didn't answer, simply looking at her with barely suppressed rage. You will answer to iPhone when I'm away. You'll answer any of her questions. You'll play nice, or, well, you'll feel the repercussions. You're allowed to move around freely in here, but do not attempt to escape. We'll find you, and you'll regret it. Wanna take that blade of yours and cut off my ballsack while you're at it? He spat. That won't be necessary. Play along, and maybe you'll get what you want. Don't, and it'll be all the worse for you. That's it. She turned around and begun walking away, pointing toward the exit. The others caught the hint, and headed out along with her. Oh, but wait. Grimjoe shouted angrily. Ain't you gonna go the full way and grind my face into the dirt with your foot while you're at it? Make me eat a bucket of shit? Ain't you gonna dash? Neil, Erza said, and instantly, Grimjoe sunk down on all fours. She turned to Momo. How long does that last? A few minutes, unless you dismiss it. Right, then, said Erza. Good. Let's all head up, then. We've got work to do. Life was funny. Just a week ago, Ichigo's life had been dominated by all-consuming dread, a fear for his own life and for those of his sisters and parents. He had been pushing the boulder of Sisyphus, with the end of the hill nowhere in sight. Now his step was light and excitable as he left the school grounds, finished for the day. A light euphoria had replaced the dread, an underlying happiness born from relief unlike any he had ever felt. 2 days, now. 2 days of a caged hollow, 2 nights in which he had slept soundly for the first time in months. It was like walking on clouds, like he flew across the ground rather than walk. He was alive and well. His family wasn't going to get killed by an inhuman beast. What else? He had power of a kind that dwarfed the strength he'd had when he first walked into the Soul Society. A war was coming, he knew, and they were far removed from danger, but it felt distant. Any non-immediate danger felt unreal, like something he could conquer no matter what. After such a trial by fire, he really felt like he could do anything. Hi to Ichigo. Joining him on his walk home was Orium. Ichigo had left before Kigo or Mizuho could bother him. He had preferred to be alone with his thoughts, but Orium's presence was not one he minded. Hi, you, he said contentedly, a small smile on his face. It wasn't particularly clever, but Ichigo knew he did not need to impress her. You stopped frowning, she said cheerily. To an objective observer it would have seemed an innocuous remark, but Ichigo knew as well as she that it was her way of politely asking if he had sorted himself out. Or, well, maybe it wasn't at all, but all the same he felt keen to tell her. He wanted somebody to know, and it had to be somebody who was in the know. I fixed it, he said, exhilaration under his breath, the hollow in my head. It's, right, now. It's gone. He shook his head. Nah. It isn't, and it never will be. But Urahara's friends, they helped me put it in its place. Cage it. I'm all right now. I still gotta train to make sure it stays put, but the worst is behind me. More than relief, he felt considerable pride in saying it. He had been put to the test, and he had not been found wanting. It had been do or die, and he had done. That's great news, Orium said cheerily. I'm not sure I understand how it works, but I'm happy for you, Ichigo. It's crazy, Ichigo said, shaking his head, the smile still staying on his face. Now that I got it under control, I'm stronger than before. I can protect you all now. I can protect the whole town by myself. He was practically bragging now, he realized, but he couldn't quite stop himself. So, what did your parents think? Just like that, she had taken a needle to his balloon. He said, prolonging the grunt well past reason to buy time. I mean. I just figured since you told me, you had to have told them already, right? Since it's your parents, and all. Twist the knife, why don't you? I mean. I didn't tell them yet. Ichigo said embarrassedly. Oh. That's strange. He was disappointed, he realized, that she hadn't said it any more harshly than that because when it came down to it, he should have told them. It's just that, he said, I kinda forgot. No, I don't think so, Orium said, in a tone that was dangerously sober for a girl normally so airheaded. I might have forgotten, because I'm me. But, you're not me. You didn't forget, did you, Ichigo? No, Ichigo hummed grudgingly, I mean, no, I didn't, I just. Then, why did you say you did? She sounded sweet and completely innocent, which made the jabs all the more pronounced. It was like being bitten by a large, friendly dog. Somehow, she knew just where to push, and she did it in such a way that he couldn't protest without seeming foolish. I don't know, okay? I'm just being stupid, I guess. He paused. I am, aren't I? That's not for me to say, Orium said, still content to play nice. It's just. I was gonna tell them. And soon. He added that last part with particular emphasis, as if to convince himself it was true. Maybe it was, but maybe it wasn't. Ichigo, Orium said with the firm, gentle force of the grinding stone of a mill, wouldn't your mother want to know? Yes, he admitted, pained to do so. So, why shouldn't she? It was my problem to sort out, okay? Orium stopped walking, and Ichigo not a second after her. She turned to look him in the eye, and Ichigo swallowed. Since when did she have such a piercing stare? You don't have to do it all on your own, you know. In fact, you shouldn't. What are friends and family for if you can't rely on them when you need to the most? She was right, of course. That was the most damnable thing of all. She had him in a box here, and there was no way out. I'll tell her when I get home, he promised, first thing. Okay, Orium said, her severity instantly replaced with her normal, bubbly cheer. I'll walk you home, then. To make sure you don't forget. Yeah, whatever, Ichigo muttered. And don't frown. You look much better when you smile. I'm not frowning. Tell that to your eyebrows. Bickering lightheartedly, the two of them went their way toward Ichigo's home. Right, said Masake, with the kind of cool, collected calm that Ichigo knew to dread, let me get this straight. They were sat in the living room, Orium by his side, his parents opposite of him. You have a hollow in your head. It's been there since you were conceived. And ever since you entered soul society with the rest of them, it's been eating your soul little by little, and you very, very nearly died fixing that. Not very nearly, Ichigo objected weakly. It was more like, mildly fatally dangerous. Mildly, said Masaka plainly. Son, don't, said Ishine, quietly raking his hand across his neck, motioning Ichigo to stop. I'm not any happier about this than your mother, but just for advice, you're just making it worse for yourself. Keeping quiet, Ichigo nodded. He was just telling me he was sorry he didn't tell you sooner as we walked home, said Orium, and Ichigo was equal parts appalled and impressed at the casual ease of the lie. That's nice, Orium, said Masaki, in a tone that very clearly spelled out how much that meant to her. Look, Mom, Ichigo said, but she raised a finger, and he piped down. Young man, she said firmly, her voice rising slightly, I trust you have a very good explanation. He doesn't, said Orium, this time opting for honesty. He's been very stupid, and he's very sorry about it. Ichigo nodded almost zealously. Masaka shrugged, and let out a long, loud sigh. Why couldn't it be drugs? She said exasperatedly. Or, knocking up some girl, or being in a gang, or getting mixed in with the wrong crowd. Why couldn't it be any of the 101 things a mother has to worry about already? No, it just had to be a parasitic hollow eating up your soul from the inside. To be fair, love, said Ishine meekly, it's our family, isn't it? We're not exactly normal. Are you defending him? Masaka demanded with the kind of dominant, authoritative fury that would have made any dictator green with envy. No, ma'am. Ishine said quickly. It's fixed now, Mom, Ichigo said hastily. It's not a danger anymore. I mean, I kinda have to train every day to make sure it isn't, and it's never going to go away, and I mean, it's sorted. Well, isn't that marvelous to hear? Said Masaka, rolling her eyes. Oh, yes, now I feel so much better dash. It came to me in my dreams. Ichigo said loudly, prepared to shout if he had to. For weeks on end. And every time it was the same thing, Mom. And what was that, then? Masaka demanded furiously. It was you and Dad, Ichigo said severely. It made me see the both of you, killed and half-eaten. And each time it ended up with me being the one that ate you. Masaka's furious expression softened as she saw the anxiety in her son's face. For weeks now I've barely seen you, right? Ichigo continued, in between excitable and terrified. I've been up before you left and home after you fell asleep. It's because I couldn't look you in the eye. I felt like I was a danger to you both, to Karen and Yuzo. And I was. It was just a matter of time. I was stupid, I know, but I was afraid, all the time, and I didn't know what to do with myself. I should have told you, but I couldn't, I couldn't. Ichigo. Masaka said slowly, the anger draining from her face, is that true? Every bit of it, Ichigo said, nodding fiercely. His voice trembled, and he fought to keep it steady. I'm glad just to be alive. I told myself I'd tell you after I got it sorted, but I put it off a bit, because... He sighed. That really was just me being stupid. Sorry, Mom. Masaki rose from her seat and sat down next to him. She affectionately put an arm on his shoulder, gently rubbing it. I'm sorry you had to go through that, she said simply, but Ichigo, you can't just keep something like that to yourself. When I grew up, I had a terrible family I couldn't rely on. I'd have given anything to have it better. Now, don't you have that? I do, he said weakly. I want you to promise me if something like this happens again, you let me know. I promise, Ichigo said, feeling quite moved. He ought to say more, perhaps, but he didn't have the words. Right, said Masaka with a sigh. I can tell this has been hard on you. Ichigo nodded. For now, why don't you go get a rest? Yeah, said Ichigo, relieved not to have to say anything further. You're not off the hook entirely, young man, Masaka said, although the strictness in her tone was far laxer than before, more for show. You are grounded for 2 weeks, aside from that, training of yours. Is that clear? Yes, Mom, said Ichigo, marveling a little at the absurdity of being grounded for something like this. Right, said Masaka, seeming to have run out of words. You go to your room, then. I'll have to go make dinner soon, anyway. And don't do this again. With that, she marched out into the kitchen. Ichigo straightened up. Well, I'll see you later, Ichigo, said Orium cheerily. Doesn't it feel better now? Ichigo muttered something inaudible but nevertheless clear in its meaning, and watched her leave. You mark my words, son, Ishine said with a grin. She's a keeper, that one. If she's willing to back you up like that, she's good. Inwardly, Ichigo felt relieved to have something normal to react to, but outwardly he rolled his eyes and said, Dad, shut up. Come on, son dash, Ishine grinned, but Ichigo had had enough. If his mom's word wasn't enough of an incentive to go up to his room, his father's cringe-worthy wisdom about women was. I can't hear you, he said, practically storming up the stairs. Not a word, Dad. His voice was quite typically harsh, but there was a slight smile on his face. When all was said and done, it had been a lot less painful than he had expected. Erza had left Byakuya in charge of military matters for a couple of hours while she caught up on paperwork from her division. With both its captain and vice-captain absent, her third and fourth seats were quite overworked, and Erza had no intention of leaving them behind. Although bureaucracy was far from her forte, a responsibility was a responsibility, and much of what she had delivered to her this morning was of a nature quite beyond the ability or authority of a third seat, anyhow. Thankfully she had Momo with her, whose administrative experience dwarfed Erza's. She signed another sheet of papers, dealing with a small scuffle between some of her officers and those of the 7th Division, and looked up from her desk. "How are we coming along?" said Momo brightly, carefully placing a thick stack of papers onto Erza's desk. "Well, I'm doubting if we'll be done by nightfall," said Erza, who had made quite a bit of headway in her last stack, only to see another pile added to her workload. "Don't worry," Momo assured her. "Most of this stuff just needs your signature. The leading officers are handling themselves well enough. It's not the first time a captain and vice-captain are absent from their division. We delegate for a reason." "I guess you're right," Erza said, thoughtfully taking a sip of lukewarm tea from the mug she kept beside her ever-growing load of papers. "Although, frankly, I'm starting to miss the times when I was being chased around the Godi as a traitor." "Oh, don't say that. Fetch me another stack, will you?" said Erza dismissively. "I think we can fit one more on the edge of the desk if we're careful." "Yes, Captain," Momo said brightly, and trotted off. As the vice-captain fetched another stack, she thought to herself that, for all her captain's grouching about paperwork, they had been quite efficient. They had worked for 2 hours now, and they were nearly done. Most of the work was already handled back at the division, sure, but Erza wasn't bad at administrative work. Not brilliant, but certainly rather good for somebody with so little experience of it. After she went and placed down the stack on her captain's desk, she sat down opposite of Erza and began to put in some work herself, picking out paperwork that only needed a vice-captain's hand with the expediency of a seasoned bureaucrat. However, after a few minutes she realized that her work was slower than usual. Not that Erza minded or even noticed, but it was. Momo's mind kept drifting places outside the practical, and daydreaming was definitely not her usual style. It was impossible not to an extent. The war itself as a prospect was distracting enough, but then there was also her Kido training with Tessai, and the man's knowledge on the subject was absolutely fascinating, but then there was her conversation with Tabayam the evening before. Bankai. The very concept had seemed totally unattainable to Momo when she had first entered the divisions after graduation. Sure, she had been among the best in her class, and sure, she had quickly climbed the ranks, sure, she was quite well above the average. She had never thought of herself as an elite, not particularly, but if one looked at the facts, she sort of was. But, she had, all things considered, never thought it was an option for a very long time. Something had caused a change in her, and that thing was Erza. It was for Erza that Momo had sought out unorthodox, questionable power, and it was for her she had lived for 20 years, it was for her she lived now. Momo had sought power and gained it, honed her skills, become a better version of herself, and now suddenly Bankai was actually on the table. It was actually unbelievable, she thought as she absent-mindedly filled out a form, how far she had come. All for one person. Something about Tabayam's words from the day before had stayed with her, not just her choice of words, in retrospect, but how she had said it. Your heart's desire. What had she even meant by that? Momo had what she wanted. She was serving under her mentor and idol, under somebody who loved and appreciated her as a friend and subordinate. Something real, instead of the false, manipulative exploitation she'd had under Aizen. Had she meant that Erza was her reason for being? She had to have. What other reason could there be? Moreover, why did she feel she had to ask herself that question, if the answer was so obvious? You all right there? Erza said, with a raised eyebrow. Why yes. Momo squeaked, quickly brought away from her reveries by her heart's desire, whatever that meant. Blushing lightly, she quickly started scribbling down the paper sheet so furiously that she almost broke her pencil. Right, then, said Erza. Momo stared down into the paper as if it was the most fascinating object she had ever seen, Like she had just discovered the cure for world hunger, anything to hide the growing redness in her face. What was even going on? Stupid to buy 'em, with her stupid words. In her head, Momo felt the Zanpakuto's smug cheer, as if it knew something she did not. And then there's that prick Ulquira. Stick up his ass bigger than that self-righteous asshole you got who wanted me dead, and that's saying something. Focus on practicalities, so iPhone demanded. His strength. His powers. Any weaknesses? The interrogation was considerably more relaxed this time, Grimjo lazing with his back against a rock, so iPhone sitting cross-legged opposite him, but the former Espada had no illusions about it. He was thoroughly in their grip, powerless to change any of it, and if she cared to, she could reduce him to a whimpering mess just by saying the right word. Fuck, I dunno. Grimjo muttered, scouring his mind for information. He would much rather have thrown out a string of curses and imaginatively crude insults, but whatever was left of his pride resented deeply the idea of being made to kowtow to a Shinigami. I told Ja already, I dunno much. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 all didn't show much of their power. Why is that? So iPhone asked curiously. Isn't Hollow Society built around strength? Wouldn't they have to demonstrate it? Grimjo rolled his eyes. Shows what you know. Hollows know 'em by name. It's suicide to take on a Vastolord if you ain't one yourself, for starters, but even if you was, you'd know the names. You'd know who Ulquira Cipher was. Or Tyr Halibel, or Barragan Lusenburn, or Coyote Starkey. Names ain't just names. They means something. Making a name for yourself is the same as other hollows learning you can't be fucked with. When you're that strong, you don't have to fight all the time cause the only people capable of challenging you are other namers, and they don't like gambling. Fascinating, so iPhone said neutrally. These insights into hollow culture would surely be quite stunning to some of our researchers, but I am not a researcher, Grimjo. Facts. Details. Grimjo shrugged. Kept under wraps. I told you some already, didn't I? Barragan? He was king, and everyone knew what he could do. A breath attack with absolute corrosion is a result, yes, said so iPhone. It's been noted. What else? Fuck me. Grimjo muttered. How about Starkey? He's the primero, after all. Fucked if I know. The bastard just turned up. Was surprised to learn he was even real. What do you mean? See, Coyote Starkey, that was a tall tale, far as I knew. Some hollow far out in the wastes so insanely strong that nobody could touch him. So strong people died just from bane around him. Lots of legends going on among hollows like those. We got our own scary stories, yeah no. And he just turns up. Apparently Aizen helped him control his power, or some shit, Grimjo said with a shrug. All I know is he's madly powerful, more than even Barragan was, and he made it to the top the old-fashioned way, on a mountain of skulls and a river of blood. Figuratively, I assume. Don't know what that means, but he didn't actually stack a million skulls into a pile, if that's what you're askin'. A hollow that powerful? Yup. 'Bout half of you lot are gonna die. You know that, right? And that's if you're all lucky. Let's focus on the subject at hand. Just how strong is he? Stronger than Aizen? Maybe, Grimjo said thoughtfully, although that bastard's plenty strong on his own. Whatever it is, hollows don't got those sneaky fucking powers you Shinigami got. Ain't nobody getting around those illusions. So iPhone nodded slowly, appearing deep in thought. I think that shall do it for now, Aaron Carr. I have other duties to attend to, at any rate. What? Grimjo said, his surprise only half mocking. That was what, just an hour? What happened to grillin' me over nothin', over and over? It won't be necessary, said so iPhone, and stood up. She made a move to turn around and walk away, but she paused, and gave Grimjo a look. You're improving, I would say. Keep this up, and it shall benefit us both. Eat shit, Tiny, said Grimjo flatly. So iPhone gave him another look. Kneel, she said, and instantly, Grimjo was down on the ground, muttering swears under his breath. Progress, though, said So iPhone as she turned around and begun walking away, is often a slow-moving process. So iPhone made her way toward the cellar exit. It had felt petty to humiliate the Aaron car like that, but then again, as far as So iPhone was concerned, he was an animal and a potential threat and had to be taught his place if he was to have a place with them. She did not share the commander's liberal sentiments. A hollow was a hollow, and once he had given them all he could, the safest and most sensible course of action would be purgation. A quick, smooth, and painless death, of course, because although she was head assassin of the GODI-13, she was not uncivilized. Captain So iPhone. So iPhone had almost failed to notice the approaching figure, Arisawa Tatsuki. Why she indulged the child's interests, she wasn't sure. The girl would never attain the same level of skill as a properly trained Shinigami with such a lax, part-time training regimen, but all the same So iPhone refrained from saying so. Perhaps the effort itself was worthy of some appreciation, if not praise. Tatsuki, So iPhone said, stopping as the teenager ran up to meet her. Tatsuki, a bit short of breath, abruptly halted, an excited expression on her face. She was a curious thing, not unlike a puppy dog. Clumsy and inexperienced, yet doggedly spirited and determined, despite an almost total ignorance of what the context of her martial skills really meant. "I trust you have kept up with your lessons," said So iPhone. She had, on a few occasions, deigned to instruct the girl directly herself. Something about passing on a set of skills was appealing, although she felt rather ambivalent about passing on anything to somebody whose loyalty to the GODI was not assured. "I have," Tatsuki said with an eager nod. "Every day. 4 hours every day after school," Tatsuki said proudly. Given her schedule, that was rather a lot. In a very small way, So iPhone was impressed. "And your progress?" she said plainly, not letting any emotion sneak into her voice. "Better every day," Tatsuki said confidently. "When I first went into the Soul Society, to illegally breach GODI property and assault its officers," So iPhone reminded her, and although her voice was quietly stern, she felt a little amused at Tatsuki's flustered reaction. Yes, that," Tatsuki said, that thing, at that time, back then, I was strong but I didn't have a hold on anything, really, except on a basic level, but now, I can feel myself. Feel myself. I know where I am all the time when I fight. I'm starting to get hold of my spiritual energy. It's not just this passive thing anymore. Basic Ryutsu awareness, then, the kind of thing first-year students would be learning at the academy and perfect across years, even decades of service. The girl's backward progress was in itself fascinating to So iPhone, if at least partly in the same way erect train was. To gain strength of this measure without first having gained full knowledge of how to master it was as upside down an approach as So iPhone could have thought of, and she found herself wanting to correct it. However, one wanted many things, but duty never waited. "Very good," she said, making sure to keep the compliment as unemphatic as possible. Overt praise was a sure way to grow arrogance and overconfidence in any adept, in So iPhone's experience. "All the same," Tatsuki beamed. "My staff, you know," she said, and So iPhone could tell she had been aching to tell anyone, "Urahara devised it for me so I could access my power, but, at this rate, I won't need it for too long. If I can just get hold of it properly, I'll start catching up to the others for sure." So iPhone nodded. Having role models was important for motivation, and setting goals likewise. "Set the bar high and settle only for all that you can accomplish," she said sharply. "Anything else is to let yourself down." "Yes, Captain." So iPhone had a sudden urge to frown, but resisted. She would rather not show any emotion in a professional context if she could help it. She had said the same exact words to fresh adepts of the Stealth Corps before, many times, and they had beamed much the same, although in a much more subdued manner. Was that how she thought of this girl, now? A subordinate? A protégé, even? She shook the idea off of her mind. If she survived the war, she would soon be back at her post in the GODI, and from then on she'd be surprised if she saw this girl again before her natural death. "Actually," said Tatsuki, oblivious to So iPhone's distracted musings, "I'm even working on something new." "Oh. Well, it's very experimental," said Tatsuki hastily, but I'm sorta trying to make something of my own, something that fits my style. See that you do so carefully, said iPhone, a bit torn. On the one hand, she firmly believed one had to learn to walk before one could run, that a technique of one's own developed before a solid grasp of the basics would be flawed. Then again, Tatsuki was dedicated and hard-working, and she could need the extra punch as a mere human, however strong. Yes, Captain. Let me tell you this much, iPhone said after some deliberation. No technique is ever perfected, and never let yourself be fooled into thinking it is. What you develop now, you may in a few years scoff at as a foolish, clumsy, and uninformed attempt, quite worthless compared to where you are now. This, she added as she saw the look of dejection on Tatsuki's face, is as it should be. You cannot succeed without first having learned failure. You will learn more from failure than you ever will from success. Tatsuki blinked. I'm, surprised to hear you say that. Why is that? Well, Tatsuki said, shifting awkwardly, you're, like, a captain and commander of a whole corps of spies and such. I wouldn't think you'd value failure. On the contrary, I take it to heart. I learn from it. Do you think I sprung out of my mother's womb, already a master? All skill is learned, Tatsuki. I was once clumsy and ignorant, myself. Some people have a particular aptitude for whatever they do in life, but 9/10 out of everything anyone does comes down to hard work, to repetition, to dedication, and determination. You will grow strong not from some innate affinity for the spiritual, but through training and self-reflection. That is the only path to strength, discipline and dedication. Discipline and dedication, Tatsuki mumbled. Yes, that does make sense. iPhone nodded. She hadn't meant to give the young woman such a speech, it had come naturally as a spur of the moment. Imparting knowledge, she realized, was a satisfying thing in and of itself. Well, off you go, then, she said sternly. Work hard as I told you, and who knows? You may be as strong a defender of your town as there ever was. Tatsuki nodded enthusiastically. Yes, sensei. Sensei? iPhone thought, as she watched the girl run off to train some more. The word had its charms, didn't it? Byakuya had been relieved at last, and at the insistence of the commander, he had gone back to the hotel room where he and his sister had been staying. He would rather have stayed on duty, but the commander was within her rights to order him. Naturally, he was ready to react at a moment's notice to any incursion, but grudgingly, very grudgingly, he had to admit that he, too, needed his rest. He had slipped into his jigai, still getting used to the quaint sensation of confinement and in such a weak body, too, and walked back to his room. Once he had closed the door, he heard a clattering from the other room. It would be Rukia, he assumed. His sensory skills were rather dulled in this artificial body. He walked into the living room to find his sister sitting cross-legged on the couch, a laptop resting across her lap. He wasn't sure how the technology functioned, but it was apparently quite a source of entertainment. Brother, Rukia said, slamming the device shut and putting it on the table, almost standing to attention as she rose to face him. Rukia, he said, acknowledging her with a nod. He sat down, and although he would not admit it, it felt good to be seated after such a long shift. For a little while, he sat in silence, his mind drifting off. This mission was quite taxing, in its own way. He wanted very badly to test his mettle against Aizen's abominations, and although he could see the logic of the Arrancar prisoner being allowed to live, it felt wrong that so far, they had killed only chaff, and the one bigger fish that had swam into their net was beyond them. Only on the battlefield could he gain some sense of honor, atone for his failure. Only there would he find salvation. Only there would he find release. Something had eaten at him, he realized, longer than he had been aware of it. His honor and integrity had been compromised, and although there were good excuses involving perfect hypnosis and arch-treason, no less Byakuya had never believed in excuses. His world had always been neatly black and white. There was honor and dishonor. There was good and evil. There was law and disorder. He had always known on what side of these he stood, until very recently when he had stood on the wrong side of all three. Rukia believed he had come along to keep an eye on her, and though true, this was not the whole story at all. Logically, he could see why he could, perhaps even should be more lenient. Nobody could have known about this plot. Nobody could have predicted it. Even the wisest of the wise, Yamamoto himself, had been fooled, and it was only a cruel twist of fate that Byakuya had been struck in such a particularly vicious way by it. However, his upbringing, his entire character had never prepared him for anything like nuance or shades of gray. A failure, to Byakuya, was a failure no matter how good the reason. Even as a young man he had viewed the world as simply as he did now, and the death of his parents and his disobedience had only solidified it. He had let her down. He had been fooled. He had been shamed. He had become dishonorable, criminal and wrong. That, he knew, was the truth of why he sought battle so early. Only by combating the lies and cruelty of Aizen Saoshik could he undo the damage done. Only then could he be Kukaki Byakuya. Because if Kukaki Byakuya was not a man of honor, then who was he? Brother. Despite having been deep in thought, Byakuya coolly turned his head and looked his sister in the eye, quite alert. Yes. I went off duty a couple hours earlier than you, she said, sounding as if half ashamed of the fact, and you got a few messages from the clan. Anything of relevance? He felt tired at the notion, weary in his very soul. Clan politics could be tedious at the best of times, but now? The usual complaints from the usual factions, said Rukia, her tone businesslike. Somebody's great-uncle slighted somebody else's great-great-grandfather, and they're very cross about it. I believe you know how it usually looks, brother. He nodded wearily. There were some practical matters, as well, continued Rukia, some concerns about a possible land dispute with the Shioins to the north of the clan's holdings, and a marriage proposal from the Kazumiyuji clan. I see. Said Rukia, hesitating, I believe I may have overstepped my bounds. In what sense? Said Byakuya, not quite mustering the will to sound quite as stern as he otherwise might have. The longer he sat, the longer he was left alone with his mind, the wearier he felt. I made some suggestions, brother. Frankly, all of these concerns are quite beneath you at a time like this, especially when you are out on active duty. So. I made some suggestions, Rukia said quickly, about how I believed you would want these issues resolved. To be ratified by you at a later time, of course. Or reversed, if necessary. What were these suggestions? Said Byakuya, keeping the same calm exterior he always did. Whether he disapproved or not, Rukia would never know, a useful trait in politics but less so for family matters. The political complaining, I just dismissed, this is no time to be squabbling amongst each other. The land dispute isn't even a dispute, just a minor disagreement, so I told the landholders to get to the bottom of it themselves instead of bothering their clan leaders. The marriage proposal I rejected, because the Kazumiyujis are a minor house and the dowry was frankly well below what a family marrying up should offer. Byakuya sat quiet for some time. It was, in fact, exactly what he would have done, had he received the tidings himself. And having to deal with them, weary as he was, would have been quite a nuisance. The long-winded, civil wording demanded for formal clan matters was time-consuming and added another layer of tedium and ceremony that he had never much cared for. A clan head's sister, on the other hand, had no cause to be so formal, so it was no surprise she had handled it more quickly. Brother. Rukia said pleadingly. You did this uncalled for? Without my approval. My deepest apologies, Rukia said, bowing deeply. I really should have waited. I want you to send a message, post-haste, said Byakuya calmly, ratifying each one of those decisions. It is best to get my sign of approval on it before any of our fool relatives make a mess out of your decisions. Why yes, brother, Rukia said, perplexedly rising from her bow. Was there anything else? No, brother, not that I can think of. Understood. Well, what are you waiting for? Send the message. Why yes, brother. Rukia said firmly, and rushed off to craft a hell butterfly to transmit the message. He should tell her, he thought to himself, that he had rather appreciated the gesture. That she had done well. That although technically a bit of overreach, it was in fact an acceptable one. That her judgment had been sound and that if such petty business came his way in the future, she could feel free to deal with it. He even wanted to. But, all the same, he didn't. Something about speaking plainly the thoughts on his mind still didn't sit right with him, even if it was to the one person who still meant something to him. A man did not show his heart, his grandfather had taught him, except to his wife. To all others, he had to be strong, stern, and inscrutable. It was a lesson he had taken to heart, and it had served him well, but at the same time, he begun to question it. He had thought he was consistent with his beliefs all along, and where had it taken him? But Rukia was already off, and Byakuya knew he would not make a particular effort to go out of his way to praise her. He wasn't sure he knew how to. Ichigo had not put too much thought into why Urahara had asked to see him after his training for the day had finished up. Truthfully, he was surprised the scientist hadn't asked sooner. When he had been ushered into one of the back rooms by a quietly enthusiastic Tessai, he had not been surprised to see a far less quietly enthusiastic Urahara, sat on a stool with a grin, theatrically fanning himself. "Good evening, Mr. Kurosaki," he said, charm slick in his voice. "How are you today?" "No need to put on an act, okay?" said Ichigo with a sigh. "You want a bit of data from me, don't you?" "I am hurt that you would think my motivations were so crass," Urahara said, snapping his fan shut, "but since you brought it up." All right, Ichigo said with a shrug. "Do I need to hook up some freaky device, or something?" "Not at all," said Urahara. "For now, in fact, all I'd like to do is have a look-see up close. Those stingy visored won't let me so much as peek, can you imagine that?" "I can," Ichigo muttered. "All right, let me just change into my Shinigami form real quick, and I'm warning you, you got 8 seconds tops to look. Can't hold it any longer than that." "It will be plenty," Urahara said excitably. As commander, Erza had 101 tedious duties to fulfill, including the negotiation of payment for independent contractors. Yamamoto had given the man a blank check, of course, but Erza figured she should at least check what they were paying for and when. Just because his services were invaluable, it didn't mean he should bleed them dry. She was deep in thought as she approached the shop. She hadn't spoken much to Nozomi since their disagreement. She had this instinctive view of the scoundrel scientist as inherently devious, untrustworthy, but, upon reflection, Nozomi hadn't been wrong. He had never crossed her, and although he always seemed to get something out of any involvement with anyone, he had never cheated her or anyone else she knew of. Had she all this time just been irrationally suspicious? Unfair? She imagined apologizing to the man, and it took some effort. But, if she had been unfair, there was no other way to go about it. Erza Scarlet was far too Erza Scarlet not to. She walked into the store, sensing for the shopkeeper's signature. It was there, all right, but so was Ichigo's. At the same instant, she sensed the malignant energy of a hollow. She stiffened, put a hand on the hilt of her blade, and hastened her step. What was going on? Was it one of his med experiments? Why was Ichigo there? He was just a kid, he should have been hanging back, not getting himself involved with all of this, not when they had a whole team looking out for the city. Then she turned a corner, took a few steps forward and looked through the doorway. She saw Ichigo sitting in a chair, his shiakusho on, a hollow's mask over his face, sitting stiff and still as if paralyzed. The energy was coming from him, she felt it in great, big, nauseating waves. She saw Urahara bent over him, a fascinated grin on his face. It was around that point that Erza lost her temper in as complete a way as temper could be lost, a wall of rage overriding all her reason. How could she ever have thought he was any different, that he wasn't so devious? "You son of a bitch!" She snapped, barreling through the door like an armored juggernaut, her mailed fist connecting with the surprised Urahara's jaw quite solidly, sending him reeling. "You son of a bitch, what did you do to him?" She snarled, pushing her instinctive attack, raining down a series of metal-reinforced blows onto the shocked scientist, who was only barely keeping on his feet. "Wait," he started. "You sick fuck!" She snarled, not quite reflecting over why Urahara, now recovered enough to respond, was only parrying her blows. Had she remembered she had a blade she would gladly have run him through, but as it was she struck him with the hot fury of a sun. "You think you can just make people your guinea pigs?" she shouted, raining down blow after blow frantically, lashing out with a kick and finally overbalancing Urahara, sending him to the floor. "You think you can just do whatever you want? To my family? Erza." The voice dimly registered in the back of her head, but she didn't pay it any mind. Like a mother bear she moved with ursine fury, determined to end this little stain of filth. Finally remembering she had a blade, she pulled out her Zanpakuto, raised it, and then there was Ichigo, having moved in between her and Urahara in an instant, his hands gripping her wrists quite firmly. He strained quite heavily against her choleric strength, but there was determination in his face. "Erza, stop!" he demanded, loudly and angrily. "Stop right now! Get out of the way!" Erza snapped, although something was finally beginning to register. He looked and sounded normal. "No!" Ichigo shouted. "I'm okay, Erza. I'm fine. He didn't do anything to me, so stop." Erza, still quite furious, pushed forward for a few seconds before her will began to falter. "But dash. Look," Ichigo said, still holding on to her wrists so hard that his knuckles were going white, "I get what it looked like, but it isn't. Put that sword down right now, and I'll explain." "Okay." Ichigo dash. "Put it down," he shouted. Erza was taken aback. He had never talked to her like this before. Slowly, it started to dawn on her that maybe she had made a mistake. Quite a mistake, even. "Fine," she said, taking a deep breath. "Good. Ichigo," she said, taking a few more deep breaths, trying to force herself calm. "Yeah. I can't put it down when you're hanging on to my wrists." "Right." He let go, and Erza lowered her blade. Slowly, she sheathed the blade. "Right. Explain," she said. Urahara stood up with a groan, leaning against the wall. He limped forward a step. "That's going to hurt in the morning," he grumbled. "He saved my life, okay?" said Ichigo. "Your life?" said Erza, disbelief written across her face. "I'll start from the top," said Ichigo. So he did. He told her about the hollow lurking in his head, about the threat of it eating his soul, taking over, about how it had been linked to him from birth, about how Urahara had gotten him in touch with the Visored, what the Visored were, how he had trained until he could go through his trial by fire, how he could now summon those powers at will. Erza stared, gaping at several times. You knew all of this all along?" she said accusingly to Urahara, keen to save herself from a growing sense of dreadful embarrassment. "That was his business," said Urahara, who had sat down on a chair, rubbing a few sore spots that were already in the process of bruising, "his secret, and not mine to give away. I would suggest you ask him about that, not me. Or, would you like it if I gave your secrets away? I've never been one to poke my nose in other people's business unless they need help." "I'd be dead without him, Erza," said Ichigo gravely. "Worse, I'd be a monster. I needed help and he was the only one who could. He came through for me, and that's a fact." Erza said hesitantly. "I mean, you great big idiot, why didn't you tell me?" Ichigo made a face. "I already had that conversation with my mom and dad, thank you very much. The long and short of it is that I'm very stupid, okay?" Well, thank God you're okay," Erza murmured. She was quickly sinking into a black hole of shame. She turned to Urahara. She said, I'm sorry." "Oh, nothing's broken," Urahara said, and let out a quiet moan as he shifted in his chair. "I think. Well, nothing a bit of medical keto can't fix. It really was just an unfortunate misunderstanding." He groaned again. "Quite unfortunate for my ribs actually," he said. "I'm terribly sorry," said Erza earnestly. "You saved Ichigo where nobody else could. Well, you and these Visored, but that's to your credit even if you didn't do it personally. I've misjudged you, Urahara Kisuke." She fell onto one knee, bowing her head. Urahara groaned, this time not out of pain. None of that nonsense, please. I'm all for the dramatic, myself, but I don't demand people kowtow to me just because of a broken dash. He flinched, and groaned, okay, 2 broken ribs. Really, stand up. It's embarrassing. Yes, Erza said, hastily standing up. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have. I should have thought. Here's a thought, said Urahara. Try saying sorry with, say, a favorable deal on supplies I need from the Godii. Well, you can't be doing that badly if you're haggling, Erza muttered. Well? He demanded. How favorable? Quite favorable. You know Erza started, but Urahara shifted, and groaned loudly. My God, I think it's 3 ribs. Holy hell, this hurts. Quite favorable it is. Erza said hastily, guilt overrunning any sense of practicality. Really, I'm very sorry. She turned to Ichigo. You can summon a Hollow's powers now, really? For a few seconds, yeah, Ichigo said with a nod. They tell me it'll be more with time, but for now that's all. That's good, then, said Erza, unsure of herself. Just, keep it to yourself. Wouldn't want to advertise that to the wrong people. She means the Godii, Urahara said helpfully. I got that, said Ichigo. I'm sorry, too, Auntie. I should have said something, but... He sighed. What can I say? We all do a lot of stuff we wind up regretting, don't we? Erza nodded, and gave Urahara a long look. Yes, we do, she said, shaking her head. Good grief, what a fool I made of myself. Oh, I get it, said Urahara. If you go around thinking I'm this amoral, greedy scientist with no scruples like Frankenstein, only more handsome, then your reaction makes perfect sense. But, ask yourself, what does it say that you immediately assumed the worst? I'm sorry, Erza repeated for the umpteenth time. I will have to think about this. Call Tessian on your way out, said Urahara, and Erza could recognize a polite cue to leave when she heard it, at least right now. I imagine you and Mr. Kurosaki have things to discuss. Ichigo looked a little exasperated. No lecturing, okay? He said. I make no promises, said Erza. We'll just go, yeah. So, they left. Urahara watched them leave, and if they had turned around they would have seen a content smile on his face. This was, all things considered, not that bad a deal. A bit of temporary pain in exchange for all the emotional blackmail he could ask for? Oh, yes, it was worth it. Had he been like Aizen, he might even have claimed to have planned it. Often life was funny, but seldom it seemed that way to Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, to whom the concept of enjoyment was at this time as distant as the moon. Life sucked. Worst of all, it was entirely his own fault. Well, except for that rotten, dirty, hypocritical scumfuck Aizen and his shitty punishments. And that red-headed bitch and her shitty fucking demands. Or that skinny little cunt and her goddamn dirty magic that ran all the way into his head. Come to think of it, Grimjo was at most a distant fourth in whom he had to blame for this, and he silently swore that each and every one of these bastard Shinigami would, in time, pay adequately for the humiliation they had visited upon the rightful king of Las Noches. He'd get his arm back just how, he wasn't sure. It was a work in progress, and at any rate it did a body good to have some goals, and he'd get back into shape, start killing, grow in strength, and somewhere down that vaguely defined line, Grimjo would end up on top. It was not a great plan. In fact, it wasn't even a plan. It was a poorly constructed fantasy, but it was all Grimjo had, and so he clung to it. He had caught himself sitting by his lonesome, regurgitating the same hate, the same toxic misery, and he had snarled not at the Shinigami he hated, but at himself. One thing had not changed: he could not let himself sit on his ass and feel sorry for himself. So he was stuck in this basement. Well, it was large enough, and there was no reason not to do something with this relative amount of freedom. At a loss for anything else, he had taken off his vest and started a workout, testing the boundaries of his freshly weakened body. He quickly felt its limitations, and it filled him with rage, a fresh reminder of his abysmal situation. Not only the loss of his arm, but now this, as well? But where hate welled up, he harnessed it like man had once harnessed flame, turned it inward, turned it into energy, and redoubled his efforts. It was when he was doing one-handed push-ups that he noticed a presence. He noticed by smell, by the general changes in environment that each hollow was so conscious of when something came close, not by sensing, because his spiritual sense had been dulled twice over. His efforts slowed to a crawl before halting, and with sweat trickling down his scarred chest, he stood up and eyed the new arrival. It was a human girl, with bright orange hair and an innocently inquisitive look on her face. Although his senses were indeed dulled, he could tell quite easily she was no Shinigami, not even one in hiding. She lacked that general smug, arrogant bearing, although instead she displayed an almost as obnoxious sheepishness, as if she was eyeing some sort of curiosity. Like a zoo animal. "Fuck you want?" he spat, in his most menacing drawl. It did not seem to intimidate the young human, although she did seem taken aback. "Come to gawp at me, have you?" he snarled. "Come to say the words, bring me to my knees." "Oh. Well, not at all," said the girl, and it frustrated Grimjoe that she sounded merely perplexed. He was used to people being in awe of him or displaying a great contempt for him, at the very least. Being treated with neither was strange, new territory for him. "Well, fuck off," Grimjoe muttered, his enthusiasm diminishing as he recalled that she most likely did know the words, and antagonizing her might not end well for him. "You're, really muscular," said the human, "like a statue. Does Eisen make you like statues, and then, breathe life into you? Kinda like all those old stories." What was her deal? "No," he said flatly. "No, he don't make us like statues." "That's a dumb fucking question." "Oh. Well," he said, not quite sure why he would retort without a sneer, in a sense, but it's not like statues at all. He takes a hollow, breaks it down to a kind of spiritual goo, and then reshapes it. The human's mouth formed a smooth O. "That sounds really cool. Unless. I mean, does it hurt?" "It was freaky as fuck," Grimjoe admitted, "like being turned inside out." "Well. I guess it literally was like that. But no. Didn't hurt as such." "Then it sounds cool," said the human with a cheerily determined voice. Grimjoe gave her a curious look. "Who the fuck are you, anyway?" "Oh, I'm sorry," said the human. "I'm Orium. I'm Erza's daughter." Suddenly, Grimjoe's face became sullen, his face turning into an angry scowl. "She sent you here to spy on me?" No," said Orium innocently. "I mean, don't you have this one really angry ninja who keeps on doing stuff like that anyway?" It was a sensible argument, but Grimjoe's mood was sour all the same. Why had he humored her in the first place? For a second, he'd spoken to her almost like he had to his fractions. "Oh, don't be like that," Orium said pleadingly. "Really, your scowl is worse than Ichigo's, and that's saying something." "Who the fuck is Ichigo, your girlfriend?" he snorted. "Not my girlfriend. He's." Her eyes stared out into space. "Actually, I can totally imagine what he'd look like as a girl." "You're weird," said Grimjoe sharply. "Yeah," Orium admitted with a shrug, "most people tell me that. But, it's better than being boring, don't you think?" That, too, was a solid point, not that he would care to say so. "So, why the fuck are you here, then?" he demanded. "If you ain't spying, then what?" "Well," said Orium, "I haven't actually seen an Aaron car up close. That wasn't trying to kill me, that is. I was curious. So when Erza told me it was safe." "Fucking bitch," Grimjoe muttered. "When she told me it was safe," Orium continued unperturbed, "I just sorta wanted to come and check. Learn about new things and such." Grimjoe, whose approach to learning was pretty narrow, as in, how do I best rip this bastard's throat out, didn't understand the point of that. Then again, human society was pointlessly complex, and he decided not to dwell on it. He shrugged. "Anyway, I got shit to do," he muttered, "so, fuck off, or whatever." "Like what?" "What do I mean, like what?" "It's a pretty simple question. Well, trainin' and shit, Grimjo said irritably, not this dumb, fucking. What? This, he muttered, making a vague gesture with his hand, yapping on about nothing. That don't get you nowhere. So, it does get you somewhere. What? Grimjo said with a frown. You said it don't get you nowhere, which means it does get you somewhere, right? Grimjo paused. Grammar had never been his strong suit. Orium burst into laughter. I'm just kidding. I understood you just fine. Whatever, he muttered. Fucking humans. Are you always this cross? Till I get myself back into shape and free from your fucking mom, Grimjo spat. Oh. Okay, then. The way she just wouldn't get insulted was infuriating. So, she said, does everyone wear white all the time where you're from? Is that, like, an official fashion policy? Grimjo said, taken aback. I mean, fucked if I know. I got this shit handed to me after I got made. Got used to it, but my first instinct was to use no clothes at all. Really? Said Orium. But, isn't it what? A hollow don't need clothes. Suddenly cause we look human, we does, apparently. He shrugged. Tell me more about hollows, said Orium keenly. I mean, fuck, what's there to say? We're a bunch of bastards who eat people. I'm sure there's more to it than that. There ain't, Grimjo said sharply, but then thought back. I mean, I guess there's the ladder. Climbing your way up by way of strength and wits, and all. I knew I was right, said Orium cheerily. Go on. Tell me more. Yeah, what the fuck, Grimjo muttered. Ask away, I guess. Then you'll fuck off, cause I got more exercising to do. Got it. Got it, Orium said cheerily. As she launched into a series of questions, and Grimjo sat down to answer, he wondered to himself why he put up with it. He really wasn't sure. Chapter 74, The Trembling Lilies. They had convened in Byakuya's hotel suite, Erza's entire team assembled under the assurance that for the duration of the meeting, Yoryuki would act as sentry. Erza had approached Byakuya about using his lodgings for the meeting under the suggestion that it was a place as good as any, but the truth was that Erza felt rather too embarrassed to use the shopkeeper's facilities right now. If the Kukaki minded, he had made no indication of it, and as such the team now stood assembled in the main room of the suite. It was early morning, early enough that the sun had barely risen. Atypically for Gotei protocol, Erza had also invited Ichigo, Orium, Tatsuki, Chad, and Uryu. This had in fact earned her a sideways glance both from Soifone and Byakuya, but Erza was not about to back down. All right, everyone, she said, deliberately choosing not to use any formal invocation of the meeting, you can stand or sit if you like, but this meeting is in session. Questions and suggestions when I am done speaking, got it? Seeing the quizzical look of the teenagers, she continued. This will be a quick overview of our plans of defense for Karakura Town, in the event of an invasion. We've continuously taken in data about the city, and new intelligence suggests it is of critical value to Aizen's plans. This is an ongoing process and by no means a finalized idea of how the city might be defended, but the enemy might not wait for us to finalize anything, so, here we are. Before I continue, I'm sure all of you are wondering why I've invited Non-Shinigami to this briefing. Indeed, said Soifone. This is privileged information, classified with good reason. I have considered that, said Erza, nodding sagely as if Soifone's words were wise and impressive, but for the record, although they are children, they are officially aligned with us as part of the deal following Aizen's defection. Furthermore, they also represent considerable assets in terms of the power they possess. She turned and looked at the teenagers. Not long ago, she would have excluded them from this automatically, but after learning of Aizen's true plans, nothing short of shipping them halfway across the world would keep them unaffected. Just handling the defense alone wouldn't keep them out of this. There was no choice. This is your home, she said plainly, looking them all in the eye, and you deserve to know what's coming. You deserve to have a choice in whether you want to be part of this or not, because Aizen may not give you that choice. Ichigo nodded firmly, and it seemed to please the teenagers well enough. Even Uryu seemed to relax a little. he had stiffened at being described as an asset. "That is why," said Erza, "and I will hear no objections to it." "Right, on to the defense plans." "Nozomi." "Yes, Commander." The green-haired science advisor hastily prepared a projector, a smooth little device borrowed from Urahara Kisuk's shop. She placed it on the center of the floor, and soon there was a three-dimensional holographic rendering of Karakura town, quite like a map. "We're in luck, I suppose," Erza continued as the people assembled around her shifted to get a better view, "in that Karakura isn't a very large city." "Layer 1, please." Nozomi pressed a remote, and a layer was added to the map, revealing 5 points forming a circle around inner Karakura. "We will be stationed here, divided into teams for rapid response. In the event of an invasion, we will need to be ready to counter whatever comes our way as quickly as possible, to contain the danger while we await reinforcements. I, myself, will be stationed here at the south, alongside Momo," she said, pointing to the southern mist icon, "whereas Captain Kukaki will be stationed up north alongside Kukaki Rukia. So iPhone, you're to the east of me. Rangiku." Quickly, she outlined where each team would patrol every day, and how they were expected to respond, if it was a singular breach, if there were multiple ones. How each one of them best ought to respond, how they ought to retreat and regroup if faced with superior force, how the Godii had forces ready at a moment's notice to come pouring in when the time did come, and who was expected to come in where. "So, where are we in all this?" asked Ichigo. "It's all well for you guys, this is your job, but we can't be on patrol. We got school. Should we quit school?" He added that last part quite hopefully. "No," Erza said firmly. "You are to change nothing about your daily routines except in times of absolute emergency. You are auxiliaries in this, and if you want to participate in this defense, you are to obey the command of any member of my team as a superior officer. We are making allowances for you here and now, but we have no use for allies that cannot show discipline." So iPhone gave a slight, almost invisible nod of approval. "Erza, what is it Aizen is after?" asked Ichigo. Erza took in a deep breath. She wanted to tell him the full truth, in fact, it took considerable effort not to. However, she was being watched by two notorious sticklers, both of whom believed in the rulebook quite fervently, and as much as it pained her to admit it, certain things were classified with good reason. It would not be responsible to tell them the full truth, not yet. That would only cause them undue stress over something they had no control over, which would only worsen the issue of discipline. "He wants to kill a whole lot of people," said Erza, deciding at least not to lie. "He has a reason for doing so. We're still working on exactly why, but he's insane, so he might have no reason at all. There will be no escaping for Karakura if he succeeds. Is that good enough?" Ichigo nodded quietly, looking humble. "I have a question, then," said Uryu. "Ask," said Erza. "It's all right for them," he said, nodding to his fellow teenagers, "to follow orders from the Shinigami, but frankly, I am not sure I can trust you people have our best interests in mind." "You people?" said Erza, hurt. "Uryu, I know you all dash." "Not you personally," said Uryu hastily, a little embarrassed, "but let's be honest and say I've got good reason to be skeptical." Erza nodded. "Fair. Right, Uryu. What makes you skeptical, aside from old grudges?" "All right," said Uryu, taking a step forward, pointing at the holographic map, pointing at the 3 southern mist points of defense. "It would seem you've placed both yourself and Captain So iPhone within close vicinity of your own home, and that of the Kurosakis. It would seem to me, Commander, that you're displaying a particular bias. Is this really your idea of a good defense strategy, or are you looking out for your own first?" Erza could see Byakuya throw a disapproving glance at the young Quincy, but she was determined to meet his concerns. "I hear you dash. How dare you?" It was Momo exclaiming the words loudly, like a very fierce squirrel. "How dare you stand there and talk to her like that? You're a child. I don't care if you're a Quincy or not, you don't know anything about military defense, not compared to her. She's a captain, and you're just a big-mouthed nobody. Was I invited here to be shouted over?" said Uryu coldly. I was under the impression we were free to ask questions. Not stupid ones. Momo snapped. Honestly, don't you see it's a privilege to be here, you stupid little dash. Momo. The vice captain fell silent immediately. Erza realized she had raised her voice. Momo shrunk down, looking like a hurt puppy. I just... She trailed off. It's fine, Erza said, her voice a bit strained, but I brought them here because I wanted to hear their concerns. So, don't interrupt people, okay? She turned back to Urayu. I'm sorry, she muttered. You were saying. Is my opinion welcome? Said the Quincy reservedly. It is, Erza insisted. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I have placed undue priority on what is relevant to me, without meaning to. Let us all discuss the defense, then, and figure out what makes sense. If necessary, we'll change. This seemed to placate Urayu, who nodded. Good, said Erza. She nodded at Nozomi. Now, layer 2, please. The holo map shifted again, and Erza started. Now, here we see our plan of action in case of a diversion tactic toward the outskirts of the city. Lanza had tried distractions. He had tried training. He had tried long-winded talks with his subordinates. He had even tried long, lonely walks in the palace, the last of which had only made things worse. Because ever since that one night, Lanza was still not sure of who he was, and being left alone with his mess of a mind had only made things worse. Jalal Fernandez. That was who he had been. Or, who he was. Forgive me, Lord, came the quiet rumble of Idrid Leones, but you seem troubled. The bulky Arancar had sought shelter under Lanza's wings not long after Grimjo's disgrace. The former Espada had not been a good master. Especially given his treason, Idrid's life had not been worth much. A packless servant hollow, as much as Lord Eisen did his best to dispel these primitive notions, was a weak hollow in the eyes of the masses. Knowing this, Idrid had begged Lanza to take him on, and Lanza had taken him in. He had pretended to think it over, to give it very particular consideration, but the truth was that he had been happy to. The thought of redeeming somebody from the crueler aspects of their nature would have appealed to him in and of itself, but to save him had been a welcome distraction from his inner struggle. It is nothing, Idrid, Lanza said wearily. He was leaned back in a couch in his chambers, his fractions lounging about the place. Loli and Mainoli had both sought his company as usual, but he had dismissed them. He wasn't sure what to do with himself, and their comfort did not help much. As my lord says, Idrid said reservedly. He seemed mostly to keep himself to himself, still in the process of gauging his new master, and his new companions. You have more, do you not? Said Lanza, his words less of a question than they were a statement. It is not for me to say, Lord. Lanza straightened his back, and looked Idrid in the eye. Idrid, be aware that I am not Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. I do not desire to have my boots licked or my ego stroked, nor will I punish subordinates for speaking up, even if I disagree with them so long as they respect my authority. If you have more to say, then I won't order you to do so, but I would appreciate if you spoke your mind. There was the slightest tensing in the room. Both Joe and Finder had their eyes on Idrid now, although their postures were quite calm. The girls were not as subtle, both staring menacingly at the newcomer. As my lord says, then, said Idrid with a nod. Truth be told, Lord Valiente, is that you seem struck with some strange melancholy. I cannot say what or why, but you have confined yourself to your room for quite some time, leaving only to heed the summons of Lord Eisen. You appear lethargic, even apathetic, despite your stature, power, and seniority. This is strange. Nobody reaches the level of Espada without a singular force of will. You got some nerve, newbie, snorted Mainoli. Trash talking our lord like that? Learn your place. What she said? Snapped Loli. You got guts, greenhorn. Be ashamed to see them spilled all over the floor. The threats were idle. Idrid would likely have defeated either one of them in single combat without too much trouble, but more was at stake than posturing and ego. Lanza had no intention of having to deal with infighting, now less than ever. Quiet, the both of you, he said firmly, making sure not to speak in too harsh a tone. I asked for his opinion, did I not? Idrid is one of us now, and he has a right to speak especially when called upon to do so. He turned his eyes back to Idrid. Continue, if you would. Idrid nodded gratefully. I know my lord has unorthodox ideas of how hollows ought to treat one another, he said cautiously. Despite having the look of a barbarian, he obviously knew how to speak diplomatically, but most do not share these views. Lord Eisen's new ways will take time to settle, and in the meantime, Lost No Chase is a hollow society, the same as it has always been. Meaning? Said Finder, a slight edge to his voice. Unlike Loli and Mainoli, he didn't seem to dismiss Idrid out of hand, but he didn't seem convinced, either. Cruel, ruthless, and constantly ready to pounce. The strongest do not often fight, but that is because they have learned how not to blink first. People like yourself, Lord, people below the level of Vasto Lord, well, somebody will in time start to think to themselves that maybe Lanza Valiente will blink. Lord Eisen's protection is all well and good, but it cannot protect against the stupidity of a savage, cruel, and egotistical opportunist. Lanza gave him a scrutinizing look. You speak from experience, I suspect. My former lord was very ambitious and without subtlety, said Idrid, and for that he paid the price. But he is not at all different from many hollows like him, close in terms of power. How long before somebody will perceive weakness in you, Lord, and make a move that could end poorly for either one of you? Loli looked like she was about to say something rude, despite Lanza's words, but Joe spoke before she could. He's right, actually, he took a step forward, eyes on Lanza. You are not weak, Lord. I know so, because I've seen you personally. But what I know won't stop others from thinking differently. This state you're in, it can't go on forever. I didn't want to disrespect you, but now that it's come up. Lanza nodded, and sighed. It is true I haven't been myself lately, isn't it? He muttered. And I suppose all of you noticed it started at a specific time, too. Karakara, Finder said. Ever since you got back, something has eaten at you. What happened, Lord? All right. Said Lanza, and as quickly and concisely as he could, he recounted the events of that night to his servants. To speak the words was surprisingly relieving, more so than he had ever imagined. To get it out there, to share this burden with a few trusted people. Jalal Fernandez. Finder said, nodding sagely. You believe you came from a whole other world, Lord? That this Fernandez is who you were. I know it to be so, said Jalal, with the steely conviction of a man desperate for something to believe in. It is all too real. Every day, I remember more of who I was. Who I am. I remember servitude to evil, I remember perpetuating the same cycle of slavery that I once fell victim to. You sound as if you feel guilty, Lord, said Idrid cautiously. I do, Lanza said with a nod. I may not have remembered it, but that was still me. I did a great wrong to people I loved. I am Jalal Fernandez, and I bear responsibility for my actions. Pardon me, Lord, said Idrid, but how old do you believe you were when you died? Not very old, I think, Jalal muttered, thinking back. In my early 20s, at most. And how long have you been Lanza Valiente, the Hollow? I can't be sure. Certainly longer than that. A lot longer, actually, he added, thinking back to the timeless era of the Hueco Mundo wastes, an everlasting nightmarish cycle of violence. Then, Lord, said Idrid, if you have been Lanza that much longer than you have been Jalal, why would you think of yourself as the human shell you were so long ago? When the contents of what you are is not defined by your time as a human, but your time as a hollow. Lanza blinked. That is a fair point, I suppose. He said. He stared out into the air, a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly, with energy nobody had expected, he stood bolt upright. That's true, isn't it? He demanded, giving Idrid a piercing stare. I've been one way so much longer than the other, haven't I? Why yes, Lord, Idrid stuttered. But even with that, Lanza said, taking a few steps forward, am I not still Jalal? How can I shed what I once was? How can I know, Idrid? How can I? Edred gave a look of complete uncertainty, quite unprepared to answer any question so deeply philosophical in nature. He looked to his right and to his left, desperate for any help in the question. Lanza. The voice was sharp and serious. It was Loli who had spoken up, walking toward her master with determination. She grabbed his sleeve, tugging at his arm. Loli he started, but she cut him off. Lanza, look at me, she demanded. Slowly, Lanza turned away from Edred, who breathed a sigh of relief. What is it you want to do? Said Loli. What do you mean? Said Lanza, his voice irritable, unstable. This isn't the time for dash. With life and all that. What is it you want, Lanza? I told you. It's a simple question. What do you want? How am I supposed to know? Lanza said sullenly. Oh. Okay, said Loli with a shrug. I guess you don't want hollows to be better than they are, then. Of course I do, said Lanza, sounding offended. That's the one thing I've always desired. I see. Well, I guess you don't want to follow Eisen into that future, then. Yes, I do. Don't be stupid. And do you want to work with Halibel, Neliel, and Ulquira, directly under Lord Eisen? Well, yes, of course. And do you want us all to understand why we should be nice to each other? Well, yes. Then, it sounds to me, said Loli severely, like you want all the same things you did before. Almost like you're the same person you were a few days ago. Lanza, what's really changed? Lanza stared at her, and his fractions could see the light of revelation pass across his features. Damn. I mean. He took a deep breath. I'll be damned, you're right, he muttered. I still want the same things. I have the same goals. I haven't stopped being me. The only difference is I got confused about who me is. But I can't let that stop me from going forward. Lanza, Jalal. I'm still who I am. I know I am. That's our Lord, all right, said Joe with a grin. This is not done, said Lanza, shaking his head, but, thank you for snapping me out of this, all of you. He looked Loli in the eyes specifically, and there was no hiding that one person was slightly more to thank than anyone else. Oh, it's nothing, said Loli, a bad attempt at false humility in her voice. What's a fraction for, really? He smiled at her. It's still not done. I have to face her again. One way or the other. Loli's smile dropped from her face almost instantaneously. What, that woman? The one who almost crushed your skull last. One way or the other, Lanza insisted, but regardless. I truly am grateful. Come, let's go somewhere, away from this room. It's past time I showed a strong front, don't you think? This met with general approval, and Lanza soon walked out, his entourage in tow and a certain spring to his step. This wasn't done, not nearly, but he had learned something about himself. Who he was, that wasn't ruled by the past but by the present, and what he did with it. There she was again. Sitting politely at a distance, watching him work through his frustrations primarily by reducing a boulder to rubble. He had to be careful, using too much force would trigger the wretched spell the Shinigami had put on him, but he couldn't bear to sit still. He'd imagine the face of a Shinigami on each point of rock he'd hit, imagine their bones snapping, their blood spraying, the life seeping out of them. He had been at it for over an hour, and his one hand was getting sore, even his arrow had been weakened. The girl had only been there for a few minutes, and Grimjoe wasn't about to accommodate her. Let her sit there, if she wanted. He had things to do, even if things only meant crushing a huge piece of rock. He had discarded his vest, which seemed a wise choice, his pants already had tears and gashes in them from flying debris. Eventually, the rock reduced to pebbles, he decided enough was enough. Promptly he marched a few paces away, making sure not to face in the girl's direction, and inspected his hand. He grimaced. There was blood there, and his knuckles ached something fierce. Irritably, he sucked at the bloody gashes. Does it hurt? The human girl had come to his side. Of course she had. Fuck off, he muttered, but his heart was not in it. You don't have to answer. It's fine, said the girl. Fuck was your name again? He said irritably, looking her in the eye. Orium. Don't you remember? Orium. Right, whatever. Does it hurt is a stupid fucking question, and you know why. Why? She said innocently. If something hurts don't mean shit to the likes of me. Climbing the ladder is the same as pain. Makes you strong. Hurts? Sure. It's supposed to. He grimaced as his hand moved in a particular way, squeezing a particular nerve ending. Well, if you say so. Yeah. I do say so. She paused, and there was something truly annoying about her innocent, cheerful face. I could do something about that, you know, she said after a while. Like what? He snapped. Kiss it better. Well, I could take away all the damage, actually. If you like. Whether she was full of shit or not, he couldn't tell. She appeared to believe it, herself. Yeah, well, don't, he muttered. You don't get strong without hurting for it. Okay. Okay. He echoed. It's your choice. Of course, I wouldn't want to hurt. What's the sense in hurting if you've already worked hard? He gave her a look, frowning. What's that supposed to do, anyway? Give me your hand, she said gently, extending hers. Yeah, fucking right. He muttered. He stared. He had an instinctive distrust of anyone offering him anything, because his entire life his life is a hollow, which was the only life he knew a body never got something for nothing. Everyone was always out for themselves. Nothing was for free. Fucking fine, he said, violating his instinct of mistrust, chiefly out of a mixture of boredom and anger, but no funny fucking moves, okay. Okay, Orium said cheerily. She let his rough hand rest in her palm, his bleeding, hard knuckles making her hand seem tiny by comparison. She held her other hand in the air over his, and with a look of focus on her face, she said, Sutton Kishon. Grimjo wasn't sure how, but there was a flash of yellow light, encasing his forearm. The hell is this? He muttered. Some kinda weird. He hadn't felt anything at first. But now, he realized he didn't actually feel anything. No pain, no jets of sensation with every heartbeat. Before his eyes, the scratches and cuts mended. I'll be fucked, he muttered, making a fist as Orium dismissed the light. You can, do that. Orium said with a nod. Yeah, well, that works, I guess, said Grimjo, whose grasp of gratitude was somewhat weaker than that of most people. Glad to help. Don't let it go to your head, said Grimjo. I don't owe you nothing just cause you fixed a few scrapes. Got that? Sure. He shook his head. You're weird. She said, nodding again. So, how are things going? Do they feed you? Actually, do you guys actually eat? Of course we fucking eat, Grimjo scoffed. The whole eating souls thing, remember? Oh, yeah, Orium said. Do you eat souls of people? Because that's not very nice. Grimjo chortled. I ain't eaten a human being for ages now. Hollows like me, we eat hollows that grew strong enough to be food. 1,000 human souls would barely be enough. Would be a fucking hassle. This, which Grimjo had expected would disgust most humans, didn't seem to faze her. You don't eat people, then. That's good. Yeah, he muttered, I got something to eat this morning. Some shitty spiritually charged paste. Better than nothing, but it tastes like ass. How would you know what ass tastes like? Grimjo gave her a surprised look. You're fucking with me? A little, Orium admitted with a giggle. He shook his head. Humans. You looked angry, you know, she said, when you trained. Do you always do that? I didn't, Grimjo muttered. Okay. I guess you were just pretending, then. To get yourself worked up. It ain't none of your business, okay? He spat. Don't go poking your nose where it don't belong. What I was thinking about, that's got nothing to do with you. Okay. He gave her a long glare. Ain't for you to think about. I'm not. What goes on in your head, that's for yourself and nobody other. Of course. Fucking A it is. Want to talk about something else dash? Fucking fine, Grimjo spat. Sheesh, calm the fuck down, okay? Yes, I'll try my best, Orium said, managing to keep a straight face. I was thinking of my fractions. My subordinates. You know, the ones what died when we attacked Karakara. Oh. Well. I guess I'd be angry, too, if my friends died. Friends? Grimjo snarled. Like fuck they were friends. They were shitty weaklings that failed me. I'm glad those assholes died. I was angry cause they were weak, too weak, and stupid not to get themselves killed. Oh. Okay. I sure as fuck don't miss the bastards, Grimjo snarled, clenching a fist. Don't nobody need spineless scum that can't even take care of themselves. He slammed his fist down into the ground, the nails digging into his palm. Useless, he muttered, stupid, useless, fucking. Okay, said Orium. Well, if you don't like them or don't miss them, then why are you thinking of them? Grimjo flinched. It was quite a question. I ain't, he said, taken aback. It was just, a whatchacallit, a coincidence. Sure. It fucking was. I'm not saying it wasn't, Orium said, quite innocently. You're a big, bad hollow. I'm sure you don't care. Yeah, Grimjo said with a nod that was just a bit too enthusiastic, just as long as you remember that. I will, she reassured him. Cause there ain't a hollow that's weak enough to give a shit if he lost some weaklings. You'd know more about hollows than me. Yeah. Why don't you tell me more about hollows? Said Orium. You know, like you did before. Sure, said Grimjo, strangely keen to change the subject. Sure, whatever. Ask. Well. Said Orium, I always wondered if. She launched into a series of questions, each more bizarre than the next. Grimjo found himself answering to the best of his ability, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Into a quiet alleyway stepped Chad, from out a worn door with rusty, half-broken hinges. It was an old building that had once, perhaps, served as an office complex, decades ago. Whatever the case, it was set for demolition, a demolition that kept mysteriously being put off. You're really improving, kid, came an appreciative voice, having followed closely behind the tall, bulky teenager. You would know better than I, sensei. You're always so serious, you know that? It's like I'm talking to John Rambo. A smile played across the man's face. He was older than Chad, looking to be well into his mid-30s, but even so, Chad was taller and better built. All the same, Chad knew he would not in a lifetime defeat him in battle, not as he was now. If you say so, Mr. Kyujo. The man shrugged, leaning back against the wall. Fine, you coming back tomorrow, or what? Mr. Kyujo, said Chad politely, I know my demeanor does not come across as enthusiastic, but I am deeply grateful for your aid. I never had any sense of how I would harness these powers. Now that I know it is a full bring, I am growing stronger every day. I will be a worthy companion to my friends in the battles to come, and that is a favor I will never forget. I take it back, Jinjo said with a grin. John Rambo could never sound that believable. These jokes, Chad supposed, were what passed for humor among most people. He felt a little guilty for not finding them all that funny. As for my next session, said Chad, I will come back as often as I can. Your requirement of secrecy is somewhat constraining, though. Jinjo shrugged. It is the way it is, kid. You've seen the Shinigami, ain't you? Been their prisoner? Trust me when I say you got off as lightly as anyone could, and that's because they were desperate. We don't want none of that. I get you don't like hiding things from your friends, but the safety of your own matters greatly. This, I understand well, Chad said with a nod, meaning it. One's extended family was everything, and he would do anything to keep them safe, so of course he could not fault Jinjo for doing the same. The man himself nodded. Tomorrow. Chad shook his head. My studies have begun to lack as of late. I must spend additional time catching up. Stud and scholar both, huh? Said Jinjo. I wish more kids thought like you. I must look to the future, as well, said Chad dispassionately. Nevertheless, I look forward to our next meeting, although I fear I may damage your quarters. Last session, it was difficult to hold back. Don't you worry about that, Jinjo said dismissively. I'll be in touch. By next time, I'll have found someplace quiet to train. Someplace that can take a pounding. Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Until then, said Jinjo, with a casual, two-fingered salute. See ya around, kid. Farewell, Mr. Kyujo, said Chad, and turned around. Having found these people was, in all honesty, a stroke of incredible luck. Without them, he would have been left in the dust as Ichigo advanced further and further. What use would he be to his friend if he could not keep up? It had not been easy to convince these full-bringers, but the effort had been worth it. In a matter of days, he had advanced in ways that only served to reveal how lacking in direction his training had been. As he walked down the street, he made a fist, feeling his energies stir. Strength lay this way, strength that was rightly his. Momo was out on patrol, so Erza had requested Nimu's aid in smoothing out her administrative duties. While the scientist sorted through stacks of paperwork with mechanical efficiency, sorting them by order of importance, Erza went through the defense plans over and over, considering the input she had gotten that morning. Byakuya, of all people, had seemed to find her suggestions sound, which was oddly worrying to her. So iPhone had been somewhat more cautious. She had thought the ideas decent but cautioned her that battle plans were often the first casualty of any engagement and that there were many unknown factors still. To Erza, an inexperienced commander as she wasn't sure what to make of any of these things. Then, there was Momo's outburst. Erza was interrupted from her reveries by Nimue, sitting down opposite of her desk. Yes. Erza said, looking up from the plans. Your paperwork has been fully sorted, and all parts of it I deemed not needing your personal attention have been taken care of and need only your signature, said Nimue in her normal monotone. Please, do not mind my presence and carry on your work as you would normally, Commander. Right, said Erza, bending over the plans again. What if she focused on this one point? Was Uriah correct in saying she had a bias? So much hinged on her judgment. There was something, Erza quickly realized, about the way Nimue would sit. Perfectly still, almost like a statue, which felt a lot weirder than how normal people would act. Normal people would twitch, maybe tap a finger, make slight movements, and Nimue had, true to her word, simply made herself as non-intrusive as possible. Which, ironically, made her presence feel rather intrusive. Nimue, said Erza politely, is there a particular reason you are sitting opposite of me? My allotted work is finished. I intend to wait until such time that you have a moment to spare, for an unrelated inquiry. Until such time that you have finished work, please continue as you were before, Commander. Well, all right, then, Erza said, a bit taken aback. Is it inappropriate for me to sit here? Said Nimue. I could move if dash. Oh, not at all. Erza said, wishing she had actually said, well, actually, if you wouldn't mind waiting somewhere else. It's fine, just fine. She bent over the defense plans again, which, truthfully, she knew she was just staring herself blind on at this point. There was little else to add, but she couldn't shake the feeling she might have missed something. A something she would never catch with somebody looking right at her, barely even blinking. Erza put the plans down and looked up, placing her elbows on the desk. Nimue, what can I help you with? I would not want to disturb dash. Nimue, I am asking you. What's on your mind? Very well, said Nimue, apparently not so apologetic as to insist a second time. I do, in fact, have a question. It is more of a personal nature, if I'm honest, which I am led to understand is considered unprofessional, yet acceptable within reasonable limits. Yes, that sounds about right, Erza said, inwardly rolling her eyes, hoping it wouldn't be a question about relationship advice, that would be a blind woman led by an even blinder woman. What is my purpose in life? Well, that was unexpected. I'm sorry. Erza croaked, entirely taken aback. Forget romance, that would be easy compared to fundamental questions of philosophy. I have had time to think following my being posted here. After you liberated me from my father's grasp. Erza made a face just at the thought of the monster. I have had the chance to spend more time freely with Isane, which I appreciate, but at the same time, I am robbed of my primary function. This has been distressing. Robbed? Erza exclaimed. You were continuously abused by a thoroughly evil man. It was unpleasant, Nimue said with a nod, but all the same, my purpose is lost to me. What do you even mean? Erza demanded, thoroughly confused. I believe there is some confusion on the issue. Allow me to explain, then. Erza thought she heard a spark of energy in Nimue's normally quiet, deadpan voice, when she began to speak. I cannot imagine what life must be like for people like you. People born, not out of design but by random chance, without a purpose given to them. I am not like you. I was designed. I was given one purpose, one overriding drive, and that was to serve as my father's assistant and also, admittedly, his punching bag. Well, yes, but you're not his slave, Erza said defensively. She was treading fully unknown waters, and part of her felt oddly offended. Shouldn't Nimue be grateful for this? I am not, no, Nimue said, her eyes looking right into Erza's. I developed higher intelligence and I am capable of learning from my experiences. I am an individual as much as anyone else. But, you do not understand. I suspect you are incapable. I was made with purpose, a purpose that gave my existence a meaning. This purpose is taken from me. So, what do I do now that I do not have one? Erza said, wrestling with a question she had in no way been prepared for, why do you ask me? She was really just buying time. Part of her wanted to send Nimue away under the pretense of official business, but she wouldn't, that would be rude, dishonest. Because it was you who took it from me. I didn't. Erza paused, and thought. Well, I suppose technically I did, but... I mean... I don't know. You changed my life very drastically. Quite possibly for the better. Quite possibly? He beat you all the time. You get used to it, Nimue said. I heal quickly. When it's all you know, it's nothing too bad. It was a horrible thing to hear, all the more for the scientist's casual honesty. Quite possibly, Nimue continued, because there are advantages. But, if I cannot find new purpose, then I will have no reason to go on. I am not like you. I cannot drift through existence with the vague notion that things will work out somehow, thinking only of the immediate future. Well, Erza said, what am I supposed to do? I'm not sure, Nimue confessed, but as it was you who changed my life so drastically, I had hoped you had thought about the ramifications. Which, by your facial expression, I can tell that you have not. Look, this is one of those things you're supposed to figure out yourself, okay? Erza said, flustered. You give your own life meaning. Easy enough when born with a malleable mind that can handle uncertainty. Well. Should I live for Isane? I could do that. I am told that is romantic. It carries the downside of being dependent on her being alive, and all lives are finite. Well, no, I mean, you should live for yourself, said Erza, now totally lost. I mean, you should live for her a little I guess, but, oh, damn it. I am not sure I understand, said Nimue, and at this point Erza suspected the scientist's naivete was somewhat constructed, deliberate. Should I live for her, or for myself? Both. But what does it mean? To live for something. My purpose up till recently was quite concrete. Practical. This is not. Look, said Erza, sighing, these things, most people don't usually think about it that much. Maybe they should. I certainly do. Erza frustratedly ran a hand through her hair, and leaned back in her chair. Frustrating though this was, in a sense she did feel responsible, a chronic affliction for Erza Scarlet, because although she had never suspected this outcome, Nimue wasn't wrong as such. She was a special case, and it was Erza who had made that change, even if it was for the better. Yet, Erza, whose life had been rather a mess, tangled up in unattainable utopian idealism, all the worse for the taint of a false prophet, did not feel qualified to tell other people how they should live. She barely figured out how to live her life. Then again, it was most people. And, since she felt some responsibility, she had to at least try. "You want my advice, Nemu?" she said, leaning forward again, elbows on the desk and her eyes fixed on Nemu's. "That is what I requested from the beginning, so yes." "Well," said Erza, and hesitated. "Well, there was no need to overcomplicate things, was there? Life could be simpler than people expected. It was all about attitude and perspective. Is there something in life you enjoy doing? What is the relevance?" "Answer, Nemu. You wanted advice, and I'm going somewhere with this." "Well," said Nemu, looking thoughtful, "certainly, there are things in life I find enjoyable. I enjoy Isane's company. I enjoy reading. And, some other things," she said, and Erza decided not to ask what other things were, she might not want to know. "So, isn't that worth living for, then?" Nemu gave her a scrutinizing look. "To live simply for enjoyment? Is that not hedonism?" Erza shook her head. "No, it's purpose. There's nothing hedonistic about a hard day's work, or giving all you've got doing something you believe in, but it's enjoyable all the same. It gives you a reason to keep going." "I see," said Nemu, although Erza could tell that she did not. "Most people don't have great, big ideals to follow, or some great vision. You don't need to, not to have a good and meaningful life. Most people just fill life with things that make it worth living in: friends, family, work, hobbies, all different things that give people some kind of purpose. But if there is no meaning outside of yourself, does there need to be? We create meaning. Nobody needs to tell me what I should do in life for me to find it worth living. Tell me, Nemu, you're a science specialist. Do you enjoy doing science?" "I don't know," Nemu said, for the first time on the back foot. "It's what I was made to do. Your father's intent, but it doesn't have to be yours. You want to know what your purpose is? Find something you like doing, and get good at it. Make friends. The rest will sort itself out." "And what if I enjoy doing things that others disapprove of?" Nemu said, furrowing her brows. "What if something I enjoy is something that causes others discomfort? You do you, and you let them do them. So long as you are not hurting anyone, or breaking the law, you do what you feel like doing. Is that how you live?" "Sort of," Erza said. Much of her life was not enjoyable as such. It was not fun to rail against injustice. It was not fun to struggle with inequality and oppression. It was just necessary. Nemu nodded, seeming content. "It is a simple enough moral baseline," she said with some deliberation, "but it works." "Yes, I think it does. I'm glad to have been of some help, then. Did we solve the question of why we exist?" If Nemu noticed the slight tint of sarcasm in Erza's voice, she gave no sign of it. "No," she said, "not quite. But, it's a start. Thank you, Commander. I can tell this was not an area you are comfortable with, and for that I apologize." "Well, don't sweat it," Erza said with a shrug. "What's a commander for, huh?" "Not philosophy, it seems," Nemu said with a slight smile. Erza let out a loud, spontaneous laugh, the tension in the air evaporating. "Yes, I guess that's true," she exclaimed as her laugh died down to a chuckle. "I'll be damned, here I thought fighting Arankar was hard." And in a sudden burst of hitherto unseen emotion, Nemu let out a giggle. Life really was full of surprises. Ichigo had taken his new training regimen to heart and had found himself eager for more today than the Vizard had given him. Restless and far from tired, he had opted to go home late, heading for Urahara's place after he had finished with his new mentors for the day. He had trained for another few hours in the basement, and although he had eschewed further training with the mask, it was best not to overdo it. He had learned he had spent that time simply practicing with his sword. Eventually he had had enough, slipped back into his human body, and, feeling warm and sweaty, had begun to make his way home. The sun was already going down. His mother might scold him, but at least this time he wasn't hiding anything. As he walked home he sensed a familiar presence, and in his path, on a rooftop, was Rukia. He waved at her, and to his surprise, she jumped down to meet him. She was in uniform, blade at her side, and something about the sight made Ichigo smile. "What's that grin on your face for?" said Rukia, her tone friendly. "Oh, nothing," Ichigo said with a shrug. "It's just a bit nostalgic, I guess." "Nostalgic? I haven't seen you like this for some time he said, uniformed, on duty, out in the city since. Well, back when I first saw you, I think. That night." Rukia said slowly, recalling the turn of events that had triggered the chain of events that had set them both here. "I think it was only 3 months ago," said Ichigo, blinking. "Actually, yeah. 3 months almost exactly. Feels like years," Rukia said with a nod, "like it was forever ago. Like you were a whole different person." "Yeah, exactly," Ichigo said with a nod. "You feel the same?" "Yeah." Rukia muttered, feeling a small pang of pain at the memories. It had been a dark time in her life, more or less. 3 months ago I was just a kid going through school and dealing with nothing more obnoxious than thugs with an attitude, Ichigo murmured, staring out into space, "and now?" "Yes," Rukia nodded, "you've grown. And I've become an officer." "Do you think you would have believed any of it, if you had been told?" "I know I wouldn't." "Same," Ichigo agreed. "It's crazy, the things you get pulled into." They stood silent for a while, staring at the setting sun. It finally went down, and darkness began to settle in. "So, me, a Shinigami, Bankai and all, and you, an officer," Ichigo said. "What do you think comes next? At this rate, we'll both end up somewhere crazy. Who knows, maybe you'll wear the captain's Haori someday." "Don't be ridiculous," Rukia snapped, although without much hostility. For now I am just glad to be alive." Ichigo nodded. "It was hard on you, wasn't it?" "I'm still breathing," said Rukia. It wasn't a good time for me, but I made it through. Being alive means feeling pain. Some get more than others. I'm better off than some and worse off than others." "I'm not sure whether that's really grim or really uplifting," Ichigo said with a smirk. "What part of that was grim, you idiot?" said Rukia, and the hint of a smile told Ichigo her insult was merely jargon. "It's success. I'm climbing way higher up the ladder as a result." "Yeah, but no matter how high you are, you'll still be a midget," Ichigo shot back. "Maybe my brother's right about commoners. No manners. Who needs manners when you've got a Bankai?" They looked at each other for a moment, then broke out in laughter. I missed this, you know," said Ichigo. "Even if it wasn't for long, there was a time when all of this whole—" he made a vague gesture, "running around with a sword and killing monsters wasn't such a dark business. But, any day now." The unspoken statement hung in the air. War. Death. Terror. "We'll make it through," said Rukia firmly, "and when we do, I'll make sure to visit. We'll go hunting together. The Hollows won't know what hit them. Then, I say we give them a handicap. 1 hand behind our backs. Or a 5-to-1 ratio of opponents." Ichigo sighed, happily. "Thank you," he said simply. "What for?" said Rukia, surprised. "Being here, as I am. Maybe I was destined to be a Shinigami, but it was you that got me here in the end. Hard as it was, I wouldn't want to be without it." "Well, you're welcome," said Rukia simply. "Yeah. Well," said Rukia, before there could be something like an awkward pause, "I had better get on with my night patrol." "And, I better get home," said Ichigo, and glanced at his watch. "Actually, I better go right now, or my mom will kill me." "See you," Rukia said with a smile. "I'll see you around, midget." Commoner. They parted ways quite amicably, both going their own ways in the night, and as Ichigo walked away, he felt for the first time in a long time contentedness. There was still pressure, still stress, but something about this reminiscence had given him some reassurance that something in the world still made sense. It might not, he might be entirely wrong, but if he was, then at least he was wrong without feeling miserable or afraid, and that, as of recently, was not nothing. It was late at night in Erza's apartment, and both she and Momo had sunk into the couch in the living room. Isane and Nemia were out on night patrol, having volunteered for sentry duty. Erza and Momo were by themselves, weary and worn from a hard day's work. Tired as they were, though, both of them couldn't sleep quite yet, not before unwinding a little. So, they sat and talked, Momo leaning her head on Erza's shoulder. "Funny, huh?" Erza muttered, yawning and stretching herself out a bit. "I had figured a field mission would mean less paperwork. Shows what I know about leadership." "You get used to it," said Momo with a weary smile. "There's a point where you start to ask yourself whether you'd rather have your arm chewed off by a hollow, but once you get past that, it's fine. Relatively speaking." Erza laughed. Momo did not often joke like this. It was nice to see her not take things so seriously for once. "Hey," said Momo after a slight pause. "Yeah," said Erza, suppressing a light yawn. "About this morning." "What about it?" Said Momo, stumbling over the words. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." "It's okay," said Erza with a shrug, too tired to think too hard about it. Everyone could have an off day. I mean, it was a little odd. But, just forget about it. It's just," said Momo, and Erza realized the topic wasn't done with so easily. What?" Erza muttered, leaning back into the couch. "It's stupid, really. If you've got something to say it," said Erza, doing her best to sound friendly. "Well." Momo paused, and took a deep breath. I guess I feel protective of you." Erza blinked. I know, it's stupid," Momo added hastily. "You don't need anyone to protect you. You're strong. You can handle somebody questioning you." I felt like he had no right. Which is silly, of course. It's. Erza paused. "I mean, it's nice that you're looking out for me. Just, try to do it in a different way, that's all." Momo nodded. "Of course, Erza. Want to watch some TV?" Erza asked, wanting to change the subject. "You might as well get some human culture while you're here." "Sure," said Momo, "just for a little bit. We need to sleep soon." Nodding in agreement, Erza picked up the remote, and the TV screen flickered to life at the press of a button. They came into the second half of some B-grade romantic comedy, and neither of them understood it, or cared to do so. Sleep at the edge of their senses, they just watched quietly, simply enjoying each other's company. Momo snuggled in tightly against Erza, who found herself putting an arm around the younger woman. "It's nice, isn't it?" Erza murmured. Momo said happily. "Just, relaxing. With friends. Can't remember when I last did that. Or when I'll do it again. If I'll do it again." As if she had read Erza's mind, Momo said, "We'll do it again, soon. When the war is over. I'm sure we can get some movies over into the Godi, right?" "Yeah." Erza murmured, imagining what it'd be like. Renji and Hisagi, rolling their eyes at the corny jokes and the cheesy plot. One or two of her friends who might even like it unironically. How everyone watching would be perplexed by the cultural elements and references from the world of the living, things they wouldn't understand. How much fun they could all have, playfully mocking the sillier elements of the movie. It was an appealing thought. It was not as lofty a goal as legal rights for all, or a raised standard of living, but it was more attainable. Yes, if she lived through this when she did she'd make sure to follow up on this. One had to have some fun in life. The conversation with Nemia had revealed to her that although her life was full of meaning, it could stand to be more enjoyable. "Oh, look, it's raining," Momo murmured, gesturing vaguely at the screen, "and now the young man is chasing after the young woman. You think they'll get a happy ending?" "I just think they might," Erza snorted. The plot really was predictable, even if the viewer had never seen a romantic film in all one's life. There was indeed rain, and there was indeed a chase, a handsome 20-something man about to convince an equally handsome 20-something woman that getting on that plane would be a bad idea because it would separate them forever, or something like that. Erza wasn't sure. She didn't know their names, she didn't need to. It's kind of cute, though, isn't it? Momo murmured, sitting herself up a bit further, still leaned on Erza, even if it's just a silly fantasy. Yeah, Erza murmured, never having understood the romantic all that well herself. She understood loyalty and she understood love, quite keenly at that, but romantic attachment had never really been a factor. There had never been time or interest from her. Yeah, I guess it is. Kinda nice. He says something emotional, opens up, and then she's convinced he's the love of her life. Yeah, I get the appeal. I think. Well, sort of, said Erza, determined to not lie even here. He caught up to her, Momo said. Amaya, Erza said. Momo looked up at Erza, eye to eye. Their faces were just an inch apart. Normally, Erza would have found it odd, but in the haze of exhaustion, in her state of relaxed comfort, her standards for oddness, which were already rather low, had lowered considerably. And then they lived happily ever after. Momo whispered quietly. Erza wasn't sure how it happened. Several seconds of time were a complete blank in her memory, and no matter how hard she tried later on, she would not be able to remember what chain of events there had been leading up to this point. It was just a fact that, as if waking up from a dream into another dream, Erza became aware that her lips were locked with Momo's. Momo was kissing her. She was kissing Momo. She was kissing Momo. Slowly, as Erza became fully awake, she began to stiffen, and in the back of her head, great alarm bells chimed. Something was happening, something she could not process. The hand that held onto the couch gripped onto the padding, hard. Out of sheer momentum, she kissed Momo back for a few seconds before freezing up entirely. It would have been very awkward if Momo hadn't chosen to break the kiss within seconds of Erza hitting a mental wall. Oh, wow, Momo said, looking into Erza's eyes adoringly. Oh, my gosh. Erza was still, like a statue, but her mind was chaos. She was completely awake now, yet less conscious than when she was dreaming. A million thoughts poured through her head at once, and she felt her cheeks heating up. What was going on? I mean, Momo continued, blissfully unaware, it explains so much. I didn't really know. I mean, I think I did, but not really. And now, you. I mean, do you? Momo looked at Erza, who had to remind herself to blink. She had stared wide-eyed at Momo long enough that her eyes had begun to dry. Well, said Momo uncertainly. Aren't you going to, say, something? Erza began, realizing that she had somehow forgotten how to speak. I mean dash. The panic had to have shown in her face, because Momo shrunk back, clasping her hands over her mouth. Oh, God, she whispered. Oh, God, I got it wrong, didn't I? Erza gaped, knowing she had to say something, do anything. The vulnerable, hurt look on Momo's face was a knife twisting in her heart. But, Erza, master of the blade though she was, hadn't the first idea of what that something was. This, she was wholly unprepared for. A million thoughts surging through her head at once, she could not grab hold of even one of them to focus. Somewhere deep inside her, a voice emerged, stirred into action by Momo's increasingly horrified face. This is a hollow attack, it said, and you have to focus, or people will die. The fantasy did the trick well enough, as Erza forced herself to snap out of her state of shock. Quite abruptly, she stood up. I'm going to bed, she said, awkwardly spitting the words out with force, every syllable coming out like the motions of a jammed machine. It was not a very clever or useful thing to say, but it beat that glassy-eyed stare, it beat looking like a deer caught in the headlights. Momo's expression changed. Oh, she said, and her face flushed red. I mean, if that's what you want. Alone, Erza added hastily, with my clothes on. To sleep. Because that's what you do in a bed. Sleep. And not things that aren't sleeping. A considerable part of Erza's mind was still in shock, still trying to process what was an entirely unprecedented event, but the part that wasn't, slowly emerging, was cursing at her. Momo deserved better. She shouldn't have to feel like this. Sad. Broken down. But what was Erza to do? She had no idea what she would do or say. She had been reduced to fight or flight, and just like a frightened deer, she had opted for flight. "Gee, good night," Erza said stiffly, her words no less forced than before. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night," Momo said, looking stunned as Erza turned around and marched toward the bedroom. Quite numb, Erza walked into the bedroom, stomping across the floor like she had a personal grudge against it, and slammed the door shut. Now alone, she leaned against the wall, sunk to the floor, burying her face in her hands. Manically, she ran a hand through her hair. What in the actual hell? What was this? She did not sleep, of course. In fact, just sitting down proved to be unbearable. Her mind was aflame, and she could not bear to sit still. It was not 2 minutes before she had opened a window and stolen out into the night like a thief. It was a cowardly way of dealing with one's problems, but Erza was well beyond any notion of bravery, staring out at the night sky with glassy eyes and a glassier mind. Back in the apartment, Momo buried her face in her arms and wept. Chapter 75, The Blossoming Lilies. The artificial sky of the basement had switched to night, displaying a cloudy, dark skyline. Grimjo liked it better this way. The rocky, sandy ground, without obnoxious daylight, reminded him of Hueco Mundo, of a time before Aizen. He didn't sleep much, preferring short naps every now and then, spread out across day and night. A drawn-out sleep cycle had been the same as inviting death in the time when he had risen to prominence, and old habits die hard. So it was that he was not totally taken by surprise when a wild-eyed Erza Scarlet barreled down on him, landing with all the subtlety and grace of a landslide. She had flown through the air, and she smelled of sweat, confusion, and anger. "Red?" Grimjo asked, furrowing his brows. He halfway got to his feet when she marched up to him, grabbing him by the collar, pulling him up close, their faces only inches apart. "What the fuck dash? You're a hollow," said Erza, Arankar and all, but a hollow. "Aren't you?" Hey, I'm unarmed," Grimjo said hastily. "You fuckers took my sword from me, remember? She has snapped," he thought to himself, "and that means my life ain't worth shit." "What are you talking about?" said Erza. "Answer me." "Look, you can't just I'm a prisoner." Grimjo snapped, until he realized that she hadn't drawn a blade, that there was no killing intent to be sensed. "Wait," he muttered, "if you ain't out to kill me, then what are you here for, in the middle of the night? Answer." Erza snarled. She was unhinged, Grimjo could see it as clearly as he could smell it. She looked a mess, like she had just been through the fight of her life, like her mind was all over the place. "What's going on?" he said cautiously. "Answer." Erza roared. Fine, I'm a damn hollow." "Fucking congratulations, you got eyes in your skull." Grimjo spat. "Shit, the fuck is wrong with you? And that means you can open a portal to Hueco Mundo at any time, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Grimjo said, looking into her eyes with apprehension. "Look, if this is some kinda trick." "I've got some issues to work through," said Erza, her voice low, "and I need to find some hollows to crush." "You'll know where, won't you?" Grimjo suspected strongly that a no would be very bad for his continued health. "Sure," he said, nodding. "Sure, I knows a place or two. Well out in the wastes, nice and far from Aizen's prying eyes and such." "Good. Do it." "What's even going on?" Grimjo muttered, not content to obey so easily. "The hell's got you this rattled?" "It's personal," said Erza, looking no less wild-eyed, although her tone was a bit more stable. "I just know that right now, I need to work through things doing the one thing I'm really good at. Preferably till my mind is numb." Grimjo cocked his head. This was interesting. Strange, and interesting. What gives? He demanded. Look, you stubborn bastard, I'm giving you free rein to wreak havoc and kill things if you get me in and out of Hueco Mundo for a couple hours. Erza snarled. Well, when you put it that way, said Grimjo, a wide grin creeping across his face, yeah, I ain't gonna argue with that. Fucking A, let's go kill some hollows. Erza nodded. Good. And, don't even think about Dash. Grimjo rolled his eyes. What am I gonna do, leave you in the wastes? Can't hardly go back if I do that, and I can't exactly stay there, either. Good. So, get on with it, then. Tapping into powers he hadn't used for some time now, powers weakened but still present, Grimjo raised a hand and tugged at the fabric of the universe. Slowly, it began to rupture, blackness unfolding in a straight line before them. What's taking so long? Erza demanded. Collared like a dog, don't you remember? Said Grimjo. You did that to me, so live with it. Fine, Erza said impatiently. It'll open in a minute, Grimjo said. Just be ready. We're going to a proper hollow den. Filled with big UNS. You'll be up to your neck in monsters within a minute of going in, and that's at most. Hundreds of them. Good, said Erza darkly, and drew her blade. Wordlessly, it transformed into a nasty-looking warhammer. At a girl, Red, said Grimjo, for the first time seeing something about the Shinigami that he found agreeable. Well, here we are. Let's go. The gateway had opened. You first. She hadn't lost her caution, either. My pleasure, said Grimjo, the grin all but glued to his face, as he jumped through the gateway. Erza was right behind him. There was darkness, and then there was a rustling of hundreds of claws and teeth stirring to life. Erza let out a growl that turned into a roar, and Grimjo joined in. Before long, their reality was one of blood, brutality, and vicious speed. In the light of the dawn, the muster of soldiers were an impressive sight. 300 Shinigami, all standing to attention, eyes forward. A central had been set up, shortly following the last invasion of Karakura town, where a dozen Senkaimon were readied out on one of the Godei's great squares. A full 300 division elites, 100 from each present 9th, 3rd, and 5th, right now each led by their captain or vice-captain, on full military alert. In the event of an invasion, they would be able to respond in force within 15 minutes, and their captains within 5. Captain Lysina Strauss felt some measure of pride as she looked down the left column. The 100 best fighters of 9th Division. Her 9th. She had whipped them into shape the last couple of weeks. Tuan, traitor though he was, had not let them grow slack in terms of professionalism, but they had been demoralized. This, Lysina had solved by working them to their limits, over and over, doing drills, patrols, hard work strong enough to dispel any thoughts of having been used and deceived. They had hated her at first, she was sure of it, but they stood tall now, eager and battle-ready. In 4 hours' time, another 100 elites would come replace them, and so on and so forth, in shifts. The idea, as lined out by the captain-commander, was that there would be reinforcements available at all times, that they would be able to respond whether it was night or day. It had strained their resources considerably. The purgation patrols, whose duty it was to purge hollows and send souls onto the Soul Society, had been reduced to a bare minimum. The rest were either standing ready as reinforcements, or training. Harsh though the wartime measures were, Lysina knew they were necessary. She felt not a little pride as she marched down the column of 100, inspecting the men. A small grin on her face, she nudged Hisagi, who looked as stoically grim as always. Not bad, is it? She said. They're all ready to fight and die, Captain, he assured her, and Lysina wished he weren't so stiff. Then again, Tuan's betrayal had to have affected him more personally than anyone except perhaps Captain Komamura. I'd rather they fought and lived, said Lysina with a shrug, but war is war, I suppose. Hisagi nodded. Many of them won't come back, I'm afraid. But. He paused, their slow walk coming to a halt. But. Said Lysina. I know the men and women under my command as well as a body can, said Hisagi severely, and believe me when I say that when they got past the denial and despair part of being betrayed, there came anger. They know the risks, and they're eager all the same. They want payback. They want to wash away the shame. Just like I do. Lysina nodded approvingly. Then we had better see to it they rule their passion instead of letting it rule them. That goes for you, too, Hisagi. Yes, Captain, said Hisagi with a nod. I mean it, said Lysina, resuming the slow walk, eyeing the soldiers as she walked, carefully looking for fault in their discipline and, to her satisfaction, finding none. I can only imagine how it must have hurt you. It would be fully understandable for a man to lose his patience on the battlefield. To be overcome by rage upon seeing his former mentor on the battlefield. If I do. It's a distinct possibility, Lysina insisted, and I need to know that when the time comes, every one of my subordinates, you included, will keep their head in the game. Will you? Tuan will pay, Hisagi said slowly, and while I can't deny I'd like to be the one to put a blade through his heart, I know I may not get the pleasure. I know this is bigger than my grudges. On my honor, Captain, I will not fail you. Lysina smiled. You know, you speak with such conviction and severity that I wonder if you shouldn't be captain. It is not my place, Hisagi said stiffly. Relax, sheesh, Lysina said, as they begun to approach the end of the column of soldiers. I'm just teasing a little. You are a different kind of leader, Hisagi admitted, although, perhaps, that is what we need. What I need. We'll be up to our knees in blood and grime soon enough, said Lysina with a shrug, so we might as well take it easy when we can. God knows there won't be a lot to smile about once the violence starts. Yes, Captain, said Hisagi diplomatically. The column ended, and Lysina circled around the back of the troops lined up, still looking carefully for any breach of discipline. As she turned, she saw Renji doing the same march of inspection, and she raised a hand in a greeting gesture. Renji nodded back. As reluctant as he had been, Renji seemed to fill out the Haori quite well. He wore a stern, severe expression on his face, and walking upright, he very much looked the picture of a captain. Hey, Renji, Lysina said as they met toward the middle. Everyone up to par. Wouldn't have it any other way, said Renji firmly. Kira and I worked hard whipping them into shape, sorting out who should go where. They know what their job is and what to expect. If one of them moaned about it, I dare say my own troops would get to him before I did. Lysina nodded approvingly. He was still getting accustomed to the more complicated parts of leadership, like administration and logistics, but he had a face and an attitude people could believe in. That, Lysina knew, was an essential quality of leadership, and one she very much hoped she possessed, herself. And fifth? She asked. Eager and ready under the fourth seat, Renji said. They wish their captain was here, of course, but things are the way they are. They've learned to adapt. We all have. In a way, it's good. It is. Said Lysina curiously. We used to be pretty sure of ourselves, said Renji, reaching back into his mind for the right words, everything clear to us, the same safe routines. He paused. But now, circumstance has given us a rude awakening and forced us into a by necessity uncomfortable space, said Hisagi. We've been forced to confront a new reality, and it is driving us to new heights we never expected we would have to deal with ourselves. Aizen, paradoxically enough, has forced us to become stronger in ways we never knew we could or needed to before. He stopped himself. My apologies, captains. I should not have interrupted. No, shit, that was exactly what I was thinking, said Renji encouragingly, this whole war that's coming, maybe it's what we needed. We got lax. Complacent. No two ways about it. And now look at us, he said, gesturing at the 300 soldiers standing at the ready, in better shape than we ever were before. Aizen wants a piece of us. Let him come and get it. He'll pay for everything he takes in blood. Hopefully his more than ours, Lysina remarked, not quite sharing Renji's enthusiasm. We're doing our part, said Renji, and the team on the other side is doing theirs. Old Yamamoto is doing everything he can. We're as ready as we'll ever be. Perhaps he was as confident as he sounded, but Lysina doubted it. Another part of leadership was just that, to sound as if you were sure of yourself even when you weren't. The soldiery could certainly not be allowed to think of their leaders as weak or indecisive, it would erode morale. "You're right," she said with a nod and more confidence than she had. "Let him try. We're ready and able, every last one of us. Isn't that right, boys and girls?" She had turned toward her troops by those last few words, and raised her voice. In response, the 100 of her division let out a sharp, quick war chant, aggressive and loud. 5th Company repeated it a second later, followed by 3rd. "Ready as we'll ever be," Renji reassured her. She hoped that was enough. In the early morning, Momo had lied and stated to So-iPhone, who, in Erza's absence, was the acting commander, that she would be staying behind to finish up some relevant paperwork. In reality, she hadn't touched a single sheet of paper, much less lifted a pen. She hadn't slept a minute the night before, and she was thoroughly exhausted. Not so much from a lack of sleep as it was from crying until she had no tears left to shed, until her eyes were red, swollen, and sore. It was unprofessional, she knew. But, she couldn't find it in her to care. She had done something terrible, and Erza had just ran away. Erza, who had meant everything to her in ways that Momo until last night couldn't even fully explain, had been so revolted by Momo's advances that she had simply run. Momo had, with just the one move, ruined a perfect life. She had ruined everything. Erza hated her, now, she was sure of it. What other answer was there? She'd had it all. She had seen her very best friend have her good name restored, put in charge of Momo's own division as a captain. She had had her best friend back, her faith rewarded. For a brief time, she had known pure happiness, as much as she could have ever asked for. Now, she had thrown all of that away on a whim. She sat curled up in a comfortable chair, opposite the couch where it had happened, feeling a pang of pain every time she looked at it. It stabbed into her heart like a white-hot knife. How could she have been so stupid? What had she been thinking? Well, she hadn't thought at all. She had just acted. Acted on a feeling she didn't even realize was there. And for a second, she had thought that was right. Then she had seen the blank, panicked look in Erza's face and realized something was wrong, and then Erza had left and then she had realized something was really wrong. When had this happened? When had she started feeling this way? When had that admiration turned into more than just that? She couldn't be sure. For the longest time, she had looked up to Erza more than anyone else. Back in the academy, when she had struggled with her swordplay and Erza had been there to coach her, to take extra time out of her day just to help a student pass, she had known then Erza was a good person. Somebody to look up to. Yes, she had been a great teacher, but it hadn't started there, Momo reasoned. It wasn't some student-teacher crush. No, the real change, it had been, later. That mission turned into a horror story, with Hollows threatening to take all their lives, ending their careers before it had begun. The same kind of mission that had robbed Erza of so much. When she had been faced with her darkest hour, only to be delivered from it by a bloodied, screaming angel. That was, most likely, where it had really changed. She had looked up at Erza with wonder and awe and felt a gratitude and devotion she couldn't even understand. It had only grown since then. When Erza had been banished, when she had been deemed a criminal, Momo had kept a rock-hard belief that Erza could have done no wrong. That was when she had become an ideal to Momo. At the time, she had thought it meant loyalty, that it meant friendship, and that it made Erza the greatest role model to live up to. But, all along, she slowly realized, it had been more than that. She had become devoted to Erza, and when Erza had come back, it had blossomed. Erza, as strong, resolute, and lovable as ever. The joy she felt each time she saw her captain, that, she realized, had been love. Now it was all ruined, forever. Momo buried her face in one of her sleeves, her shoulders heaving with sobs, tears staining her red and swollen eyes again. How could she have been so stupid? Uriah prized having time to himself, especially now that there was so much to think about, so much to reflect on, like a careful analysis of the Wanden Ritter. Although he suspected they were genuine in their intentions, he could not allow himself to be duped. On a more practical subject, there was how best to improve his training, what exact parts he could do better, and how. Meninas had set their date of training later in the evening, citing some personal business, which suited Uriah just fine. Having exchanged a word or two with his father, no more or less than courtesy demanded, he had gone up to his room and sat himself on his bed, back leaned against the wall, feet lazily extended. He had taken out his sewing kit, this time opting for the knitting of a simple scarf. It helped him think. It was a productive hobby, one that demanded precision and effort, two things vital to being a Quincy, and he had at this point learned it well enough to be the envy of any grandmother. The knitting sticks moving with ease under the direction of his deft fingers, he sat back and let himself sink into his own little world, reflecting, thinking. It had been perhaps an hour when he sensed another presence. Although he had been distracted, he had not let his senses dull, and he noticed it the moment it landed on the roof of his house. A second later he realized that it was, in fact, Menina's herself. Surprised, he put the knitting project down on his nightstand, and stood up just in time to see Menina's hanging down from the outside of his window, one hand waving cheerily to him as he approached her, the other apparently holding her entire weight. It was a bizarre enough sight, a girl-woman in full plate mail, dangling from the roof's edge like she weighed nothing. Uriah opened the window, a little befuddled. "Oh, hello there," said Menina's, sounding friendly. "Really, don't let me disturb you." "It's rather difficult not to be distracted," Uriah returned, trying and failing for dispassionate neutrality, sounding rather more irritated, "when your mentor shows up out of nowhere." "I finished my business earlier than expected, and I was bored," Menina said with a shrug, still dangling freely, "but I'm not here to rush you, really. You could have used the door. I have been given the impression that your father would disapprove of my presence." "True enough." "Yeah, well, that's not wrong," Uriah said with a shrug. "So, what, are you going to just hang out there until I feel like leaving?" "Oh, not at all. I could, but I won't. It is your room, after all. I'll just wait on the roof, I think. Maybe meditate a little." "Right," Uriah said. She sounded cheery, carefree, in a way he was not used to, but then again, most of their interactions were her pushing him to his limits, and quite forcefully, at that. "You may come in, if you so please," Uriah said, hoping that was the right call according to whatever chivalry the Vanden lived by. "Really? How kind of you," said Menina's, and in one smooth movement, she had flung herself inside, landing with the grace of a cat. "So, this is your room, eh?" she said, getting a look around. "I'm not surprised. Everything is so neat." Uriah's room was indeed neat. 2 different bookshelves, all books sorted meticulously. A bed, carefully made and only slightly crumpled by Uriah having sat on it. A desk for studying purposes, all papers, notes, and books carefully placed in different drawers. It was a Spartan place, and it fit Uriah perfectly. In fact, the only thing to stand out was, "Is that a scarf?" Menina said brightly, marching over to Uriah's knitting project. "Oh, would you look at that, I really like the mixed colors. Do you have a bit of an artist inside you after all?" Well," Uriah mumbled, mildly embarrassed. Knitting was about as far removed from knightly heroism as could be, and he cursed himself, wishing he had thought to put it in a drawer. "Oh, this is quality wool, too," Menina said, examining the work in progress. "I had no idea you were quite this skilled, Uriah." You like it?" Uriah said, inwardly cursing himself. He could feel his earlobes reddening. "Why wouldn't I? Oh, I think these are actually a perfect match on the color wheel," she said excitedly, examining the blue antiquoise yarn. "It's, said Uriah awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head, "I mean, sewing, knitting, that's not typically what you think about when you think about a knight." "Uriah," Menina said, a bit more severely although without dropping the cheer entirely, "a true knight is a gentleman as well as a warrior. An expression of artistry would be considered laudable in our order. It shows a noble desire to pursue worthier goals." "Really, now?" said Uriah, and blinked. It made some sense, although he had not considered it. "Oh, yes," Menina said with a nod. "His Majesty paints. Our Grand Master has a knack for sculpting. Artistry can take many forms. It can be poetry, writing, carving, even sewing. Well, that's good, then, Uriah said, a bit baffled. Besides, said Meninas, Bambietta does the same thing, only not half as good, even if she'd die before she admitted it. Really? Uriah said. This, he had not expected at all. It is quite possibly the worst crochet I've ever seen, said Meninas with a nod, no disrespect to my fellow paladin, of course. The point is that she tries. To seek the nobler arts and to create is itself a sign of worthiness, even if one cannot make great art. And, a scarf would be acceptable. If it's creatively and qualitatively made, certainly. Well, said Uriah, unable to resist the opportunity to brag about a much underappreciated skill set, that is really just a side project. Nothing special, really. I've done better. Oh, said Meninas, and Uriah was shocked to see a sign of genuine interest in her face and her voice. Well, you must show me. Well, said Uriah, well, if you insist. I do. All right, said Uriah, and with a sense of eager anticipation, he walked over to his study desk, pulling out a drawer that, he was sure, nobody else but him had ever really laid eyes on. There's this, I suppose, he said, pulling out a piece of cloth with an intricate floral pattern sewn into it. It's still something of a work in progress, but mostly done. And then there's this, he said, pulling out a pair of gloves, more on the practical side. I've had to make my own uniforms for Quincy business, God knows my father wouldn't make that effort. Oh, Meninas cooed, eagerly observing Uriah's hidden stash of sewing. Uriah, these are quite a treasure. You're a man of hidden talents, you are. Oh, it's nothing, Uriah said, finding it oddly satisfying to be able to revel in his skill like this. I've plenty more. But, if you'd like to go train. He said that last part, hoping she did not. To his relief, she said, oh, there's plenty of time, isn't there? You have to show me the rest. My pleasure, said Uriah politely. For example, there is my attempt at sewing a piece of haiku onto a piece of cloth. My teacher was quite impressed. Time passes quickly when one is having fun, and when it was in fact time to train which Meninas insisted on, business over pleasure, Uriah felt both considerable satisfaction, and regret that they had to go. He had much else to show her, and made a mental note to keep it readily available in the future. Just in case. At dawn, Erza had in the quickest terms possible, so quick, in fact, that there had been no time to respond, put so iPhone in charge while she desperately looked for a way to put herself together. She had come out of Hueco Mundo, soaked in blood and gore, after some 4 hours of carnage. Grimjo had had the time of his life, of course, and had gone back to the cellar looking pleased for the first time since he had surrendered to them. Erza had quietly gone to Ranjiku's place, thrown the bloodied Shiakushao aside, and borrowed a new one from her still sleeping friend, after washing her hands and face clean of the red, sticky, already clotting blood she had amassed. Thus equipped and looking almost normal, Erza had poked her head into So-iPhone's headquarters, put her in charge and left before the little captain could ask what was going on, and thus set about trying to make sense of the world. It wasn't going very well. She walked the streets, still grey with the pale light of morning, her mind still just as scrambled and chaotic as before. The bout of violence had helped. Being up to her neck in hollows trying to kill her had been refreshing at the time, it had given her some very immediate problems to focus on. It had granted her a clarity of mind that only mortal combat could provide. The fact that even in their hundreds, none of these hollows came close to a real challenge hadn't mattered. Erza had purged and purged until only a handful had remained, scurrying away into their burrows. Adrenaline rushing and her muscles going numb with the effort, she had nodded at Grimjo and gotten back to the world of the living. But, now, by her lonesome and the adrenaline rush draining away, she realized it had only been a temporary reprieve. She nearly panicked again. It shouldn't be this hard. Sure, Momo had kissed her. Erza was an adult. She should be able to handle stuff like this. So, why couldn't she? Realizing that she was driving herself crazy, she abruptly halted her morning walk, and headed back. She needed a friend, now more than ever. Isane and Nemia were probably still asleep, their shift would start later in the morning due to their night patrol. So, whom to tell? Rangiku? No, that'd be the safest way to ensure everyone would know, and Erza wanted discretion. It had to be someone else. Yoriyuki lay stretched out on a cot, lazily enjoying the morning light creeping through the window. She was not about to get up early. It may well be that one could have too much leisure, but that could never apply to a good old-fashioned sleep-in. It was much to her surprise, then, when there was a violent rapping on her door, as if the person knocking had a grudge with it. She opened it to find a wild-eyed Erza, demanding she needed to talk. After hastily pulling her clothes on, Yoriyuki followed her down to the basement far down in it, to the very corner. It was strange behavior, not least of which because the cellar was several kilometers across to begin with. So, Yoriyuki began with a yawn, still not fully awake. She blinked, and looked at Erza. The captain very clearly was not herself. She had a clean uniform, yes, but she looked a mess. There was a fresh scar on her left cheek, near the ear, bleeding slightly, and it didn't seem like she had even noticed. Her eyes were wide open, barely even blinking. Her hair was a mess of split ends, and Yoriyuki was sure she saw traces of blood in it, and she was pacing back and forth rapidly, like she wanted to crawl out of her own skin. Erza, Yoriyuki said, furrowing her brows, is something wrong? Well, no. Yes. Sort of. Yes. Erza murmured, seeming to be uncharacteristically shaken. Well, what is it? The thing is, Erza said, hesitating, very abruptly pausing her pace, staring Yoriyuki right in the eye. Yes. You. Erza took a deep breath, and paused. You've been with women, right? Well, Yoriyuki said with a sultry grin, did you finally become a bit curious, eh? I figured you might dash. In a flash, Erza stood just an inch away from Yoriyuki, grabbing her by the rim of her shirt. That's pretty aggressive, dash, Yoriyuki started again, only to be interrupted a second time. No jokes, Erza hissed, and she looked haunted, as dead serious as she had been in any life-or-death situation. This, Yoriyuki realized, was more than bi-curious nervousness. No funny little quips. No lewd remarks. No innuendos. This is serious business, Yoriyuki, and I don't know anyone else to ask. Oh, okay then, Yoriyuki murmured. Really, I got it. Erza held onto the rim of Yoriyuki's shirt for a few seconds more, before letting go. Pained, she ran both her hands over her face and through her hair. So, why do you ask? Yoriyuki asked, taking a few steps back. It's complicated. I bet. So, who is it? Who what? Erza snapped. The girl. Who says there is a girl? Yoriyuki rolled her eyes. You come to me early in the morning, looking utterly terrible, and then you tell me it's dead serious, after asking if I know what it's like to be with a girl. You don't have to be chief of the stealth force to put two and two together. So, who is it? Erza's shoulders slumped, and she groaned. There's no girl. I mean, I don't like her that way. I don't think so. Erza, Yoriyuki said in a calm, friendly tone, putting a hand on her distressed friend's shoulder, relax. Sit down and start from the beginning. Take the time you need. Erza simply nodded, and took a seat on a nearby piece of rock alongside Yoriyuki. Quite awkwardly, sometimes having to have the words pulled out of her, Erza recounted the previous night. It seemed oddly banal to say, it really only took a couple of minutes, and in Erza's opinion, it completely failed to recount the severity of the situation. Yoriyuki nodded understandingly, however, and gently encouraged her to tell the story from beginning to end. So, yeah, Erza murmured. Just, out of nowhere, that. I wound up freaking out, and I went to my room and bailed out the window. She felt her face redden with embarrassment. She had panicked and run from her problems, quite unlike how she would normally handle them. It felt wrong. Irresponsible. Oh, dear, Yoriyuki murmured. Poor Momo. I just don't know what I was supposed to do. Erza said exasperatedly. I panicked. My mind went blank, and and breathe, said Yoriyuki calmly. Stop for a second, and just breathe. Okay. Erza clamped her mouth shut, gave Yoriyuki a half-mad look, and nodded. Now, the breathing part. Yoriyuki suggested. Erza nodded again, as if it had been the most intriguing suggestion she ever heard, and breathed out, then in. Then out, then in. Eventually, she seemed to calm down a little. Right, said Yoriyuki, and you had no idea this was coming. No. Erza burst out, and Yoriyuki had to put a hand on her shoulder to prevent another outburst. I figured we were just really good friends, you know. She shook her head, and moaned. Please tell me you can help. Well, said Yoriyuki, I don't exactly have a lot of relationships under my belt. A few flings here and there, but nothing serious. I do have experience with women, though. I've always liked men just as much as women, and when you've lived as long as I have. She smiled, and Erza suspected it was about more than just having lived for so and so many years. In short, I'm not totally lost on the topic. How can I help you? I don't know, Erza said nervously. I don't even know what to do with this. I'm a commander. I have to work this out, and soon. I have duties to attend, and I can't skip out on them. And Momo, she's my second in command, damn it all. Slow down, Yoriyuki said reassuringly. One thing at a time, okay? She kissed you, is that correct? And you froze. Well, yes. I mean, I kissed her back. A little. But, oh, well, maybe this could be really simple, then. Said Yoriyuki. I know some people would kill for a secretary who'd go down on them. What did I say about jokes? Erza snapped. Hey, I may have put it that way, but who says I'm not serious? You could just, go for it. That's not helping. Erza snapped. I have no idea how to handle any of this. I've never been with anyone like that. I haven't even had sex, damn it. Yoriyuki blinked. Oh. That complicates things. I was, just going to say, it's just a bit of girl love, and teach you the basics of sapphic love-making, but... She paused, cocking her head. I mean really, not even once? Erza, you're over 100 years old. You never. It never seemed important. Erza snapped, throwing her hands up in the air. I never had the time or the interest. And frankly, I don't see why everyone else does. Everyone seems so crazy about boobs and curves and humping, and I never understood why. It seems overrated. Calm down, Yoriyuki said, lowering her palms in an appeasing gesture. It's fine. It's not for everyone. It's unusual, but there's nothing wrong with that. She sighed, and paused. Well, there goes the one thing I actually know pretty well. Sorry. Don't say sorry. Help me figure this out, because I'm not getting anywhere myself. Erza snapped, near hysteria. All right, Yoriyuki said, another angle, then. So far you've told me that you don't understand sex, that you've not had a relationship like that you don't understand how any of this works, but you've never said anything about not being attracted to her. So, let's start there. Are you? No. Erza burst out. I'm not. Well, I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know. Well, I can see how that would be a problem, Yoriyuki said with a sigh. Honestly, this kind of anxiety is what your teen years are for. Her face becoming more serious, she looked Erza in the eye. You left Momo behind after she exposed herself in a way she probably never had before. You're not in a good place right now, I can see that, but Momo might be worse off. I haven't had a lot of relationships, but I do know heartache. You need to talk to her. She deserves to at least hear a no, heartache is bad, rejection is bad, but you can move on from that. But, not knowing? Thinking everything's ruined. Yoriyuki shook her head. That's a terrible place to be. I know it'll be hard, but you'll have to talk it out. Calm your thoughts as much as possible, and talk. If you can't figure out where you stand with me, maybe you can with her. Erza took a few deep breaths, and groaned. When you're finally saying something useful, it's got to be something as painful as that, she said, shaking her head. You're right, I guess. I think I knew. I couldn't get hold of it. She was a truly miserable sight. Yuruki had never seen Erza quite like this. The only thing that came close was when, all those years ago, Masaka's children had been kidnapped. Even then, Erza had kept a level head. Her urgency had been contained. This was her in a state of confusion completely out of character for the decisive, brave woman Yuruki knew. It'll all work out, Yuruki said with confidence, not sure what else to say. But what if it won't? Erza wailed. What if Momo winds up hating me forever? What if it's all ruined? Then she hates you forever and it's all ruined, Yuruki said bluntly. If that's a possibility, prepare for it. But, ask yourself, looking at it objectively, do you think that's likely? If you calm down a bit, do you think you'll lose her? No, Erza said weakly. No, I don't think. I don't think I will. But it will hurt. And, it would be really awkward. She would probably transfer over to another division, and... She trailed off into a groan. You'll make it, Yuruki said reassuringly. Even if you can't patch it up, you'll make it. You're strong, Erza, and you've been through worse and come out on top. This is just another challenge. Why couldn't it be an espada? Erza said, sounding almost petulant. An elite holo transformed into an ultimate killing machine, that I can handle. Dealing with this stuff, that's not part of my damned job description. Nope, Yuruki said with a nod, then smiled. Part of life, though. Pretty hard to get out of that. Yeah. Erza sighed, and shrugged. Yeah, I guess so. Damn it, well, thanks, anyway. I feel better now. No, scratch that, I don't feel better at all, but at least I know what I have to do. Atta girl, Yuruki said encouragingly. Tell me when you're done. I haven't heard of anything like this since I was back in the academy. The details dash. I'll keep to myself, Erza said sharply. Well, unless, you'll find out anyway, I guess, she said exasperatedly. I'll keep an eye out, Yuruki assured her. Erza nodded, and without a word of farewell, she turned around and began walking away. Well, that was half of it sorted, then. It was just that the other half was by far the heavier load to lift. In a tall building overlooking the courtyard where 300 soldiers stood ready, Kyoraku Shunsui sat slumped over in a wicker chair, fanning himself with his straw hat. He had discarded his pink, flower-patterned kimono, and had a look of weariness about him. It was so bad, in fact, that the cup of sake sitting on the table in front of him was untouched. Opposite of him sat Yukitake Jushiro, looking no sprier than his friend and colleague, although he seemed to bear it better, sitting up straight compared to Shunsui's half-lying slump. What a sight, huh? Shunsui muttered, gesturing vaguely at the troops assembled outside. The old man really means it this time. That's our sensei, all right, Jushiro affirmed. I'd expect no less. If there is one thing he knows, it's how to respond to a threat. You know, said Shunsui, wearily reaching for the cup of liquor on the table at last, it's gotten so bad that I'm actually on a break now because I worked until now. 12 hours straight. I can scarcely imagine it, Jushiro said in a gently sardonic tone. The infamous Kyoraku Shunsui getting up before 11? To do actual work. I know, right? Shunsui said theatrically, downing the cup in one go. I mean, I even surprised Naneo by doing my own paperwork the other day. I want to say the baffled look on her face was worth it, but frankly, it was not. He made a face. Well, we're out of options, said Jushiro with a shrug. We're captains, and we're needed. It's a curse, Shunsui muttered, reaching for the sake bottle. I've spent all of last week putting my best troops into shape, when really there's nothing I was doing other than look like I cared. They've got it covered themselves. Don't underestimate the importance of an air of investment. It's good for morale, you know. Shunsui grunted something inaudible, weighed the cup in one hand and the bottle in the other, and then, apparently lacking the energy to even pour a drink, he took a swig right out of the bottle. "We're making history, you know," he murmured, sounding half as if he was talking to himself. "This kind of muster hasn't been heard of since the Quincy Wars. No matter what happens, one day, historians will be sitting their asses down to write out a suitably pompous description of it all. This. Technically, we're making history all the time," Jushiro countered. "It's made out of the little bits and pieces we call now, created by everyone. We're captains. That in itself means making history." "True," Shunsui said with a nod, taking another swig. "But, this is different, isn't it?" "It is," Jushiro said, nodding his assent. "This is unheard of. I don't think anyone has ever done what Aizen has. He'll go down in history as the greatest traitor there ever was, and one day, this war will be the greatest event told in the books. No matter who wins," Shunsui said darkly. "Surely you have faith in our victory." "Faith," muttered Shunsui. "Faith doesn't win battles. I've got a bad feeling, that's what I've got. We're mustering more than ever before in our history. Genryusai-sensei is in firm shape. The reality is that we could lose," Shunsui said bluntly. "That's what we have to consider." "Why? If we lose, I doubt we'll survive. To look forward at all, we have to assume we'll make it." "You're right, I suppose," Shunsui sighed. "This has gotten to you, hasn't it?" said Jushiro. "It isn't like you to be so pessimistic." "We might make it," Shunsui said with a nod. "No, we will. I agree with you on that count. But not all of us will. This will be a war unlike any the Godai 13 has ever faced, and people die in wars. I've started to ask myself which faces I'll never see again when this is all over. I jest and I complain, Jushiro, but not inside. I take this seriously enough to face reality. It might be you. It might be me. It might be any captain or vice captain out there, not to mention the hundreds of soldiers out there. It might even be the old man." "Surely not," said Jushiro keenly, upset at the very idea. "He is the rock the Godai was built on. I can't even imagine a world without him." "You may well have to," said Shunsui. "The world cares little how we feel, and nothing lasts forever." "Now you're just being negative for the sake of it," Jushiro said accusatorily. "No," Shunsui said, shaking his head, "I'm considering something that may well need to be considered. If the old man dies, then who will take over? Who will lead? What will become of the Godai?" Shunsui dash. "Quiet down and think," Shunsui said, with unusual firmness. "It may well come to that. I hope it doesn't, but what I hope is irrelevant. We have to be prepared for every eventuality. The old man may well fall. And if he did, well, the Central 46 are in no state to decide who comes next, and short of the Soul King coming down with a proclamation. It would be left up to us," Jushiro muttered, staring into space. I have thought of this. Sometimes. I always assumed it would be you. Me. Shunsui chortled. Honestly, I can barely run the one division, and my vice captain does most of the actual work. You've got your health and you're one of his favored pupils, countered Jushiro. It'd have to be our senior, Anohana, Shunsui said, the one person more experienced than us, aside from the old man, of course. She'd never give up her position at fourth. Maybe so, Shunsui grumbled. Enough of this, then. We'll deal with it when and if it comes to that. Which we both hope is not anytime soon. Quite, Shunsui muttered, and took another swig. Hell, I wonder what the future will be like even if we win. We'll have a lot of rebuilding to do, of course. But I guess that isn't what you meant. Me, I wonder what will become of popular figures like Scarlet. She's tenacious, and she's already got her division behind her. She won't quit, you know, and the Godai as is. Strange thing to worry about compared to the war. What was that you said? Assume we'll make it, I think. Oh, right, Jushiro said with a smile. Yes, that's true. Thinking about the future, well, why not? We'll have precious little time to do so until this whole thing is over and done with. Speaking of which, I'm back on duty in about 5 minutes, Shunsui grumbled. Another 6 hours of organizing, filling out papers, and of course training myself, and then a few hours of sleep to repeat the whole damn thing. Treason is one thing, but this intolerable change to my lifestyle. Aizen will deserve everything coming his way. Jushiro chuckled. It can't be all that bad if you've still got the energy to crack jokes. Don't say that, Shunsui groaned, and stood up. I'm keeping myself up mostly on a mixture of coffee and booze that, frankly, is unhealthy even by my standards. One of these days I'll hit a wall, and no mistake. I'll be there to pick you up. Yeah, well. Shunsui grumbled, and began walking away. You always do. I'll see you later, Jushiro. Goodbye, old friend. Shunsui walked away tremendously annoyed. Whine as he would, he was still doing his duties well enough. If he hadn't been so terribly lazy, he knew, he would be rather good at this whole captain business. Erza had resumed command of the mission and spent the remainder of the day trying very hard not to think about Momo and what she had to do and say. Momo had, for her part, been nowhere to be seen, apparently catching up on paperwork in the apartment, according to Nimue, something Erza knew to be a lie. Eventually, Erza's shift had ended. Even so, she had found other things to do, excuses, a patrol here, some micromanagement of her subordinates there. When it had been 2 hours past her time and the sun was starting to hang low, Erza had sighed, pulled herself together, and walked back toward the apartment. Nimue and Isane were out, thankfully, still on the night shift. It would be just her and Momo. She walked the entire way back, every step feeling like she was walking in boots of concrete. The closer she got to the door of her place, the heavier each step became. Finally, all too soon, Erza thought she stood before the door. She stared at it for a few minutes, before working up the courage to turn the handle. What was she going to say? What was she going to do? Yuriuki had been right. Momo deserved to at least hear and know she deserved some way of moving forward, even if it hurt. That was the crux of it. Erza could think of nothing that wouldn't hurt her friend. Except if they... No. She shook her head. That was madness, wasn't it? And she certainly couldn't do that just to spare Momo's feelings. That would be lying, and it would only make it worse in the long run. She had spent all day thinking about it, despite her best efforts not to. Momo, the kiss they had shared had been something else. So much so that the details were still quite a blur. It was just that. Erza had never considered being attracted to another woman. In fact, she couldn't recall the last time she was even attracted to a man. All of that had never been interesting to her. Damn it all. Firmly, she turned the handle and opened the door. Standing here, staring herself blind at the door, lost in thought, that would get her nowhere. She had to do this, and the sooner, the better. Rip the band-aid off, because drawing it out only hurt more. She found Momo by the office space, sitting at Erza's desk, looking haggard. Her hair, normally kept in a bun, was let out and flowed in a sticky, sweaty mess that brought to mind a crow's nest. She was red around the eyes, and Erza felt a pang of guilt when she saw it. How much had Momo wept on Erza's account? Momo dash, she said, walking up to the desk. I organized all the files, Captain, Momo said in a chipper voice. There was something strained there, and she had a glassy look in her eyes, and I took care of all of today's paperwork. I've also been reviewing your schedule for tomorrow. At 9, you have a security meeting with Captain Swadash. Momo, Erza interrupted her, as gently as she could. It hurt to see her like this. With Captain So iPhone, Momo insisted, which should not take long, but I made sure there was a space of at least 20 minutes allocated dash. Momo, stop. I'm not sure what you mean, Momo said nervously. Did I get it wrong? I was sure I went through your schedule quite thoroughly, and dash. Momo, you know. Erza said, before sighing, and taking a deep breath. You know that's not what it is about. What else could it be? Momo said, her voice rising a little in pitch. I can't think of anything else. Today has been very quiet and all around normal. Just like most days since we arrived. Just like yesterday and the day before that. I can't imagine what you would object to. She looked Erza in the eye, with what she probably thought was a stable, firm expression. She looked like some small woodland creature, Erza thought, like some rodent who had broken a paw, but for some reason decided to act as if it hadn't. Momo dash. At any rate, the next item on the schedule would be dash. I told you, stop. Erza said, more firmly. Momo, we have to talk about this dash. There's nothing to talk about. Momo snapped, her voice rising almost to the pitch of a squeal. Everything is normal. There's nothing we need to discuss. Everything is fine. I'm fine. You're fine. We'll just keep on going, yes. She wants me to just never bring it up, thought Erza, to act like nothing ever happened. To lock it all up deep inside and pretend everything is as it was 2 days ago. She could do that, she realized. It was a solution. Momo clearly didn't want to talk about it, and frankly, neither did Erza. They could just act like everything was fine. But that would be dishonest. That would be untrue. That was not an option, not for Erza. Not least of all, Erza was sure it was unhealthy. Momo, she said, you can't just pretend it never happened. We need to deal with this somehow, talk through it dash. There's nothing. Momo shouted, squealing like a wounded rodent. There's nothing wrong, Erza. Everything is fine. We're just captain and vice captain, like it should be. We're dash. Damn it Momo, I kissed you back, didn't I? Erza shouted back, realizing only as she spoke the words that it was true. Momo looked stunned, her agitation instantly dispelled. The effect was only temporary, though, and she took a few steps back, whimpering. No, you don't, you're just saying dash. Momo, said Erza earnestly, taking a few steps to catch up with her friend, putting a hand on her shoulder, I'd never lie about something like this. I don't know how or why, but it wasn't just you. You understand that? Look me in the eyes, Momo, look me in the eyes and tell me I'm lying. She was probably coming on too strongly, she should probably have been gentler, but Erza had never been an expert at tactfulness. Momo whimpered. Do you think I'm lying or not? Erza insisted, unrelenting. Tears spilled out of Momo's eyes and down her cheeks. Well. Erza insisted, hoping dearly she hadn't pushed too hard. No, Momo said breathlessly. No, you'd never lie to me. Good, Erza said with a nod. So. What she would say next, she had no idea. She was fully improvising this, which might be excellent or might be terrible. It was the only way she knew. I thought you hated me, Momo whispered under her breath, clumsily wiping her tears with a sleeve that, Erza noticed, looked damp already. Instinctively, Erza surged forward and put her arms around the smaller woman, pulling her into a tight hug. I'd never hate you, she said, intensely. Gently, she ruffled through Momo's hair with one hand. No matter what, no matter how this turns out, you'll never lose me. Are we clear? Momo whimpered something resembling confirmation, although without much coherency. Let's have a seat, said Erza. Gently, she took Momo by the hand, and led her to the couch, the same couch where it had happened less than 24 hours ago. They sat down, in silence, and Erza looked Momo in the eye. She was like an open book, vulnerable, anxious, hopeful, all emotions plain to read in her face even for Erza. Erza looked away, staring intently into the wall. She couldn't bear it, couldn't bear the thought of Momo being so vulnerable, so easily hurt by the wrong choice of words. I don't know how to say any of this, she muttered, gently squeezing Momo's hand. It's all a mystery to me. This stuff with, like, two people. Being together. In any kind of way that's. She trailed off, and sighed. Teaching, I get. Bullying Ichigo into shape, that was easy. Being friends, I get. Being around other people, even ones I don't like, that I get. Leadership, I'm managing to not completely muck that up. It's all, pretty difficult, but I got the hang of it, I think. But, this stuff. She threw her hands up, only to realize she was still hanging onto Momo's hand, and lowered them again. I'm sorry, Momo murmured. It's not your fault, said Erza wearily. Technically it was, but this was not the time to remind her. Is it because we're both women? Said Momo, her voice quivering a little. That's complicated. But no, I don't think. I don't think I would feel less lost if one of us was a man. We don't have to go through this, Momo reminded her. I don't want you to make yourself this uncomfortable. We have to, Erza sighed. We do, don't we? She finally looked back to Momo's face. Momo nodded ever so slightly. I don't know much at all, Erza continued, forcing herself to confront it. It was awkward, difficult, yet somehow not as hard as she had imagined. So, let's start with what I know. I know I love you just as much as any of my friends. Maybe more. I know you're dear to me. I know losing you would be like losing a leg and an arm. I know you make me feel happy. I know I feel comfortable around you. I can be myself around you in ways I can't around others. I'm an authority to so many people, and I don't feel the need to be that way around you. That's liberating. I don't need to be all stern. She trailed off again, hoping Momo would interject. When she did not, Erza continued, before the silence got too long. And, I know I kissed you back. Momo took a deep breath, and then another one. She started hesitantly, but likewise trailed off. If it continued like this, nothing would get said, and nothing would get resolved. Momo, how do you feel about me? Erza said, opting for bluntness. She could think of no other way. I love you, Momo said. You've been the most important person to me in my life ever since you saved us from those hollows on our first mission. Being with you, that's all I wanted out of life. I thought you were just like a role model, or an older sister, a friend, just somebody I could emulate. Somebody brave and strong, someone who set an example to admire. That's what I thought. But somewhere it became more than that. When you were exiled, I became almost obsessed with you. Everything I did was to find you again, to restore your reputation. Being your vice captain was a dream come true. Putting it simply, I know I have feelings for you. More than just as a friend. I think I've known for some time, on some level. Maybe since we reunited. Maybe later than that. I just wasn't aware. And if I don't return those feelings, it will hurt, Momo whispered, a lot. I don't want you to feel guilty, it's not your fault, but it'll hurt. Her voice quivered, light as a feather and almost inaudible. Would you want to transfer out? No. Momo snapped. No, don't do that. Even if it hurt me, even if I felt it for a long time, I don't ever want to be away from you. She sounded frantic and deeply sincere. Erza felt a little moved. I don't know anything, said Erza, slowly and deliberately, dragging out the words, nothing for sure. But I know I care about you. And maybe. Momo said anxiously. I don't want to give you any false hopes, Erza groaned. I really don't. I hate to put you in this position. To Erza's surprise, Momo smiled. What? Erza muttered. Look at you, Momo said, a bit of positivity seeping into her voice. I'm the one who put you in this position, and here you are, worrying for me. This can't be easy for you, but you still put others first. That's one of the reasons I feel the way I do. You're incredible, in the smallest of ways and the greatest of ways. You care, you really do. It's just being me. Nothing special about that, Erza muttered awkwardly. It's incredibly special, Momo insisted. That's why I know it will be fine. Even if you won't want me. Yeah, Erza said, and sighed again. It was becoming a habit. As I was saying. She said, switching topics only to realize neither one was any more comfortable than the other, I said, maybe, didn't I? Yes. Here's the thing. I came here tonight to tell you, no, I figured you deserved at least an answer. I thought that was what I was going to do. But here and now. I mean. Relax, said Momo, giving Erza's hand an encouraging squeeze. You'll figure it out. And no matter what you say, we'll be fine. I am sure of it now. Even if it hurts now. You really believe that, huh? Erza said. I do. I don't want to give you any false hopes, okay? Erza repeated. I can't make any kind of promises. I can't say I'll wind up feeling just the way you do. I can't tell you it'll work out, because I don't know how anything works. But. She looked Momo in the eyes, and her heart welled up. Not with sympathy or with pity, for in Momo's tear-ridden face there was a renewed strength and confidence that hadn't been there before, had been absent before Erza had spoken to her, reassured in ways that surprised Erza. She paused to think of it. Her and Momo? Together? An item? Briefly, the thought of sex passed through her mind, and just as quickly it passed, she had no idea how that would work. The thought of touching her, holding her, being close and affectionate, though, that thought stuck by her. A life partner? A girlfriend? Somebody to share life's woes with, somebody to love? Could that be her? Could that be Momo? Right away, Erza knew the answer. It's a definite maybe, she said with as firm a voice as she could manage. I wish I could do better for you, but maybe is fine. Momo cut in quickly, standing up on her knees, leaning in close with a smile on her face. I'll take maybe. Really? Erza said, surprised. I thought not knowing would be, really bad? Disappointing, and, It beats no, Momo said, nodding eagerly. Believe me, it does. I promise I won't make any assumptions or pressure you. Just a bit of hope will do. And, if it doesn't happen, then we'll still have each other, Erza said, nodding slowly, as the best of friends. Captain and vice captain. A team. Yes, Momo said, nodding happily, a team. No matter what, it'll be you and me. I promise I'll figure it out, then, said Erza. I'll figure out in what way I love you. I'll figure out what's there. And, no matter what, there's a future. Yes. Gently, Erza wrapped her arms around Momo, pulling her into a hug. Tentatively, she pressed her lips against Momo's forehead, planting a light kiss. It didn't feel too bad, actually. Just one thing, said Erza, breaking off the hug and looking Momo in the eye. Anything. Slowly, awkwardly, and feeling like she was jumping off a cliff, a bottomless pit beneath her, Erza pressed her lips against Momo's. The kiss was nowhere near as natural as last night's, nowhere near as relaxed. It was stiff, it was awkward, and their noses got in the way, but when it broke off, Momo beamed and Erza felt a whirlpool of emotions rush through her, a cocktail of feelings that left a natural high that was, all things considered, a net positive. Not bad, she admitted, realizing she had forgotten to breathe for a while. It was fantastic, Momo said, awestruck. It hadn't been, not if Erza was any judge. But, let's keep it to ourselves for a while. Till we figure it out. Till we figure it out, Momo agreed. Not that I'm ashamed or anything, but we're in the middle of a mission and it would be unprofessional to bring personal drama into a military conflict, Momo said. Yes. That, Erza said with a nod. Huh, you always know how to put it. I'm a good vice captain, Momo beamed. Yes, you are, Erza slowly nodded. So, I think we'll need to go over that schedule. Can't be overlooking our duties, after all. Yes. That, Erza said, feeling oddly relieved. Schedules, she understood. Grasping something tangible and real felt very appealing right now. Now, said Momo, as she eased back, about your appointment with Captain So iPhone in the morning. Check the description for the links to the author.